Hello. Let me check my microphone. Let me check real quick. You ain't never seen me in a dress like this. Um, I don't know what I'm gonna title this yet. So if you're here, thank you. This is kind of random and I don't have a thumbnail. I don't plan on like we'll see where this night we'll see where this night takes us. I'm actually waiting on Prince Pete. No notification. No notification went out. Oh, gotcha. Wait, how did you get it then? If no notification went out, how are you here? How are you here? Are you lying to me? Oh, give me 2 seconds. Let me go grab some frozen mangoes. I haven't eaten. I've been drinking these all day because it's like 20-gram protein, and I'm trying to build. I'm a growing boy, but I'm gonna get irritated in a minute because I got a cookie, but I can't. I don't want a cookie. I'm gonna go get my frozen my dried mangoes. Give me 2 seconds. Hey, Prince Patty, how are you?
I'm chilling.
Huh?
I'm chilling.
How is your eye?
I can see.
Clearly now.
Oh, that's a little racist. That looks a little racist. That's not what I meant to be, but
Can
oh,
you see
hello.
clearly now?
Huh?
Can you see clearly now the rain has gone?
Yeah. I was just watching the coal miners with black lung for Trump, and they're talking about how the health department was something was shut down, and they're something they're upset because that's not what he said he would do. They said.
Why are you laughing and why is the laughter so evil? People are losing their thingamabob.
Ooh, I did speed dating last Thursday, and I went my third date was a disabled woman for Trump. I always ask who you voted for, and she went through a lot. Trump supporters always do a lot of explanation instead of just saying who they voted for. So she was talking a lot, and then she said her parents voted for um, something, 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 something. Oh, and my parents vote Republican. And then she said that she voted for Trump. And I was like, that's interesting. Why?
Wait. Oh, go ahead.
And she said, the economy. I was like, okay. Got it. Got it.
Wait. Why are you doing speed dating?
Oh, I was bored.
Were you actually trying to date?
No.
So you were playing in those people's face.
And they were playing in mine. What you mean disabled for Trump? Playing in my face.
She probably don't know what the A in DEI means.
I had some words for her, but I'm progressive, so I didn't say them.
Oh, FD is here. Let me drop the link. Moderators, can you delete this link after I drop it? But before we do, I want you to respond to this. Look at this. I want you to respond to. Oh, sorry.
Okay. I don't see anything.
in a situation as a public figure, when you get caught up in a situation as a public figure and then you try to make it a community cause. This isn't about Black men being attacked. I'm sorry. This is not how I see this. And people can come at me for that if they want to. This is Shannon Sharpe, as you said, not making correct decisions. I don't know. This is alleged. I don't know what's true and what's not true. But this isn't a community cause where the Black community needs to rally behind you because a Black man is being attacked. I'm sorry. That's not what it is. And when he says Tony Busby, what he does is go after Black men, that he has Diddy cases that are still relevant. The Jay-Z one was not. The Deshaun Watson case, yes, he came after Deshaun. Those cases were settled.
Yeah.
Jay-Z is the only one that we know of that was thrown out because it basically ended up being a frivolous lawsuit.
Yeah.
That is not the case with Deshaun. And if you look at Tony Busby's prominent cases, they deal with him representing Texas politicians, white men. They deal with oil spills, chemical releases.
You're going to bat for Tony Busby.
No, I'm not. I'm going against what Shannon Sharpe is trying to do because it's not rooted in anything factual. I'm sorry. It's not him. The Black man community cause thing really bothers me.
This is my deal. I get what you're saying. There is no possible way. The only part of this that actually makes sense is the Tony Busby part in terms of the response to me. Because if you are going to respond to this and say anything, you have to bring up the fact that Tony Busby just got dinged. You have to bring that up. What I wouldn't have done was victim shame. What I wouldn't have done was doxed her. What I wouldn't have done is any of the things that make me look like the guy that's being portrayed in the lawsuit. However, if I am fighting this, I am definitely going to say the same lawyer that brought this case is the lawyer that Jay-Z just proved brings frivolous cases against powerful people.
That's not.
I would have dragged him for filth. I would have dragged him for filth. That is a defense of Shannon Sharpe if I've ever seen one. And I think that is disgusting. Oh, FD's here. I mean, any response before we introduce FD and start the intro?
Or you start with this mess.
All right, ignore it. Don't respond to it at all. My bad.
Do you think this is a issue in the Black community? I blame this on FD, by the way, the Shannon Sharpe situation.
Why?
I blame his poison the well method. And before any conversation about Black men, we need to poison the conversation by saying this is an attack on them.
All right, let's start the video because it looks like we need to get into this.
Aren't you gonna ask why I'm drinking out of a bowl today instead of a cup?
Hey.
Why are you drinking? Wait, why are you drinking? Hey, FD, how are you?
Good, I think. I'm doing new shit right now. And I'm trying to.
Patty, why are you drinking out of a bowl instead of a cup?
So I'm actually connecting to my West African roots. Instead of drinking from cups, back in the day, they used to drink from I ran out of cups. Actually ran out of cups. I only have 5 because I live alone. So usually I have washed all the cups by now, but I didn't. So they've not yet cycled through the dishwasher. I haven't used enough dishes to make the dishwasher cycle worthy of using yet. So have to eat a little more.
I'm second guessing having you up here. I'm second guessing my life right now. But I am not. I'm not. I appreciate you for being here. Welcome, FD. This is not going to be very comfortable because I think that you and I have just like a fundamental misunderstanding of like, I think education generally. And I think that it is, wait, first of all, do you think education is like teaching you to be the colonizer?
academia, like higher academia, I think that's too black and white of a statement. I think there's a nuanced middle ground. So academia literally was designed to reproduce colonizer behavior. That was the initial plan. Higher academia in the West. But that is not to say that education is not valuable, useful, that there are not numerous ways of being educated that don't include getting a degree, and that degrees are not valuable and useful to people. But like the origins of academics, the concept of the academic and academies was for neo-colonial projects.
So is the argument that education, the kinds of education we have now, is fundamentally white supremacist? Like, it stems from white supremacy, and the way that we used to learn, usually oral tradition, is inconsistent with the learning we have now in the formal education institution.
Again, it's a lot of versions of that answer. So much of the education system is built on white supremacy, like everything else in this country. The function of education and like its function within capitalism and its utility still is within that. So like that's all. It's kind of like with Black people, we're kind of making the best out of what we got type situation. We're usually reintroducing things that are, I think, innately Black to the classroom to teach our children that, you know, find ways to subdue those elements. So yeah, did I answer the question there? I'm not sure.
It kind of did, because I was listening to a bunch of people, including Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, and he said that when he became, after his formal
I heard you say that, yeah.
Like, yeah, he said he felt like he was becoming the colonizer. And this was in an attempt, I think, to validate the idea that Black men should not go to school. And I am curious.
So I didn't see that part. I haven't seen that part of the video. That was on, I'm assuming, the Olay and Friends. Was he on all that?
No. It was with two other guys. I don't remember the name of their podcast. It was him, a biracial looking guy, and then a Black guy.
So I think you're conflating. Somebody did this. I don't know when.
I'll pull it up. I'm going to pull it up. I'm not conflating anything. He said verbatim that he felt like the colonizer and that Black men didn't have to go to school because going to school, he felt like the colonizer. And I thought that was inappropriate because one of the questions posed was, can we get Black men to school? And his suggestion was that we shouldn't have to go to school, and we could go on YouTube instead, and we could come book his classes.
Yeah, I want to hear it in context. No shade, but y'all
that's fine.
Context kings. As I was watching this, the replay for me, I was like, oh, we're out of context a lot. Like, Phil, I don't know if it's more than usual, but I felt it more than ususual.
I did not take you out of context one time. Not the 0 times that I take you out of context.
I actually wrote down a handful of timestamps.
Oh, all right. Wait, let me pull up the Foreign Man in a Foreign Land clip. Yeah. I forgot, what's that podcast that you go on? It's two guys, a light
waving the red flag? Waving the red flag?
Yes.
And I apologize for however I may sound or look. How is my microphone? Because I don't know if I sound like I'm talking to the computer.
No, you're fine.
Or through a decent mic. Okay. And I'm like cold as shit, so give me a second. How are you, Prince? Mr. Petty?
I'm doing well. I haven't dropped
Cornbread's future. Cornbread's future.
If I'm the future,
you're rescinding your application.
Speak about
would exist if I'm the future of them.
I think we should also.
Sorry, my bad. You can continue.
Go ahead.
Petty, no, you guys can talk first. I don't want to.
Oh, I thought I might have heard an echo, so I was waiting.
No,
Yeah, I
was
did too. It was the video though.
You're not gonna talk, Petty.
Oh, I'm doing well, FD.
Especially if it's not like, if we're not rising together, I don't think it's that big of an issue if black.
Like they were just like, I don't know how you could help me. And this was during, like, this was when woke was woke. So I mean, like, right about now, I really don't think that I'm not saying by no means that people should drop out of college or people shouldn't engage with that, especially for a multitude of different reasons, because like there's a lot of experiences, a lot of networking experiences, a lot of crucial.
Can you replay that section real quick for me, just so I can make sure I'm understanding?
Like when I came, like they were just like, I don't know how you could help me. And this was during, like, this was when woke was woke. So I mean, like, right about now, I really don't think that I'm not saying by no means that people should drop out of college or people shouldn't engage with that, especially for a multitude of different reasons, because like there's a lot of experiences, a lot of networking experiences, a lot of crucial things that happen in college that it will better your experience, not only your likelihood in the job market, but just your betterment for life in general.
Explain to me how anything he says after this is encouraging people to not go to college.
This is don't drop out of college. He is now reinforcing, after saying don't drop out of college, he's not, and for telling you to drop out of college, he then tells you that college is not the way. He makes it seem
so that's
that
different than what you were saying a second ago, though.
Wait, what was I saying a second ago?
You know what? Let me pause it real quick. Well, not pause, y'all. Let me actually go to. Let me go to us talking and see if I can just replay it in real time.
This, by the way, is not the issue.
All right, what's the issue?
The whole context of this right there is not the issue. He does, this is him providing cover, but nothing he says in this video is pro going to college. He actually talks down about going to college and then goes on to sell some kind of course about going on YouTube, and that people come to him to learn to do YouTube. And this, the light-skinned guy at the bottom, is the one who continuously corrects him or attempts to correct him and say, no, if you look at the stat, going to school is important, going to school is good. And he keeps pushing back against this. And for the life of me,
let me hear the whole thing. But I want to just point out that if he's starting his statement with,
that's not the start of his statement. This is after he was corrected. But I mean, I don't know if we have the whole time to watch the whole thing.
If in being challenged on maybe saying something he doesn't fully mean, he made the conscious decision to say, well, I want to be clear. I'm not saying drop out of college or don't engage with that. I think that's his direct quote, right? His direct quote there in that moment.
I'm not telling men to drop out of college is his direct quote.
Right, I'm not telling men to drop out of college or to engage with that, right? He's having a casual conversation. So I'm interpreting him as saying I'm not telling people to drop out of college or don't engage with college or don't go to college. However, here are
no. He's definitely telling them not to go to college. He is definitely telling them not to go to college. We'll play it. Let me play it.
Let's play it.
But I do believe, unfortunately, to get with some theory, that our whole understanding of education is something that we need to begin to challenge. Education inside this current format assumes that we are these blank slates, uncultured people and children, really, that need to be filled. And the teacher are those authority figures that are reservoirs of knowledge, and they're the gatekeepers of what we want, which is enlightenment, which is access to resources and all these different things. And that is a colonial mindset to have. And I'm speaking to myself because I graduated with my political science grad as a political scientist, and I had to unlearn a lot of shit. I had a white supremacist tutelage and pedagogy that made me not primed to seize the world, but to be seized. It had me in a mindset that would allow me very easily to fall in line And before I began to read what was not on my curriculum and understand those things, I was really for the picking and choosing. Now I know you're saying that, okay, still you're supposed to go and follow the white people textbook. I read them. The way that I use them is really as counterintelligence.
Wait, mind you, I need to point this out so we no one is lost on this. The whole point of the manosphere, and a lot of men who do not want to go to school, is saying that it is white supremacy, right? This is an excuse for people not to go to school. The question is, why aren't black men going to school? And in that response, he's reaffirming the ideas that, well, it's white supremacy. If you believe that fundamentally, stand on that square, but don't then say, I am going to go, my children are going to go, my friends are going to go, but I understand that it's white supremacy out there. No, you do need to push back on that. But this is, again, not the main point. Yeah. I want him to make his point, but you can respond to that if you want, because that's what I opened with.
I mean, I don't, are we talking like if the manosphere says something and it's true?
No, I'm not saying So you think
so if the manosphere says that, so first off, I don't know, y'all do the manosphere more than I do, so I don't know all the talking points to be a perfect interlocutor on what they're not saying. But if the manosphere has somewhere along the line picked up on the fact that college institutions are built on white supremacist framework and reproduce white supremacist activity, just because they're in the manosphere doesn't mean that's false.
No,
right?
no. I'm saying,
using it for the wrong reasons?
Do you believe it's true? That's what my question is.
Right, but I answered that earlier, that there's a lot of truth to the idea that academia, as it's designed and as it acts right now, is white supremacist. Yes, I do believe that's true.
Is the argument then to not go to school?
No, the argument then is to not go to school.
Then make that argument.
Then the argument isn't to not go to school. The argument is to, make the best possible decision for you, whether that be going to school. And if you decide to go to school, to understand what you're entering into so that you come out and you don't have to unlearn things like.
So you don't think there should be a push for more of us to go to school? You think we shouldn't be pushing for more school?
I think a push for more of us to go to school is a good thing overall and can be very useful. Yes, I do think most of us should go. More of us should.
Okay, so I don't understand why that's not a thing. Like you don't
think that's a thing? You don't think black kids being pushed to go to college is a thing?
No, I'm talking about from you and foreign man. I'm just saying there is a way in which I'm consuming your information and foreign man information where it's like giving excuses. And I'm not saying we don't engage with the systemic issue. Nowhere in your video did you say they should go to school. At no point.
Well, my video wasn't about that.
Yes, your video was about pushing back against the fact that people just want to, quote, talk bad about black men.
Yeah.
Yeah, and nowhere in there.
But the video wasn't about, because the video wasn't about, I wasn't making a video on why black men should go to college.
No, you were responding to people telling black men to go to college, and you were saying it was done in bad faith.
Right, go ahead, finish.
No, I'll let you talk. Sorry.
The videos in my head was responding to what I thought was the gender war topic of the moment that was close enough to my wheelhouse that I should respond to it. I felt like people wanted to see what I had to say, but it was never to encourage more black men to go to college.
Yeah, no, interested in that. I never accused you of that, because I too understand that's not what you were doing, even though I think that's what you should have done. My issue with the video is you call it concern trolling. And while I can concede that there might be some people involved in the conversation just dunking on men, it feels odd to then say a stat that is actually true is just and the way people are engaging with it is just concern trolling or trolling, when there is an issue there. Like, if we believe that racism and white supremacy is dictating how we are operating in the world and controlling us, then wouldn't we want more attorneys, doctors, politicians, economists? Like, it feels like instead of saying we do need this, and maybe these people are bad for using it to knock men over the head with it, we should still engage with the bigger discourse of we need to go to school.
That's one of the reasons why I started my video out talking about Marquise Devon. Did I mention Touré? Olay and them,
Yeah.
a couple other people. Like I started the video because I came late to the topic. I was on vacation, right? And I started the video by mentioning other people that was a part of their take. I felt like people wanted to see what people wanted from me was to engage with the nature of how these conversations tend to happen and what they tend to hide. There's a million school councils right now trying to get every Black child in their building to go to college. There's a million Black children applying for scholarships. There's a million mentoring programs. And there's limited resources. There's limited support for all that stuff.
Sorry,
but
it is
like Black kids don't need to be told to go to college. Like that's kind of like that particular take is why people wanted to hear from me, because it's very infantilizing. It's like, oh man, the thing that's missing from these young Black men's lives is being told to go to college, that going to college is a good idea.
That is a wild statement to make after your video, where you said that Black boys are not being told to go to college and only a select Black boy that acts and shows up a certain way is told.
Is that what I said? Or did I talk
yes,
about
that is what you said. You said if you're gonna do the semantics game, that is a wild thing to do. So you didn't say, you didn't make the argument that while there are a bunch of Black boys in high school, that only a select group of Black boys have resource behind them, and the other ones are called YN. I had to look what that meant, or YN, and kind of pushed off. Did you not say that?
My argument was that we cannot mistake the types of support that are given to more exceptional or more viable Black men, and the support they get that gets them through college, gets most of them, I would say, maybe through college. We cannot mistake that for being the universal support that all Black boys get. That was the point of that argument.
No, it was not about college only. It was about succeeding and even going to college. We're talking about young men, and you said there is a type. You even put an image of a type of young man up there who gets pushed. And I remember this gets pushed. So you are saying now that the others do not need to be told because they have all these resources, but doing
no. I'm saying they're told. Yeah, everybody in the classroom is told go to college. Everybody in the classroom is told go to college. Everybody that sees their school counselor their freshman year of high school is told to go to college and said, this is what college will do for you. Only a few will get the real support needed to get them there, especially out of the most dire situations. And they tend to have certain features up front. They tend to have a certain background more closely connected to them versus another background. They tend to behave a certain way.
Intentionally doing this, and I don't know if you're intentionally reframing the argument.
I'm not intentionally reframing. Let me let you finish.
The argument you were making in your video is that only a select few specific kinds of boy get told to go to college and get pushed to go to college. The rest of them are left by the wayside. That was your argument in that video. That was your full argument. I've watched. Let's pull up your video now. Then
let's pull up my video. Let's pull up my video that I wrote and recorded. Tell me what I meant.
No, I'm not telling you what you meant. I don't know what you meant. I'm telling you what you said.
Right. Let's hear what I said, and let's
Yeah, I remember. At least my perception was you were talking about the YN line was. You were saying they were told to play basketball or go run around the track or something like that. I forgot the exact line.
You have a wicked jump shot.
So
yeah.
Have you ever considered that
Black men are very unlikely to be born?
You said what?
No, we go ahead. I'll play it. I'll get to it in a second.
On the rich and even less likely to be born white. So for generations, Black men have looked at alternative ways to access money and success and affirm their manhood. Or as one of the greatest philosophers of the 10, they usually have like a mental breakdown or turn into a malignant narcissist and success and affirm their manhood. Or as one of the greatest philosophers on Black masculinity once said, you either sling the crack rock or you got a wicked jump shot. Now, I don't want it to be confused that Black excellence types for men don't exist. If there's one thing that's understudied, in my opinion, it's the challenges of the Black prodigal sons among us. Like, I'm sure if you think about it, you know that one Black boy that was in your high school or in your cohort or in your college, maybe, that everyone was sure was going to make it. And so they often got a ton of resources thrown behind them and a ton of opportunity to try to be successful. And 7 out of 10 times that one Black boy does. But those other 3 of the 10, they usually have like a mental breakdown or turn into a malignant narcissist or end up getting murdered or something. But you often get confused because when we see these images of like mentoring programs for Black boys, and you see that there's so much resources being thrown behind this select group of Black boys, you make it seem like that's the entirety of how Black boys are treated. But that's almost always isolated to a specific type of.
No,
it's coming up.
Keep cooking. Okay.
A boy who has everything he needs to be successful early on. He's scouted from jump to be that guy. It's one of the more insidious forms of patriarchy that makes it happen as Black people as a whole, like, want to see Black men thrive. That is not something I don't think is real, but that desire to see Black men thrive is reserved for a certain type of Black men. And the rest of them are YNs that need to hit the trap or the track. When I talk about
that.
All right. So
don't do that. Do not do that. Do
Famous.
not do that. I am not. No. Don't do that. Because what you're doing is dismissive and it's disrespectful. And that's not okay because I've not disrespected you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I am like, I am thrown that your interpretation of that statement I just made was me saying that all Black boys are told not to go to college. Let me make sure. Let me not straw man. What's the opposite of it?
Iron Man.
Steel man you. Let me steel man you so I can make sure. But help me understand what you're saying. You interpret it from what I just said.
I mean, I can just tell you what I'm saying. You said that we put resources behind what a group of Black boys who we see. So, yeah. And then the rest of them we call white, and then they fall by the wayside.
Yeah. I think a select group of Black boys.
So when I say that you, in your mentor capacity online, should be telling them, yes, you can go to school. Yes, you should engage in school. You cannot then tell me that, oh, we all have all these resources and they're being helped and they're being told, so they don't need to be told to go to school. When you just pointed out that there's not enough effort to those YN.
So we're not talking about being told. People tell me to lose weight, right? I'm being told to lose weight. But where I'm set up right now, I need weight loss support. I need more weight loss resources. I need more weight loss opportunities. I need a gym that's closer to my house, maybe even in my house. That's what I need, right? So what I'm saying, and this is why I'm thrown, because you're making these like kind of leaps in interpretation to find the least charitable interpretation possible. That's what I was about to say earlier. It's
no,
like I clearly
see that you are saying they need resources. I would say you should also say that you can go to school and we need to figure out how to get resources to these young boys so that they can succeed in school. You can also say that.
That's not only vestigial to the video, that's vestigial to the argument, because this argument started with you implying that I
outright said you said.
You outright said I said something I didn't say in the video.
No, you did. You said the other YN are left by the wayside, as opposed to
the YNs aren't left by the wayside. Is that false?
And you now should not remove them from the wayside and tell them to go to school and figure out what they need to get them to be successful in school.
So first off, I was doing this earlier. because I want to go back, because the reason why I did some time steps of my own is because, what is this, the Motte and Bailey, is that what it's called, where you'll present an interpretation of, like you just did it a second ago with Foreign Man. You're presenting.
Oh, no, we are not done with the Foreign Man video. No, I did not make a bad interpretation. We can go back and forth. I'm not going to miss. I'm not missing a beat in terms of memorizing what it is that I said, in terms of the argument I'm making.
I am, and so I'm going back. The Motte and Bailey, if I'm not mistaken, is you present a premise that's kind of not that's unfalsifiable or easily falsifiable. I don't know. And then, like, when challenged on that, you bring it back to a point that makes more sense. And so you present it throughout the whole video. You and Prince Petty, and I'm assuming other people, are making it seem like I'm telling Black men they shouldn't go to college or that they don't need to go to college. And no,
no. That was foreign men in a foreign land.
That was me as well. And here you're making it seem like that my two arguments conflict. That on one end, I'm saying that that Black boys don't need to be told to go to college, but on the other end, I'm saying that Black boys are already going to college.
No, not already going to college. No, I don't understand how you are missing what I'm saying so fundamentally. No, you never said Black men are going to college, even though in your video you said people are prone to believe lies, and then right after you said that, you then said, like, Black men aren't going to college. Those were two separate statements placed together to create the image that Black men not going to college is a lie. That's how I interpret it. You can figure that out later and we can engage with it. What I am saying now is that what you just said is Black boys are already being told they can go to college and have the resources, right? That's what you said just now. But in your video, that's what you were saying. Now you're saying, oh, wait, in your video, you were saying only certain boys in school get that investment. Those are in fact conflicting.
How are those conflicting to you?
All right. You cannot say boys generally are getting the resources and being told to go to school.
I didn't say boys generally are getting the resources. I explicitly say that a certain type of boy
No. Yes, that's what you said.
The other ones
video.
are YNs.
That is what you said in this video. What you said on this live stream just now. You just said they have resources and that they're telling them to go to school and they're engaging that way. That's what you just said on this live stream.
Okay,
that's why I brought up your video.
Okay, let me try to perfectly illustrate this.
All right.
What I'm arguing is that there's a baseline nigga go to college speech that every child gets in every school where Black children are going, or most of them at least. That's a baseline thing that everyone gets, right? And what I'm telling you is that then there's a type of young Black boy that is identified early as having the highest potential to get to college and be successful.
Pause. Let's clarify that point. The baseline thing that everyone gets is missing from your video. That's the problem.
But because it's a given. I see that as a given.
No, it's not a given. It's not a given because what your point is that only certain boys get pushed, the other one gets thrown out. It does not work if you're saying the baseline is there for them. In your video, that everyone gets the baseline, it does not work as an argument. It does not work.
It does, because the argument isn't the argument is about the push. It's a given. If you first off, I was a teacher. Every child has a counselor that they're assigned to. Every child has a post-graduation plan, and every child in that post-graduation plan.
And you and I have had the conversation that some of them steer the boys away from college.
So every child has a post-graduation plan. And and each one of those children who meets with that counselor is going to be informed about the option of college, what they get out of it, what they need to do to get there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that is the baseline I'm speaking of. My argument is that, one, that baseline is not enough. We know that for a fact. The numbers would be different if that wasn't the case, and that'd be for everybody. But the thing I'm arguing is that a certain type of boy will have been identified well before they first meet that high school counselor. And their conversation is very different. They're bringing more to the table already because they've been poured into by who knows in the school system and in their homes and their communities. And they're being presented with a whole different set of options than the rest of the niggas in the school. And what I'm saying is we cannot mistake the type of investment that that boy gets for the type of investment that everyone else gets. That is my argument. That is what that whole section is trying to express. And I think I was relatively clear there.
No,
Now, if
you were not,
misinterpret it,
because
that's fine.
you assume that the baseline is a given, and instead of making the baseline argument in your video, you let it go and you said now that it's a given. Now that you say it's there, now that it's there, I still have a problem with one, you didn't say it in your video, and I don't agree with you that it's a given. The second part of this is, even then, your argument shouldn't be a rebuttal to like everyone else. Maybe that's what you want to do, fine. I'm not going to tell you how to do your content. But then you need to make the argument about the kinds of investment required to get men to go to school. If not, give a defense.
No, I don't. No,
I mean, you don't.
I mean, first off, I went over that in other videos, right? But I don't have to do that in this.
No, you
video.
don't have to. I said I'm not controlling your content.
So so the issue is, I think, one, the fact that you don't think this is a given, and like that's the reason why I made this video, is because this argument in this conversation, the irony is that it takes as a given a lot of things that aren't true. It takes as a given that
I feel like that's a cop-out when you engage, because you and I've had multiple conversations. Even in your video, you talk about how disenfranchised Black boys are, how the teachers watch Black boys, how there's not a lot of investment in Black boys. We talk about this a lot. So to then say there's a baseline, that baseline cannot be a given, particularly for you and your audience, myself included, but for you and your audience, when you were talking about how racist the system is and how it disenfranchises Black boys and it doesn't engage with Black boys in uplifting them, you can't then say there is a baseline that's just not enough. No, the baseline for you in your channel and your domain is that it is trash and these boys are getting destroyed by the system, not that there's a baseline of help. The help is just not enough. I reject that. I reject your baseline from your position.
Well, you can reject my baseline. Like I can't.
So it's not a given. It cannot be a given based on how your politics. It cannot be a given that these schools are trying to help Black boys.
So repeat that last part.
It cannot be a given based on the content you create that you believe that these schools are helping Black boys. It's just not enough. No, you believe and you preach the message that these schools are actively engaging in the destruction of Black boys.
What I'm saying is that actively engaging in the destruction of Black boys does not preclude, hey nigga, these are the colleges we can send you to.
Yeah, but that's not.
And that's the thing I need you to understand.
The baseline isn't there then.
The baseline is there. I'm telling you outright, every child has that conversation with their counselor. That is a standard thing across the country.
Okay, well, let's say then they don't believe in the counselor because the counselor is racist and treat them like trash.
Possibly.
So it would still be better coming from you. Who cares?
But I've said stuff like that as well.
That's what I'm saying, but the baseline wouldn't be there. So in a video where you're doing this,
what baseline isn't there?
The baseline that the school is there and is helping these children.
See, but
it's just not enough.
The word helping throws off the interpretation of the statement. I am not saying it's helping. I'm not saying it's good enough. In fact, I'm trying to explicitly say that it's only the real help and support is only given to a select few. What
okay, then why are we arguing then about a baseline that is useless?
Because my whole issue with this topic is that it introduces this logic that Black boys are just not, that what Black boys need is to be told to go to college. That's how we got here. And I was telling you that's just
part of the problem, because you said that some of them don't even know that they can go to college. So one, being told is important. Two,
when did I say that they don't even know that they go to college?
I'm probably conflating you and FD. I'm probably conflating you, not FD, foreign man. To the extent
they may not visualize or understand it, but like their baseline, at a baseline, again, and I know this from being a teacher for almost 10 years. Everyone knows they can go to college. Everyone is told about how to get to college and told what value a college degree can give to them. That happens for everyone. Now, there's a big gap. My point is that there's a huge gap between what people are told as are their options
and which boys are given the resource and support needed to actually access that, to actually have that come to fruition.
So if they know, this changes my argument a little bit, and it does make it good, actually. It makes it worse. If they know and they can go, and the only reason they don't go is because they don't have the kind of support, is your argument then that the kind of help that these special Black boys get, Black women are getting it generally?
I don't think they need it as much. I don't think the Black women need it as much as the boys do.
That is insane to
but
say.
they are, but it's not like the amount of, so I would say that, let's say we have a total of like 10 possible points, and we got to get a Black boy and a Black girl to college. You could probably spend 3.5 of those points and get that Black girl to college, and you would probably need to spend the other 5.5 on the Black boy, or 6.5 on the Black boy to produce the same result. Does that make sense?
What? No, not really, because I'm trying to get what the points are. Because, like, in an abstract,
the points represent. The points represent. Okay, so let's say the points represent like positive role models, mentoring, teachers that encourage and believe in them, familial support, guidance, right? So the amount of guidance required, the amount of resources required, I would argue, it's just a lesser amount to get Black girls into college. The way the forces enact upon them versus the boys is different, and the where they're starting from is different. So you can get a little Black boy to college, and you might have to fight off a million different barriers to get them there. And to get the Black girl to college, maybe only fighting off 800,000 or 850,000 or whatever.
Okay.
You trying to get my point?
No, I get what you're saying, because you're looking at society right now, right? And yes, I think that Black women might have more role models, for example, now, but that's because they became the role models. Like, Black women didn't have role models either. They just became role models for each other. They didn't have resources. They found resources. They weren't being told they could go to school. They made political movement to go to school.
I mean, those things happen for everyone, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, so why did it disproportionately help Black women and not Black men?
Because the amount needed to, because the way that the system enacts upon Black men and Black women is different. You agree with that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
I think it's harsher on Black women.
So it's harsher on Black women in certain ways that don't have the same responses to education. No,
I think it's harsher on Black women, particularly around education.
I disagree.
I think when all the HBCUs, most of them that I can think of off the top of my head, are creating task force since 2010 to get Black men to school, and when the affirmative action engagement is so that they get more men in particular to school, it's going to be hard for you to convince me that there is not a specific engagement to get men over women in school. Now, they want to keep
because they recognize things. It's because they recognize that it's harder to get those boys in.
Yeah, but
like, that's just easier to get the women in. They literally don't have Themis, that's just illogical. How can you argue that it's harder to do the thing and it's easier to do the thing on this side when it's the exact opposite in the actual school?
No, that's not how you ask that question. Yes, I can argue that it is harder for someone who is engaging in the thing than it is for the person who is not engaging in the thing. That is possible and logically consistent.
No, that's not logical at all, because otherwise the result would be opposite, Themis. If the people in charge of getting children into college found that it was hard, if at
no, Howard, it's not whether or not it's hard.
Let me finish. Go ahead. If Howard University is saying it's really tough to get Black women into school, like we're really struggling to find enough Black women.
No, that's not what's hard. You're misrepresenting the premise.
So what is the hard part?
Yes, it's harder for you to go to college. It's not harder for men or women
to go to college. Yes.
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay, so those things are opposite. If it's harder for Black women to go to college, then why are so many more black women in college? 10%
No,
more.
but wait,
It's
pause.
not even
Pause.
so
Let me
many
be
more.
clear. Let's be very clear about the statement you're making. It is harder for the school to get black men to come to college. It does not mean
Right.
it is harder for men to go to college. Those are two very different statements you made.
I don't think those statements are that different. The school's problem is they're competing for a small pool of eligible black men to fill their college dorm rooms with. That is the
Yes.
problem, correct? So the society as a whole is producing less of those men than it is of women. Yes or no?
That society is creating
Producing.
less men who are capable of going to school.
Yes. Yes or no?
I think yes. I don't know who I blame on that, but yes, there's less men. I believe.
Well,
I think
regardless of
we
who you
would
blame
reject
on
this.
it,
We
that
should
completely
reject.
invalidates your point, Themis. If we both agree that society is struggling to produce men, black men as a whole, I'm sorry, black men or men as a whole.
Yeah, but you don't.
who- that are
You
eligible-
haven't asked me why it's harder. Like why the less of them are able to go to school. My
we can get there in
answer
a
is because
second,
they don't want to.
we can get there in a second, but I'm just solidifying the fact that you saying it's harder for women to go into school to get to school conflicts with the reality of society that you also agree with.
No, yeah, but no. Because what difficulty is not measured by your capacity to do or not do the thing. Difficulty is your willingness to do or not do the thing. And I think it's harder because you don't want to.
Not willingness. It's
Okay,
difficult.
that's my thing.
So we can have a different.
You can't then argue me. You cannot then assume that your position and why it's harder is the answer for me. Because that's what you just did.
I mean, I can't assume that it's the answer for you, but I can present the best possible argument I can. And I can also relay that argument to the reality of the situation at hand, to the data that we have. So I struggle with acknowledging that it's harder, that it's more difficult. I hate that we're even in this oppression Olympic shit, but I can't give you this idea that it's harder for women to get into college than men, when the vast majority, when the numbers clearly indicate the results, when the results clearly indicate that women are going to college more than men across the board. Now, we can argue.
Wait, can I do a first principle question to you? Well, maybe not first principle. Let's see. Do you believe that it is possible that it is harder for someone to do something that they do anyway, even though it's easier for someone else to do it who doesn't?
Yes.
Just generally.
Generally, I think it's possible that something that's easy.
So then your argument that because women are going to school, it seems like it's easier for them to go to school defeats itself.
No, two things can be true at once. So yes, it is possible that something that's easy for me and difficult for you you can still accomplish and I may not. Like that is possible. That is still.
Yeah, so your burden in the argument is to show how it's more difficult for men than women to go to school.
So my argument is supported by data first and foremost, and that's what we're arguing about.
That's the circular argument.
It's not a circular argument.
It's not
a circular argument. It's harder for women. It's harder for men to go to school than women. Why? Well, because when you look at the college education numbers, it shows that more men are in school than women. Now we can introduce that is a logical through line. Now we can introduce the whys and the hows of the hard. Is it harder for men? Because I'm still mad at you for a second. Let me just because I think we're going to meet at the minds here and find a better place. So if we are arguing that it's harder for men because some men are invested in patriarchal ideas of society and have rejected the notion that school is valuable for them, then that is also true. I also believe.
Okay, then we agree. The thing is, I reject that as an argument as why it's hard. I reject
that as well. I think that's a bullshit excuse.
Yeah. Wait. Sorry.
And I've never argued that. I did say something about changing gender dynamics. Some men are struggling with that. I did say that y'all pointed that out at some point in time.
No, but
I've never argued that the anti-feminist manosphere talking point.
Even though you rejected it, you still used it as an example of why it would be hard.
I didn't use that.
I didn't say that. I said it is harder, specifically for black men. White men, I don't know. I can't call it a white man.
I mean, men
black
aren't going to school generally, and they're choosing
men aren't going
not
to school
go.
generally. And I'm sure that some of
the argument that your school is seemingly harder for men, but it's not harder to go to school, to get into school, to graduate school. You can still do it, right? In terms of the end product, you might not get the same grade as women, but you can still go. And that's my problem with the argument that, oh, it's harder for men. No, it's not. You can go. Now, why wouldn't you go?
But saying you can go,
yes,
does not make, and this is, I think the fundamental problem we're having here is, I feel like a lot of your ways of viewing these things tend to be binary. It either is or it isn't. And a lot of the ways I see these things tend to be, I don't know, matrices, where it's like all of these factors can go into this outcome or this outcome.
I mean, no, this you're right. I'm thinking of it binary. You either can go or you can't go.
Right. So you can't. So, and that is true. You either can go or you can't go. Why did you not, black men? Why did you not go to school? If you tell me, if I had in my face right now a young black man, and I was asking him why he wasn't going to college, and he said, I'm just out here trying to get this money. Colleges for simps and females, they be getting them degrees. I don't be worried about that. I'm worried about getting paper. I would have something to say to that individual black man about why that's a ridiculous way to think, right? But if a black man is in front of me saying, I'm asking, why didn't you go to college? Oh man, I didn't have the money for it. You know what I'm saying? I looked at how much money I would need to borrow and like the prospects of what work I would be getting into, and said, you know what, I'd rather just go into trade school. You know, I'd rather just follow this particular hustle or dream that I have. And, you know, I'll do that. I would still try to encourage them and try to explain to them the value of an education, but I wouldn't have the same conversation with them that I would with the earlier black man. Does that make sense?
Yes, but you wouldn't hopefully ignore the fact, as you just expressed, that you would try to tell them to go. You would engage to explain that college is good and I would encourage you to go to college.
Mm-hmm.
Why then is, again, I'm conflating both you and foreign man in a foreign land's perspective on this. Why is it then that the impulse is to say, one, y'all are concerned trolling on one hand, and then on another hand, it's white supremacy, and so I understand why it's not going to go. You wouldn't want to go.
Those aren't really like the perspective. So how many people of all the content made about this topic, how many people said what me and Foreign Men said compared to how many people, like the first person I think to really go viral with this topic was Teray, in his TikTok and shorts about this topic. Teray, the journalist.
Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah.
He's like an old rapper journalist. How many people, like that was everybody's, that in terms of like and this is getting to like the serious discussion, not the culture wars nonsense discussion, right? Like the serious discussion of it started with Teray. And I'm pretty confident that more people saw his short telling black men to go to college than me and Foreign's commentary. And so the thing that I like to do in my content specifically, the thing that people come to me for, is to provide a perspective on the topic that isn't out there that much, to give an angle on the issue that other people haven't touched on, that other people, maybe because of their perspective and their background, aren't even really aware of, to enter information into the discussion that's not usually a part of the discussion. And so that's what I did. And I don't feel the need to be yet another voice telling some of these black men, you know, you really should go to college, right? Going back to my hypothetical, the first thing that hypothetical man told me was that he didn't have no damn money. He was afraid to pay back excessive student loans. I saw somebody in the chat say FAFSA and Pell Grants are a thing. FAFSA is a student loan. You know what I'm saying? And Trump is cutting half them shits and then threatening to garnish people on that shit. So like, yeah, I anybody that tells me they don't want to go to college for financial reasons, L's in the chat. If you made a post about like take this degree back when you got your first financial aid repayment check, because I know that's a thing among older millennials. I know every other millennial I know is like, ooh, if I could give these degrees back and get my money back, then I would.
But that's clearly, like I said that about my JD. I would never actually give it back. But the issue,
of course, you wouldn't actually give it back.
Yeah, but so that it feels like leaning into fear mongering. Like, yes, you might be in debt, but if the degree you're going for is specific, let's say law or becoming a doctor, and you actually finish, you will be able to pay this money back. Now, obviously, you might not want to be tied in. There's other ways you can pay for school, but let's just stay on the loan bit for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Your life can be better because of the degree, even with debt. And so there is no real research around this that would indicate not going to school is a better option than going to school as a general matter for a group of people. Like there are exceptions within the group, but generally there is like now a causal link between the degree you get and your earned income. Why would we not be pushing that as a general matter?
But this is pushed. There are no black children that are not exposed to the value of a higher education. There are none that are not. That is pushed. And we're
I
kind of
don't
back
think
to
people understand the value of education, actually.
I think a lot of people don't fully understand it, but the idea that is the reason why I made this video is because there are a lot of people operating on the idea that these young black men or black people in general, because like most people don't go to college, right? Let's just be clear. Most Americans don't go to college. I think the total amount is like 30% of all Americans will complete a college degree, right? So it's not that 70% of Americans don't know that they should go to college for a better life, is that they don't feel like they're capable of doing it, or they don't feel like they don't have the resources to actually do it that they specifically need. And that's like, when we talk about black men specifically, there's this intrinsic, it's not all the time, it's not everyone. Like that video, and when I'm talking about concern trolling or whatever else, it's not everyone I'm speaking to specifically. But there is a specific type of black person, and this is across gender, sexuality, etc., like I said in the video, that has it in their head. They may not realize it as it manifests, but they have it in their head that the problem is these black boys just aren't being told right, that they're not being told that a college degree is good for them, that they're not being told that education is valuable. And I completely reject that. And I think that's a silly notion to believe. And that's a notion that I do think is built in a negative view of black men based on a plethora of possible things, most of which is media consumption and the images that are put out about black men. So I made it a point to counteract that in my video.
But even as true, it is true that we don't know the value of education, and we need to be explained to in a meaningful way that we may be able to digest what this looks like, what it means, how it can improve your life, when is it good for you and when it's not good for you, depending on how you learn or whatever. But again, both you and Foreign Man, actually like Kimberly's video on this for Harriet, both you and Foreign Man, the way that you engage felt like it was, and I can find specific clips, but you were engaging in a way where it's like you're giving this anti-intellectual bend a soft space to land. And it's like, why? You can both say the
because nobody does. I'm sorry, no, I'm cutting you off, and I'm trying because I want to make sure I fully understand. I did have a reaction to that statement.
Go ahead.
But I want to make sure I get the entire statement. No, you finish.
I think that you can both say, for those who are concerned trolling, for those who are just trying to drag, these are the points that you've made to the general extent that you know, and you rebut those. And then you can still have the conversation too. Don't let it be, from my perspective, don't let it be that we're having this conversation and saying, and giving people who don't want to go to school, who want to continue to say, oh, it's whatever reason I'm not going to go to school, when you could actually go to school. Like, there's a lot of comfort, even in your comment section, there's a lot of comfort for people who just don't want to go to school. And maybe you shouldn't have to go to school. Maybe schooling is bad. Maybe capitalism is wrong. All of that. We still live in a capitalistic society. And we have to survive in there the best way we can.
Yeah, I decided to hold space for people that feel like their particular position and narrative in this conversation is usually unheard and not censored in any way. So like I made a conscious decision because I do not feel like too many people, Black people or otherwise, need to be told that college is valuable. I think that is a non-issue in our strategy. If our strategy is upliftment of Black people, we should spend as minimal resources as possible reminding Black people that college is valuable. Because the reason why Black people are not going to college is not because they're absent-minded about the value of college. The reason that Black people are not going to college is because of how, like, so many other things about support to get to college and what college does to you when you get there. And that part of the conversation is underdeveloped. It is very few people engaging with that part of the conversation. So I made the conscious decision to have that be a core part of my statement on the issue, not to be another voice. Not to be another voice saying something that I guarantee you they've heard 100 times.
Do you understand how you and what you did with your video lends into the anti-college group? Like on a serious note, like can you see how your video could be seen as protecting Black men's decision to not go to school?
Yeah.
And you're fine with that. Like you're like, okay,
yeah. As long as they're not saying school is feminist and something else ignorant around those lines. Like I'm not too interested in, if I provided cover for that particular thing, that's not a thing I agree with. That's not a thing I feel like is the optimal situation.
But why would you want to provide cover for the thing that you don't agree with? Like I'm so confused.
Because at the end of the day, just like some of y'all interpretation of my video is like way apart from what I intended, if someone else provides that interpretation in the opposite direction, like if I'd have stumbled upon a statement like saying, here's why you should never go to college, and got into that chat or a comment section, I'd have probably had a different response being like, well, look, you cannot undermine the fact that college is yada, 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 and there's value there. And like, you know, your loan situation. Like I just had this conversation with a young man the other day, like literally bought some shoes. And the young man was like, I'm not really sure what I want to do. I don't think I want to go to college. I'm not sure. And I was like, why? Why don't you? First thing I did before starting to lecture him was why? Why don't you want to go to college? Why is college not looking like a thing for you? Which is, again, a big problem there. He explained essentially, college seems expensive. I'm not a huge fan of school, and I don't know if it has any value for me. And so my response to him was, okay, here's what you can do. Number one, handle your business in the classroom in high school, and you'll probably be in a position, if the high school is what I think it is, to take some college courses while you're still in high school. Then if you're really worried about like the cost of college, go to a community college or JUCO and clear out as many credits as possible before finishing your degree at a major four-year university. Now that will probably cut a lot of the possible costs for college for you, where it won't be nearly as big of a problem. But if you still really don't want to go to college, like if that's him really, my job isn't to convince him to go to college, because he's going to go to college and fail and waste money. And he would be better off joining the workforce in some meaningful way. So no, the college one size fits all thing is not a thing I'm going to, that thing for me and my platform, because I feel like it's got enough room. It's got enough room on the table in terms of like takes that are in social media.
Okay, but then how do you engage with like white supremacy and the lack of power Black people have in a system if you're telling us we don't have? The only way to attain power for us, for most of us, is through college. Economic power, I'm talking, and mobility. Like it's not the truth, and if you say it, it would be a lie, that we Black people, Black men in particular, are going to gain any kind of political, social, economic power by just going into the workforce without an education for upward mobility.
Excuse me. No, I disagree with that. Economic power is pretty much a non-starter. Like we just don't have the numbers. I've talked about this in a multitude of videos, like the whole like black people have $1 trillion of buying power, like that's bullshit. That's not a real.
No, yeah, I agree with you.
Real.
That's foolishness. Yeah.
So if we're saying the best thing for you to do is like to really uplift black people, it's not economic power in isolation. It's communal power. It's healthcare. It's political power, and all those things don't.
Are we gonna get any of those if we're not in college?
Organizing. I went to
wait. Who will be our doctors and teachers? You said
the ones that go to college.
Don't we need more? You're making the argument that
I don't know. I think we do need more, and we'll get those as we get
to college. No, some of us.
We will put right now what we're doing.
No. Some of us need to suck it up and go to college. Some of us do. We need to become teachers. Some of us need to suck it up and become lawyers and doctors. Not all of us. It's probably easier for a black man to become a doctor than it is to be a rapper, a rapper that makes money, right? It is frustrating because, like, the people that I look to uplift black people are the leftists. I don't look to anyone else. So when I hear leftists like, oh, I'm just going to provide soft job. No, I'm not saying tough love. We do actually need black men to be in school. We need black men to become the intellectuals, the writers, the professors.
We have black. We
need more. We need more. We need a lot more.
We need more. So how do we? So let's have this conversation. How do we get those black men into college? Let's get away from debating that this is something. So I think we both agree we need more. I think the conversation is most fruitful if we both share our ideas and match our ideas against each other. And how do we get those more black men into college?
Stop providing cover for them in their excuses not to go. While I do agree that racism, all right, see, then don't ask me, because you just don't want, like, you don't like my ideas.
I just disagree. No, I want to finish sharing you, but I'm sorry, I just don't, I really don't.
I think that one of the worst things the good men can do is provide cover for the bad behaviors or the quote unquote bad men in the community. One of the things that we cannot do is sorry, you can respond. I won't forget.
No, because I will forget what you're saying if I'm not actively listening. So this is a selfish me. This is me selfishly wanting to focus.
So that's one bucket. The second part is when it comes to school, there is an expectation that needs to be met that we are supposed to go to school. That if we don't go to school, go to higher education, then we're the odd one out. Not that it's wrong, because obviously there are alternatives to school, but the expectation is that we go to school, right? And I think if we can create this culture where people feel like they can go to school, do well, and recognize that, no, it's not about someone having a super high IQ or some foolishness like that. It's hard work. It's a very specific kind of work, and you too can do it because none of the people who are there are better than you. If we can convince black men of that, I think we could change. Like, obviously, this is internally, this is on an individual level, and we still have a system problem that we need to fight. But we are not about to win against the system. We're not going to change policies and laws without the people to write the policies for us, without the teachers to teach the boys.
Yeah, that I want to focus on.
Sorry,
I want to focus on the parts you said before, because I feel like the thing that we've always struggled with is that I think the two main thrusts that you just presented kind of conflict with each other. Not logically, right? In your head, maybe they don't, but in reality, in practice, they actually do. Which is that if you don't provide cover, which I would interpret as understanding, empathy, and like I can leave it there. If you don't provide understanding and empathy for the reason why some black men make the decision not to go to college, you're never going to find a way to convince them to do otherwise.
Oh, I'm pro empathy. I am pro empathy.
So what is cover then to you?
Excuses without engaging with the
I don't think that's the same thing. Like, go back to the comment section of my video and look at the comments from the black men.
Well, I have.
Saying,
They're like,
I
"Oh my
know how
God,
this feels."
thank you so much. Thank you, FD. You reflected so
They
great.
feel
I
seen.
don't go to school. Yay! No, go to school.
but no, that's not. Do you have children? Or like, are you in community? Like, do you help raise any children in any capacity? Are you
Oh
Uncle
yes,
Themis to
and
anyone?
yes, and they know they come to Uncle Themis when they have their plans laid out, and they go to school, and they expect to go to school, and I expect nothing less of them. They're going to school.
All right. Well, they will come to Uncle FD when they're trying to figure it out, when they need understanding, when they're trying to make sense of a situation with school that conflicts with the reality they're actually presented with. And that's kind of the problem here, is that you're asking these people who we both agree are already facing a multitude of barriers to resources and environmental barriers and psychological barriers, some of which are self-imposed. You're asking them, hey, fuck all that. You got to go to school. For me, in my specific position, to not provide cover and empathy for the fact that those things exist. This is a bootstraps argument. You may not realize
it is a bootstrappy sort of argument. Yes, I agree. You're going to have to pull yourself up by the bootstrap, yes, even though it's not going to be enough, right? And even when I think about
some of them don't have bootstraps though, Themis. That's the whole problem with the boot. That's a straight up Martin Luther King quote.
Yeah. That's the critique of it, but you just pointed out that more men are graduating. You pointed that out. I've also known this, right, from high school. So it's not that they can't, it's that they are graduating. They can do the work. I believe if you can graduate high school, you can also go to college and do some major. You can do your work, whatever. The issue that I have is that Black women, from my perspective, you said you look at it as a grid. I too look at it as a grid. And the way that I see intersectionality is that when I was in school, it was easier for me to move and navigate through uni than pretty much every single Black woman there. Not only were they there by themselves, they were single mothers raising children, still going to school. They had no money, still going to school. There was one person that I don't want to bring up, but here it is, who I gave her my apartment, moved back home, went back and forth, and she still went to school. It is weird for me to hear men complain about, oh my God, it's so difficult, and men need more to go to school. No, they don't. Black people need more to go to school, but you're not comparing Black men to Black women in terms of struggle. Black women go to school with a lot of baggage. Black men don't even have that kind of baggage. Like maybe it's psychological, yes, police brutality, all of that, but Black women are faced with real, and not that Black men aren't, real day-to-day issues. Black men day-to-day issues, not the same. When you have a child, that is a lifetime issue that you have to deal with, particularly if you're a single mother. They were still going to school. So it's very difficult for me to just accept, oh yeah, these men just can't go to school.
Well, it's a different set of challenges. And this is really the core problem, is that this is the concern trolling thing I'm talking about. I feel like you're like the way you're coming off right now. If I were not me, right? If I were the young man I met at the sneaker store, I wouldn't want to talk to you about the challenges I'm facing and the reasons why I'm not going to school, because you don't actually seem genuinely concerned in getting me to college. You seem more concerned and invested in shaming me for not doing it.
Okay,
and I can't express that enough. That is a failed project that we've been doing for a long time.
Maybe you are the one who is supposed to do it, because I am not going to cuddle you and make you feel good about your decision to not do something that you obviously have the potential and capacity to do. Like it's just not going to happen.
Right? Maybe me, but Themis,
are they going to do it with an investment? Because you said they all have the same resources in the classroom, but they don't take advantage of it. Or did I mishear you earlier?
Well, so what do you mean? Are they going to do it with investment?
So
are Black men who are invested earlier?
Yeah, I understand shaming someone might not want to, but even with an actual investment without the shame, would they take advantage of something?
Yeah, it happens all. That's what I was talking about. So I showed a clip of this school in Chicago. It's an all Black boys school, charter school. I don't know what's up with it now, but like for like a 4 or 5 year period, this all black school had a 100% college acceptance rate for every child in that school. You know what I'm saying? The school my children go to, similar thing with their black boys, and they're taking some of the boys out the mud, like literally out the projects, and they're giving them the same resources that the types of kid that my kids have, and they're seeing great results. So this is just factually sound that when you give the resources necessary, it's that classic. Remember the equity, equality, the people looking at watching baseball meme. Do you remember that? Let me see if I can pull it up.
I'm very young. So the resource thing
I'm about to pull this shit up
because I feel like the black boys and girls are in the same household.
But so you are you gonna come out your mouth right now and tell me that they're having the same experience in that household?
They have the what?
That they're having the same experience in that household?
No, the black moms, they feed their girls, and the black boys are locked in the basement and tortured.
And I don't think that's it at all. Actually, I think the black moms, and y'all know this, and the women in the chat, they might hate me, but they're gonna be lies if they don't agree with me. The women are told that they have to go out there and be able to take care of themselves and go get their degree, so they don't have to depend on no man. And
I know you're not
sure
about
that,
to say this after you said that it's not just an issue with us not telling boys to go to college.
All right.
It's not just that issue, but we're talking about in the household. I'm talking about the tradition of infantilizing black men. Do we not infantilize black men, Prince Petty and Themis?
So it is an issue with just telling them. I do believe that.
Wait. Are you saying we cuddle black men too much?
And that is a real thing about how black boys are treated in the household by their parents and their communities.
You and I just, before Petty came in, you and I were just having a fight about how vicious I am and I don't cuddle them enough. Essentially, I'm not as graceful for them and we need that. But then you're using the reverse argument against Petty.
Because it's two different situations. We're talking about macro and micro. We're talking about what's happening to this black boy in his household, in the interpersonal relationship in the home.
No, we were talking about micro also, because you said if a boy came up to me, they wouldn't want to talk to me because I'm too mean.
No. Yes, that's still true. Which part of what I'm saying is false?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you're saying we don't cuddle them enough when it comes to me. And then when you go to Petty, you say, oh, we cuddle them too much.
I'm talking about specifically, I'm talking about black mother-son relationships. That is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about households where there are boys and girls being raised in the same home and the differences in messages that they're getting from the parental figures. Now that can vary across situations, school, sports, the greater community, your whole family. That can vary. That boy can be getting a multitude of different messages, but it is a known thing that, what is it, black girls are raised, black boys are loved? I don't remember the phrase.
I thought the research indicated that it wasn't the household that indicates how the boy would turn out. It was more the community. Like, even
I don't know what research you're speaking to. I think any research that's on like predicting outcomes for college and success is probably going to be some type of matrix where it's like this much household, this much community, this much environment, whatever. Like, I don't know if there's any one thing that's going to say that.
The study there was a longitudinal study done by Stanford, Yale, I think Harvard was included, but some of the top researchers over a span of 40 years, and they found that regardless of if you have parents in the home, that's not the issue. It's about the community that the people were invested in. So if there's a lot of fathers around who stayed, then boys will have role models to look up to, versus if you have a father but in a community where there's not a bunch of fathers, regardless of how much you try, the community impact far outweighs that of the individual parents that is raising the child.
Okay, I misunderstood.
This sounds about right, but I don't.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Sorry, I didn't remember the argument y'all were making.
Pull up the thing. I put in the. I don't know if I can do it. So I need you to do it. This is a classic. No.
I know.
Petty, you've never seen this before? Or something like this?
Yeah, no, we see it. I've seen it.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what this means in relation to. So, are you saying black men should get this higher box?
Some of them, yeah, they might need it. They might need the higher box. That's probably our best bet if we're trying to get more black men into college.
What if they're just kneeling? What if they're just kneeling?
Then we probably need to give the box to another boy.
All right. And I think most black men are just kneeling, not because there is.
And that's what makes it concern trolling.
No. It's not concern trolling. It is. I actually believe black men have the capacity to go in school and do well. Some of the best writing that I have ever seen when I was an RE came from black men who talk about they want to be rappers for no reason. And they've been told that
But they're in college, though, theme is. Like,
yeah, they didn't do well in college. They wanted to be rappers. They dropped out of college.
Okay, so if they dropped out of college, and that's some okay. So like, I feel like this is no pun intended, getting a little petty. So
no, it's not petty. They were good.
Like
students. They didn't know they were good students, right? And obviously, I was doing my own work, so I didn't really invest maybe the way that I should have invested in them. But no, but I had to go.
So first off, everybody dreams of being a big, like who was not dreaming about being a big star, being rich, or being a rapper, being power, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, that's dope. That is not the most popular job for, I think, Gen Z was wanting to be a YouTuber, and that's across racial lines. Everybody's trying to start they influencer bag, and they drop shipping business off of Instagram or something. Like, so like I don't begrudge boys who grew up watching rappers be the most celebrated stars in the world be like, yeah, but not me. I'm not interested in that. That's hooey. Like, no, I'm not gonna make that a focal point of this conversation. The problem isn't is the representation in the media for what black men are good at and can do a problem? Sure. Is it what we need to like focus on to address the issue? No,
I think you should fight against it like you've had. I've seen many a video where you are pointing out the stereotype, the hypermasculinity of black men and how they need to be. You can do it, and more people can do it. I do it differently, and you disagree, obviously, with the way that I do it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I do. And I think that's the gist of the video, is that, and that's kind of what frustrated me, is because I think you could have watched the video and have been charitable to me and say,
"Oh, I was charitable. I defended you."
You defended me at times when it was like dead wrong, and I do appreciate that. I want to acknowledge that. But there were so many moments where I'm literally in the middle of a statement, and you pause the statement.
What have I not been charitable to you? Like, what have I misunderstood?
So actually, this is slightly off topic, but I'm gonna be real. This is the one that annoyed me the most. The talking to white people slander.
Oh, let's do this. That annoyed me. I think
it really did. I was like, whoa, Demas is not giving me any coverage at all here, and it really thinks I did a Sam. You compared me to Sam Acho. That's what you were talking about? The Nigerian that said he can go.
Like, why do you make it seem his name talking to white people? Like, wait, what?
Can we watch? I want you to watch the trailer.
What is it? Put it in the private chat. Because that was insane to me. I was like, that was confusing to me. That's not something that I thought you would do.
Right. There we go.
Mind you, I have nothing problem with you talking to white people at all.
Yeah, but you very much recontextualize it as a conversation that it wasn't. And I feel like if you watch the trailer, you'll get a better idea as to what the video, the piece.
Yeah, maybe I will apologize right now. Then
this summer, one man will bridge the gap.
I thought that was my shit for a second. I was like, what the fuck? Petty, I did not know your voice.
Had some issues with race.
White people.
White people.
White people.
White people.
White people.
White people, I love you.
I'm white and 35.
Is this an African-American woman or is that a Caucasian woman?
I would say that visibly she would be identified as white by people who see her.
What is a white person? Well,
To be white means all slurs are funny.
People ask me, are you white? I say, it depends on the month, I guess.
Are you white?
Yeah, I would say so. You don't think so? When you look at me on YouTube, you don't think I'm a white guy?
join famously wealthy YouTuber FD Signifier.
I just had so much hope for the white race because of you. So to know that you're like cosplaying as a white guy, white fishing, it did hurt.
As he navigates the white experience.
You know, you got the vibes. You give off some of the vibes. It's not a compliment.
Yeah, is anti-white rhetoric real?
Yeah.
When I see comments of people saying, I'm white and I liked this video and stuff like that, I'm like, shut up, dude.
Surprisingly enough, he does this by.
Thank God I ain't white. I could say nigga. Nigga, yeah, I'm black. I could say nigga.
Oh, wait. I like the last joke.
Nigga, real nigga. Bitch,
Oh, they're not put it in this.
fake nigga.
Okay, no, it's not in this. Never mind. So what is that about? Is that Sam Macho?
I have no clue. I don't know what I
That
got.
is exactly what I thought it was going to be. That is insane.
That's exactly what you thought it was going to be?
That is insane to me that you thought this was cute. That is insane. Mind you, one of the things that I'm telling you to your face, I have gotten dragged through all kinds of YouTube streets in my Discord on TikTok defending you because I said one of the things that I liked about FD is that he's not playing into this. Let me explain whiteness and talk to white people in a very specific way, cuddle white people, and like present blackness to white people in a very specific Archo that guy way.
Okay.
This is that.
So pause for a second. When has Acho so I am not explaining blackness in this video.
No, you are presenting yourself in I am black speaking to white people. There is a barrier, and I'm going to breach this barrier. We are going to talk about things because you're white and I'm black.
That's not really what it is, though. It's half of the video is me roasting white people. It's a comedy. So let me tell you the full scope of what the eventual project will hopefully be and what this started at. The audience is white people.
Okay, that's what I
and black people don't want to laugh at. Black people don't want to laugh at. Most everyone, but the audience is white people. Yeah.
All right.
See, this is like the first thing I've made explicitly for them in a while. So it started out as a video that was gonna be like, what is a white person? Remember that? What is a woman from whatever the dude's name is? And so the idea I had, the David Water guy. The idea I had was to essentially break down the fact that whiteness doesn't exist and that every white person is basically just racist, right? And so I started interviewing white people. The cameras change. But if you're paying attention and if you kind of caught the subtext, almost everybody I talked to in the video is not actually white. And that gets at the point that whiteness is a construct. And I'm asking them to explain how they're white versus these other people. Is that you kind of get what?
Yeah, but that I can agree.
I don't understand.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I mean whiteness, color as a social construct, real or not, it is very consequential. So that Hassan might not be white in certain spaces doesn't change the fact that in others he might be, and that comes with a kind of privilege. Like, yeah. I again, you said it was not for me. But that's also the problem. I thought I was going to bring it up, but I wasn't because I was very confused. I'm still very confused as to why you would do something.
I guess I don't. What I'm confused as to why you think. So when Sam Acho did it, he was explaining black people to white people. You know what I'm saying? That was his thing. It's like I'm going to teach white people how to not be racist by explaining.
There's a book. There's a book called.
Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, let me just say the whole point, and then you give me your critique. The whole point of this, as I hopefully envision it when it's a full project, is to essentially be a mocking of Sam Macho. And so maybe I'm doing satire too well, right? It's like if the satire is too good, you can't tell the difference between the two. So maybe that's the situation. But like, the point is not to explain racism and blackness to white people and tell them how they don't understand us. The point is to explain white and racism to them where they don't even understand themselves.
So you want to explain racism to the inventors of racism, period.
They don't even know how that, they don't even know what racism is. And they don't know what their position is. They know what to do. It's like reflexive to them. Like like halfway through, I do this conversation about this Japanese guy that applied to the courts to be white.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, why wasn't he allowed to be white? Because he was Japanese. I'm giving away the whole thing. But do you get, so you're, I'm interested because this hasn't done. So I do want to actually hear, like, what is it that you're struggling with?
It is not you, it's me. I'm
interested to hear it. Because go ahead.
Go ahead, Petty. I think Petty was.
Do the white people talk more? I thought they were going to, based on the trailer. I don't know how much they actually speak during the whole movie.
It's a back and forth conversation. It's like interviews.
I was expecting more of a, I don't know if you watched our original stream, but I was expecting like a, you know, as a white person, I too do racism, even though I'm progressive. And there are still microwaves that I held the door open for a black woman the other day. And I realized that there was internal misogyny because I thought she couldn't do it because she's a woman. But then I realized there's internal racism because I thought she couldn't do it because she was black. And so I too, and as a progressive,
I'm sure a little bit.
That's in there actually.
That's a little bit. You can't talk to white liberals and them not do that. That's like a thing they do.
Wait, white liberals? I thought they were progressives. Not progressive. Leftists.
Some are leftists, some are liberals, one guy is probably a little right wing, in fact.
Okay,
so it's kind of like a spectrum.
I thought they were fighting, but I haven't taken my economics class yet, so I don't know why they're fighting.
Well, the leftists and liberals are, but they're not talking to each other, they're talking to me.
Okay. All right. Well, no thoughts, no comments.
Demas, you're muted.
Sorry. So hopefully I answered enough.
If it's just not for you, I guess I have to acknowledge that. But I do want to, I guess, find a through line between Sam Mancho and anti-Sam Mancho. And if, you would have to watch the whole thing, I guess. I'll send you a link and you can really, if you want to give me notes, I will take that as a person who is skeptical of it.
All right. I think that, so if to that extent, I don't want to police other people's content because no one polices mine. I think that the way that we engaged with the education, I find it troubling. I think that it reminds me of these like cocktail parties. Unfortunately, I've been to one or two where people who believe themselves to be progressive look down on Black people. And there's this idea that, oh, they just can't do it. And I think, hopefully, aren't reinforcing those ideas, because regardless of what people feel about me and whether or not I don't come off very good. I think when it comes to talking to people, I'm very blunt, hopefully, and straightforward, but it doesn't mean I hate anyone. And it is sad because as an immigrant, I know that I'm here on the backs of Black people who worked and created this system and fought. And so within the system, I refuse to engage in any kind of like argumentation that I am more special in any way than Black boys who are dropping out of school and not going to school to further their education and not being able to see the importance of school. And I do think we're doing a disservice, particularly foreign man. I was very deeply concerned with the fact that foreign man essentially said, don't go to school, come take my YouTube course. That is interesting.
So, and that's I really struggle with that. We didn't finish that. Because I feel like for the sake of yours, maybe it's your bluntness, maybe it's I would argue it's a lack of charitability. But I feel like you have shown a habit at this point when it comes to engaging with progressive Black male content of only interpreting them through the Black manosphere lens. I found another example of this that I took a note for. Can I pull that one out real quick?
You can, but before you do, no, I don't look at it through the Black manosphere lens. I do juxtapose that which the manosphere says and what you say, and see if they're completely at odds or they're in alignment. But because you're in alignment doesn't make it wrong. What makes it wrong is that it's wrong. Or I need to prove that it's wrong. So I've never taken anyone's content and say, oh, that's manosphere, done with it. Or that's divester.
Yeah, and I don't know if you do that per se, like explicitly. So the example I wanted to pull out in the video that in question, 1 hour, 19 minutes and 33 seconds. Can you go back to your video y'all did of me? I guess that was yesterday, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Is the manosphere talking about Black men in college?
I don't know. I don't be paying attention to them niggas. I'll be honest with you. Like I'm barely checked in these days. That bothers you, Prince Petty?
Oh,
that's what time stamp?
1 hour, 19 minutes and 30, let's say 30-ish seconds.
Thought you were saying for this specific video, so I was like, huh?
I'll do it there. But in the job market, what shifted? Are you saying Black men have never been providers? Like, what? Mind you, if you say this, he's going to be mad. He's going to be mad if you say we've never been providers by and large. But that's the argument.
You can pause it there, Themis. Themis, when have I ever made that argument? Is that not a Black manosphere argument you are putting in my mouth? When have I ever made the argument? That
No. But by the way, I said you would be mad. I'm not saying that I know for a fact. This is an assumption. So if I say Black men have never been providers in America, how would you respond to that?
I would ask you to explain what you mean by that, but I would
they have never been financial providers in the home.
I would point out that that's pretty much true. Black people as a whole have never organized their households in the same way that white people have. And I've said this on several occasions and in several pieces of content.
No. You have said specifically that Black men did not abandon their homes and that they were trying their best. So yes, you never said it explicitly, but yes, I will say that. Unlike you, who refuse to concede, I'll concede that that is an assumption I made about your politics and what you would be willing to say. But if you said Black men have never been providers, and period, in America, I didn't know you would say that.
And so
I assumed you would.
Yeah, you was, and what I'm trying to present to you, I don't know. Like I have a whole list of
no, you can give that. I never said this is definitively your position.
You know,
I didn't know you agreed with me.
5140. I was in Ubers for hours. I'm traveling. So I was watching and saying,
wait. No. But then if you agree with me, then how do you make this claim that it is disrupting the gender dynamics? If Black men have never been providers.
I was saying that, so just because Black men have never been providers doesn't mean they don't aspire to, and that they have a certain image in their head as to how a provider behaves and what that looks like, et cetera,
that's fine. They can have whatever image
we
have on in
there's
our
a disruption.
head.
Yeah. So there's a disruption of.
Sorry, continue. Finish your full
sentence.
There's a pause.
There's a disruption of the way Black men in general, but Black men specifically for here, think about gender. Just the fact that like 10 years, like right now, if a dude came in here and said, hey, females, immediately alarms would go up, right? You'd be like, who's calling women females in 2025?
But there's a handful of niggas that's still doing that, because in 2005 that was perfectly fine. In
Wait.
2015,
That's not responsive though. If you believe that black men have never been providers, then this new thing, this change in women going to school, getting educated, and whatever, would not change anything about the black women, black men dynamic if black men have never been providers.
no. If I'm not mistaken, here I'm just saying that I think I'm talking about the fact that college. The problem with college for a lot of men is that I think I talk about late capitalism. This is me talking about bell hooks and shit. Is that men are kind of going through some shit that a lot of these dudes aren't able to figure out, because what they're going through is like caused by patriarchy, and they're still trying to preserve patriarchy in the process. So
yes, but that would have been true all through American history. So
no, that's not true at all. No, all through American history. So all through American history, men as a whole have sought to be providers.
Men. No.
Black men have black men have sought to be providers, and being a provider has been sold to them.
No, you can start. No. You can seek to be whatever you want to be. You can seek to be a bird if you want.
Right.
It has never happened.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. So
okay, so nothing in the gender dynamics changed for black men.
The gender many things have changed. Many things have changed. Many things have changed. So right now, even the providers, even the high value black men, a lot of their wives still work. That's a change, right?
That's fine. But
so
as a general matter, black men have not shifted in their gender role or gender dynamics. Therefore, nothing in terms of
that's not true. That's not true at all. Like literally what women desire from men is different in 2025 than it was in 1975. In 1975,
not from black men, not from black men, not from black men. Definitely not about.
This is. I wish I had some research on hand for this one. I'd have dug more into it. But no, this is a well-known thing that as a whole, because of the education of women, because women in education was not a thing in the 1950s. Essentially, women were going to school for like home economics and stuff. Like women's colleges were basically farms for building better wives. When women actually entered colleges and the workforce in the 70s, because of the second wave feminist movement, and entered the workforce, and we had no-fault divorces, and women got to start to actually set terms for their relationships and didn't have to depend on a man to be sustained. That changed the gender dynamic, because up until that point,
for the general population.
Yes, for everyone.
Black men have never been the provider, so the provider.
But that doesn't mean they weren't aspiring to do that. That a handful of them were.
You keep using aspiring as an excuse. They can still aspire to do it now.
It's not excuse. We're not arguing about whether or not black men have ever been providers. So can we agree on that?
No, we are, because that is sorry, I think when I conceded this point, you didn't understand why I would concede it in the context of your video. Because if I concede that point that, yeah, I made this assumption about you, and you were saying, I've never stated that. Therefore, in a patriarchy, where these men are supposed to, quote unquote, provide and protect, whatever that means, right? Black men weren't able to either provide or protect. Point blank, period.
Yes.
The issue, if you concede to that,
as a whole.
Nothing about that, yeah, as a whole, like obviously within different homes, whatever. If you concede to that, then your argument here that the gender dynamics shifted because women are getting—
That is not the only gender dynamic, Themis. That's ridiculous.
No.
That's a gender dynamic.
I agree that's not the only, but to pretend that that's not the main premise for what this conversation was about is strange to me. That's what the ability to provide, education, whatever that is, this is what we were talking about here.
So, but it is the main premise. So follow me for a second. In 19 after the Warren Court era in the late 1970s, 80s, whatever, if a black man got a college degree, he would get a very good job.
Yeah,
and be able to easily provide for a family. Whatever percent it was back then, maybe 30, 35%. It's like 27% now. But that higher percentage back then, that black man would have had no student loans. Can you cut this? I'm kind of being disoriented. Can you minimize this for a second? I was really felt like I was communicating better when it was us three on the screen. Yeah, sorry about that.
When there were no student loans, when general studies degree could get you a job at a factory or a chemical plant, where you could buy a house for $40,000, et cetera, that particular Black man who made it, it was again still rare, could easily be a provider in that economy at that point in time. He was such a good provider. A lot of these niggas provided for 2 or 3 women and didn't tell each other, didn't tell them. And we know this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then over the next, then over the next decade or so, the results of second wave feminism set in, and women could go out and get it on their own. They could go out and get a job on their own. They didn't have to deal with a man playing a patriarch in their home. They could say, you know what, I'm good enough for my own personal.
Have never had to do that.
Black women have never had to do that at scale, but yes, Black women have always done that. Black women have
we're
always
talking about
played.
At scale. We're talking about generally here.
So Black women have never. So you're saying, let me make sure I understand, that Black women
have always been in the labor force, and
Black women have always been in the labor force, yes,
financially.
But Black women. So being in the labor force as a a day laborer. So a lot of Black women did home jobs for white families, right? That they would still, like, Black women were still working while Black men were still working before then, and that's the thing I think you're missing. Is that when we talk about Black women who always participate in the workforce, they weren't Black women that were doctors and lawyers back in the 70s like that. They were participating in the workforce in menial jobs, just like the Black.
I don't understand the argument you're making here, because I'm saying that they were never providers. You conceded to that, so Black women had to work. Now that we have,
but Black women had to work along with the Black men they were in houses with.
Yeah, and similarly now.
Yes, but they aspired to find that one Black man who could provide for a family because of his college degree, and she didn't have to work. That was a short window between, I don't know, again, the 70s and let's say the early 90s. That was a thing for a handful of Black women that they aspired to. That was something they couldn't even aspire to before the Warren Court era, affirmative action, civil rights movement, etc. And what I'm saying is they went from knowing they had to work in a household with a Black man that may or may not have treated them right, that may or may not have been a good partner, and all these other negative things that were possible that we know happened in the 50s, 60s, and 70s because of patriarchy, to feeling like, well, if I'm gonna deal with that anyway, at least maybe I can find one of these handful of Black men that went to college and be a provider because of a college degree. They went from that to, by the 80s and 90s, being like, I can do this on my own. I can become a provider on my own. I can have a lifestyle where I can really take care of myself and my children on my own without the need for a man at all. And a lot of what I'm saying, so in this particular case, the same gender dynamic change is a bunch of other things, but we're focusing on this.
Wait. Are you saying it's easier today for Black women to provide for themselves on their own than it was back then?
Yes. Tell me you don't disagree with that.
I'm trying to figure out, because I think it's a lot more expensive to live. Black women getting more degrees make it easier. But in the absence, so Black women still want to be partnered with Black men in particular. So it does, when you say, oh, they just can do it by themselves, sure, but they're not rejecting Black men because they can do it by themselves.
No, but what's happening to those Black men, and y'all talk about this, didn't y'all just, I be in here lurking. Y'all talk about this all the time, Themis, where like you have, didn't you just, like something with a church just like a couple days ago? I didn't watch this one too tough, but it sounded like this woman dealt with this man cheating because he was a provider.
Yeah,
right.
Well, no, because she was a provider. She was the one providing, and he was still cheating.
What was it? Sis stand up in that one of the phrases?
Yeah, well, yeah,
that is not okay. I don't know.
But even in that example, it's not like Black women still willing.
That was a bad tangent.
Example now. No, you can't.
That was a bad example. But no, let me explain how the dynamics change. I talked about this in the video. So there are still men, and I know this about the manosphere niggas. The whole high value male thing was a manosphere talking point
because those men wanted to become high value men because they realized that if they became that, then they would still be able to completely set the terms in their intimate partnerships with Black women. And the only reason they feel that is because it used to be that if a Black man worked in a trunk, was a trucker, that would be so much within the context of engaging with a Black woman that he could set the terms of that relationship. But now that trucker might be dating a nurse or a lawyer or a school principal or something else. This is why the talking point of Black men is the Black manosphere is like, oh, these women too worried about their degrees, worried about their education.
Wait, so
they're wanting women. Let me finish.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying the gender dynamics that's changing is Black men are recognizing that even the menial provider status that they could have, the contributor status that they used to be able to rely on, let alone the provider status, is not good enough to set the terms of their intimate relationships. And because women can make a conscious choice. Do I enter into a partnership with a man that I don't think has great elements to him? Or do I go on out my own? And before, going on your own meant being in poverty. And now it might mean being a CNA and being a nurse assistant or teacher or principal, etc.
Okay. I did not want to make this argument because I didn't know if you were going to push back on this argument. So ultimately, you're saying Black men cannot control Black women with finances, at least their contribution financially. And what? Because of that, what?
Well, that changes the gender dynamic. That's patriarchy not working like it used to.
Better.
That makes it better. What makes what better? What does that
make it better? That you as a man can control a woman with finance. Wouldn't that make it the gender dynamics better?
I mean, if you're anti-feminist, maybe, but like to me, no, I don't think it's good that men seek to control their women financially.
Yeah, so that now that women can control their finances, it should be better for the community.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, there's like so many statistics that says that that's good. Yeah.
What's the problem? Because it's not. We're arguing that it's not. That Black men are rejecting this and opting out of school because of this, and they can't do anything, and blah blah blah.
Well, the problem is like, what is the problem in terms of like, how does this connect to them not going to college?
Oh, yes. But a bigger question too. Well, answer that because that's what we're talking about. But we were arguing just now that nothing changed, so we should see the same outcome. And you were saying, no, it changed. You were saying it changed. And I'm saying, okay, since you are going to make the actual argument on how it changed, I agree with you that it changed. Women now have more options. Fine. Love that. Now that that's the case, what's the problem with men? Now that women have options.
Patriarchy.
Okay. So Black men need to stop dealing with patriarchy and try to control women.
Yeah.
All right. So why are you mad at me? I feel like then my content is perfectly fine.
Well, sometimes but that's not what the conversation has been about. You didn't mention patriarchy like one time reviewing my video.
No, not on your video. Like my content generally.
Well, your content in general is kind of rage baiting. It's rage bait. Like having fun.
I've never rage.
A lot of it is rage. A lot of it is rage. You want me to come read some of your titles of your videos?
Oh, is that what rage baiting? Well, what? We'll read one.
It's rage baiting. It's rage baiting when you go and you pick out like wild ass stories about a particular person. I just released a rage bait video about Shannon Sharpe.
But you can't say my content is rage baiting and then say, oh, it's the. I thought you meant like my content, not like the thumbnail or whatever.
Well, no, the content as a whole is designed to evoke angry emotions at the subject being discussed.
Nope, it's not.
A lot of your content is that.
Nope, never done that. I have never intentionally tried to make a group of people angry, unless I'm on TikTok for intentionally fighting with people.
Well, this is just a difference in perspective, so I don't even know.
I mean, that's fine. Before you said you had more, I had a question for you though. What do we need to do to Black boys? What help do Black boys need? Because I gave you what I thought, but you didn't give me. What are we not? Specifically,
need to
who and what is holding Black men back, and sort of
We
how
need
we help Black men.
we need mass education around gender in the Black community as a whole, so that we can try as best as we can to disabuse ourselves of the desire to want to reinforce patriarchal gender roles in the home. And those patriarchal gender roles hurt everyone. And specifically for Black boys, it creates this false, what's the word? This like false choice between, you know, I'm either good enough to go to college and be one of the smart ones, or I gotta hit the streets or be a hustler or a rapper. Because when you have that false dichotomy, a lot of it is bent on, in what situation will I be seen as a man? I may not be seen as a man if I'm just a trucker. I may not be to attain manhood if I'm just working at AutoZone, you know what I'm saying, or doing something that is menial like labor. I need to be a baller or a boss, or people will not respect me as a man. They will not see me as valuable. And that starts like in adolescence, right?
Wait.
So
no, I'm sorry.
So we disabuse. So number one, we disabuse. We actively work to resist the reproduction of patriarchy in the Black home. After that, we need to. I think after we do that, so much of the other stuff is going to be a lot easier. But we are going to need to provide. Going back to that equity, that box, we're going to have to give some of these boys tall boxes, as many as possible, as many tall boxes as we can do without taking them away from other people that need them as well. At scale, or, you know, scaling up over time, whatever it is, we need to provide as much support as possible for them to make it through school, make it through grade school and high school and into college, so that it's not a miracle that they make it to the end. Because for a lot of these boys and for these women, that's one thing like I think is weird, is that like you kind of pointed this out. Every Black woman that makes it through school with those challenges is a miracle too. It's just more of them, but it's not even that much more. I think it's like a 10% gap between Black women and Black men who complete college, right? So it's not like that's indicative of what the challenge is. And although that gap is significant and has detrimental effects, like a lot, I feel like I'm hearing, and this may not be you, but when people present that back to me, they present it back as if the gap is like 40-50%. And that like the system works so easily for all these Black women, when in reality, so many Black women are getting caught up on the same shit the Black men are. Right?
Yeah,
The vast majority of them.
But that's the problem. For me, I recognize that racism and sexism disproportionately obviously affects Black women. And so often when I talk to progressives in particular, there is an unwillingness to acknowledge how sexism affects Black women. And we say, oh, it's just different. And difference in this way is about, oh, Black men just have it harder. It's just really more difficult.
I don't like the have it harder part, but I will say that the results of the way the barriers interact with across gender, it leads to different results. So there are more Black men in jail. There are more Black men being murdered. Like that's just a numbers game. Of course, there's going to be less Black men to close that 10% gap.
But we are also
like you're asking. Are you asking me who is murdered? Is not a part of the question. You're asking me why the numbers aren't the same. So
yeah,
yes,
but
they're being murdered by other Black boys.
Be the same. Like we won't see the same kind of suspension when boys commit like violation of issues in school more than girls. Like boys tend to commit more crimes than men, not girls. Men and women.
Boys are criminalized more than men than girls, right?
Boys tend to be more criminal than girls.
Nah. Criminalized. That's a very important distinction.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
That is
men commit most of the crimes in
men commit
society.
Most of the crime, but that's a difference. There's a difference between committing a crime and being criminalized.
Yeah, are you saying they're wrongfully criminalized?
Wrongfully criminalized more than sure. Wrong. Are men wrongfully criminalized more than women?
Yeah, no, but men. Wait, are you actually thinking that women and men commit crimes at the same rate?
No, I said criminalized.
Yeah.
Are men adultified? Are women adultified more than men?
All right.
That should be an easy answer, Themis.
Are women adult? Yes, for women. I didn't know if you were talking about women generally or black women, but yes,
Black women are black women adultified more than black men? Absolutely.
Yes.
Does that mean black men are not adultified?
No, black men are also adultified.
Then what are we arguing about in terms of like crime versus criminalization?
Because if you understand that
it can happen
guys do this, and the sleight of hand is not that slight. It's very obvious when you say they're criminalized, it removes the action of the person being criminalized. Are you in fact a criminal? Now, are there some people who are criminalized who should not be? Yes. Is the system racist? Yes. But do we disproportionately unalive each other? Yes.
Yeah. These things are all right. Let me take it a different way. The male loneliness epidemic, that manosphere talking point shit, right? Do men commit suicide more than women?
Yes.
Do men attempt suicide more than women? Why?
I mean, men succeed. Why? There is research around whether or not we should talk about people who attempt suicide and didn't mean to do it, but I don't want to engage in that discussion.
I bring that up because it points out that gender changes the way people respond to difficulty in life. So a man is depressed, a woman is depressed. They both think they have suicidal ideation and decide they're going to end their life. The man uses a gun because guns are what men do to get things done. And he shoots himself in the head and he dies. The woman slits her wrists or takes a bunch of pills and is found or survives and has an opportunity to live beyond the depression she was in and thus survives later on in life. That is why that statistic is skewed. And there's research on that. You can look into it. It's because of how women choose to attempt suicide.
I do know. I've read Richard Reeves' write-up on this, and he's a degenerate also, just FYI. But his work around lonely men and the unaliving rate for white men in particular, talking about, men are just more violent, so they take this and they do that. Sure, that is fine. I don't understand the point being made if women also shoot themselves.
Women do also shoot themselves, but they're more likely to use non-gruesome means. Women are more likely to use the least lethal possible means to commit suicide, such as splitting their wrist or taking pills, overdosing.
Statistically, this is true.
So this is true, and those means make it less likely for them to succeed at completing suicide. And I apologize. I saw somebody say
but there is also writing here that I don't want to engage in about who was actually publicly talking about this and saying someone didn't want to do this is not right. So I don't want to engage in that. But let's just say,
but we can leave it alone. The whole point of me bringing that up is to point to how a problem exists. I approach that problem as a cis hetero straight black man. Cis hetero straight. I approach that problem as FD, and my wife will approach that problem as AJ. And the things I bring to the problem affect my gender, my age, my education level, etc. And same thing with her. And the way that problem interacts with what I bring to the table is not going to produce the same result to what my wife brings to the table, and that's based off gender. You see what I'm saying? So when we talk about we put black girls and black boys in the same exact classroom and with the same problems, the way that those girls respond is not gonna lead to the same exact result as the boys. The stimuli
are you thinking this is a biological difference?
No, it's a socialization difference. It's because of how patriarchy works in the classroom, outside the classroom, etc.
And so that's the problem. Then we need to figure out how to engage in a way that allows boys to understand you too can succeed in school. You might not.
That's not Themis. That's not the problem. That's why we're having this argument. Is because you keep coming back to that, and that is there. The problem is succeeding in school in a patriarchal late capitalist world does not have as much value as it used to. And so since patriarchy is the overarching value system for most men, these men are going to look at college with less value than they did before, and the number go down. So no, they aren't not realizing that college is valuable. We just had this whole conversation. For some of these men, for probably a chunk of the ones that are missing, in fact, I would argue that where the decrease is happening. For some of these men, they're recognizing that what they want out of life, what they want out of their intimate partnerships, what they want out of their economic status, and what college offers them does not add up anymore like it may have 20 years ago.
Wait, what? How do we get men to go to school?
So we get men to go to school by, I think I started with, we essentially neutralize patriarchy in the home. This patriarchy is first reproduced in the home. And then in the community.
Sorry, pause coming in. Are you saying we're not going to get men to go to school?
Not if we don't reduce patriarchy in the home and then start to provide
so if we don't
gender-based
patriarchy
resources
in the home, if we don't remove patriarchy from the home, men aren't going to school.
The numbers, if we can get rid of capitalism, and we probably will do both at the same time.
We have to get rid of capitalism and patriarchy before men go, all right, girls, go to school. These men ain't going to
know what you're doing, y'all.
These men ain't about to go to no school.
You are not. Or you know what you should do? You should tell them that school is valuable. And that'll get them to go to school. They just didn't know. They didn't know. That's why they're not doing it.
No, because you keep giving them excuses, and I think that telling us that it's almost like you're saying, do not come hard on men, because before we can tell men to go to school, we need to get rid of patriarchy and capitalism.
No. You asked me, how do we get more men? Like you asked me to give like my vision for how to do it, right?
No, but yes, your vision. But I'm saying, how do we? Let me use the word.
So what's a pragmatic approach to getting men to go to school? All right, there you go. So here's something that I think could legitimately be implemented without completely reimagining the resources at hand. So first, we do gender-based education for teachers, so that they understand we have them be the forefront of anti-patriarchal learning at the point of that re-education, so that they know how to not reinforce patriarchy in the classroom, so that they know how to not reinforce patriarchy in their children, in their students, and they are capable of counteracting when that shit pops up for everyone, right? That would benefit everyone. That would definitely benefit the girls, right? Then we in doing that, we reframe how we view boys in the classroom. You saw the video of the little boy being stared at by the teachers, right? And it was all the teachers involved. So it forces them to check their internal biases so that the boys aren't criminalized in the schools for normal boy behavior or behavior that everyone else is doing, right? So by doing that, we've rearranged the value systems of the children just a little bit as they're going through school. And then two, we've made it less likely to take boys out of the classroom and off the board that may have the potential to go to college. And that would probably see a huge rise in, well, not huge, that would probably see a significant rise in college education attainment for Black boys if we reduce the level of barriers culturally and reduce the level of barriers structurally.
All right, I agree with structurally. What are the barriers culturally?
Patriarchy, so do you think that patriarchy exists in schools in terms of
yes.
What's learned, how boys are treated versus girls are treated?
Yes, I think patriarchy exists, yes.
So if patriarchy exists in schools, then you have to acknowledge that there are ways in which manhood are framed to these boys in schools that make them value attaining manhood through whatever means, because that means status, versus attaining education because that means value to the community.
Within the framework of school, patriarchy tells boys until very recently that they are smarter, they're logical, rational, and they can do math and science better than girls. So I would expect if patriarchy is the touchstone for how they perform, that they would be outperforming girls in
Patriarchy is a lie, Venus. So like they're not better at any of
but if
those
you're
things.
listening to patriarchy insofar as attaining manhood outside of the classroom, in the classroom there are specific things about patriarchy in the way that it's formulated that we would also expect boys to do.
No, because it's a lie. So no, that actually doesn't happen. And what actually happens is boys early on, first off, boys are socialized different in terms of their ability to just sit still and learn, and their response to prompts. Like that's actual socialization that ironically contradicts what patriarchy tells boys they are. But because they're being told they're smart and rational, whatever, they just assume they are that. And then when that conflicts with the results, when all the girls are doing way better than all the boys are like, well, school must be fucked up then. Let me start to do my own thing within the school grounds. Let me see how I can attain status in other ways within the school. Right? So how do you attain status in other ways in the school? You become the best athlete. You get the best clothes. You become the best rapper. You become the best with getting all the girls, because the girls still are attracted to status, regardless of whether or not that status is educated or not. And so
even with that, you are going to, when I point this out, you're going to fall back on, okay, but it's not a personal value because there's some issue around the system. You are not going to accept at all that, okay, then we need to change the priorities of boys, and that will help. You're going to say,
what I'm saying. Patriarchy means we're changing the priorities of boys. That's what that means.
Okay, then.
And also,
then we should be changing the priorities of young boys, specifically around education and school. But then you're going to give them the excuse, and I don't think it is an excuse that is not legitimate, but it's an excuse that allows them to be comfortable in patriarchy, where we are saying, oh, but the system is just not going to work for you. And until we change the system, we can't really engage with the internal locus of control.
No, what I'm going to do is acknowledge the thing that you do in these conversations is you set a hard line on some bootstrap shit, essentially. And what that does,
but you see, even reframing my position as bootstrap, when we were just talking about the internal locus of control and changing patriarchal ideas in the individual child, it dismisses it. You're dismissing the legitimate way in which we can improve boys' outcome in school.
I'm not dismissing it. I'm saying, what is the most efficient strategy for implementation? And it's not some bootstrap shit. The first thing I have to acknowledge and like engage with those boys is where they actually are and how they got to that point.
What should we focus on now then? If not the bootstrap, if not the internal locus of control?
I would start with emotional intelligence. I would start with that.
Wait, that's literally the internal locus of control. Like that's still the individual. Like I'm not saying just get up and
so what you're saying, if we deal with the individual, what do we start with? We start with emotional intelligence. So structurally,
no, not the individual. I'm asking you if you would do structurally or individually first.
Oh, so we one thing they're doing that Trump is trying to get rid of is social emotional learning. That's a new thing in schools in the last 5-6 years.
Yeah, no, and let me be clear. I'm asking you, under this administration, what should we be doing for young boys?
Under this administration?
Under this current administration.
Under this administration, we should not be all that concerned about degree attainment. Everybody should be setting up networks of care and support and getting that established first. To know
absolutely not. Please do not set up networks of care and concern with these men who are choosing not to go to school. Absolutely not. They're going to suck you dry. Absolutely. You need the emotional. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I refuse.
Listen. So yes, I see where you're getting at in terms of don't go find a homosexual.
Yes.
To sleep on your couch. Right. I get you there, but. A lot of people, 64% of Black women that didn't go to college, it didn't finish college, I should say, Some of those are the same single mothers you're talking about that didn't make it through school, right? They're going to have student loans that are going to that under Trump is going to be garnished because of his decisions. And 76% of black men, 74% of black men will need to be taken care of. Now, everybody won't be taken care of by everybody else. Pick and choose, build your communal spaces wisely, pool your resources wisely. But under this administration, we should be mostly in a defensive posture and trying to hold on to each other. Like in 2 months, the shelves are probably going to be barren. Like people aren't going to be able to go to the stores and get regular ass groceries in 2 months because of tariffs. And like all hell could possibly break loose. So like we should not this is not a conversation to have in regards to this administration specifically, because this administration is presenting uniquely heinous and hazardous challenges to everyone.
All right, so 2 parts. I'm going to go back because I do want to talk about this, the lonely man epidemic, and also, well, let's do that first. Why are men lonely when they can just become friends with each other?
Lack of emotional intelligence.
All right. So the problem with male loneliness is a specifically men problem that men need to fix, that we need to fix.
So that's not how any problem is fixed. But if you're asking like who has to do the most work in fixing that problem, it would be men. Yes.
All right. Because embedded in the issue of male loneliness is about access to women. And I do think those two
That's
things
bullshit.
Yeah, I think those 2 things need to be divorced. All right.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
The second part of the going to school thing, I don't know if you deal with the idea of the permanent underclass as a function of capitalism, like that there has to be there has to be a constant supply of laborers for.
Yeah.
Even so, this is gonna sound sick. We don't have to be it.
I mean,
someone got to do it, but we don't.
We don't have to be it, but who's most likely to be it?
Why?
And why?
Because your argument is going to be, and I think it's a fear one, racism and the racist structure, right? Mm-hmm. That is true and fear. The way out of that is to be eligible for employment outside of what the underclass does. The system requires white people in particular to be a part of the permanent. They might not know it. They might identify with the richest of the rich, but there is a very specific class divide that exists, that you're not going to capitalist your way out of the system. Like you're just not. But you can move upwards and survive better than most in the system.
But we just know the system is designed to make that as rare and as hard as possible. Like it just is. So like, yes, that's true. I could theoretical physics says that I could possibly put this mic stand through my skull and pull it out the back without killing myself. That is theoretically possible, but it's highly unlikely. So like, I don't.
It's not highly unlikely, and that's where we
disagree. It's literally less than 40% in black women and 30% in black men. That's statistically. So like, I would say that's highly unlikely. I wouldn't like if I had to guess the odds on life or death on 30 or 40%, I wouldn't take those odds.
The amount of job openings, I haven't checked in 2025, but in 2024, around August, for paying over 80,000 was over the amount of black people who were unemployed and over half the amount. So it was over 25.
But are those unemployed black people, do they hold the expertise and degrees to have
they don't,
80K
but
jobs?
No one does. Those jobs are open because no one is occupying them. But we weren't qualified either. That's a separate part. We weren't qualified because we didn't go to school.
Yeah. So like what we're talking about is going to school, right? So telling me there's a good job out there waiting for you, all you gotta do is go to school, but that's the thing we can't do. That doesn't follow.
No, because you say we don't see school as a way to engage in patriarchy or manhood or whatever, and is. It's just a long, slow process that doesn't give
It's not
immediate
it
gratification.
is again, but I just made a whole thing about putting this through my own skull. It's a rare, and these young men know this. They know that the chances that they're going to be especially the ones that aren't picked early, right? And that's the same. And that's what's frustrating about this. This is the same thing that those 60% of black women, 64% of black women do too. They recognize very early on what type of black women are picked to get the resources and have barriers removed for them to access those resources and get to that black girl magic spot, and which girls are not. It's the exact same. Decision proposition. And so they choose to do something else. They choose to go a different route. And these black men choose to go a different route as well. It's not like a matter of you're just not choosing the obvious, easy thing that you could do just as well as anyone else.
It's not.
They're making intelligent decisions about what's in front of them.
But you and I fundamentally disagree then. It's not easy, but it's easier than the path you chose.
To you, from your perspective. And that doesn't mean that you're incorrect.
You think the opposite from your perspective. I don't know why you just said from my perspective. It is from my perspective.
Because Themis, and this is not to be shady, your perspective on this is not very well informed. Have you been a teacher?
No, I have not been a teacher. Have my mom been a teacher? Yes.
Have you worked in education?
I have not worked directly in education, but close enough.
What is your level of expertise on behavioral health and research in these outcomes, aside from debating people? You know what I'm saying? Like, what you're saying is just not factually sound by what the people who do this for real.
So you were saying when these young men go out there and decide that they want to be, I don't know, rappers and whatever else they want to be, you're saying that is easier for them in terms of life outcome.
No, I'm not saying that. And you keep on trying to reduce it to that.
Let me be clear. That is when you say that I am not informed, that is my position. So if your position is that these boys, I'll say it again so I can make sure I think that it is easier from my perspective for you to go to school, life outcomes better when you go to school, graduate, and get a job in the field that you studied, as opposed to trying to be a rapper or whatever else you want to be.
So it is easier and more likely for the average black boy to get a college degree than to make a lot of money as a rapper. That is factually true.
Mm-hmm.
So we got that in line.
Okay, wait, that's my position. That's it. That was it.
No, because we go on one level up. Because the thing that
wait, we can go one level up, and I'm okay going one level up. But when you say you are not qualified, the position you just said is accurate, is the argument I was making.
No, the argument you're making is they just need to know they can do it.
No. I said it was easier for one thing and the outcome in one area than the outcome in another area.
The reason why I even had that response is I'm making the point that the people in particular are making informed decisions based on their experience. And while they probably don't, I'm sure most of them don't think it's easier.
Okay, but that wrong doesn't change the fact that if we're measuring, if we can,
but that's famous. That's never what we're arguing though. Like nobody in their right mind.
No. You can say that I shouldn't have argued that. That's fine. But when you say I am ill-informed on a position that you are
no. You're ill-informed on your position as to what will help more black men go to college. You are ill-informed on that.
No, but we were never arguing about what you gave your position.
This started with you asking me what my plan was to get black men to go to college.
Yes, but we were never arguing your plan. We were never arguing your plan about what to get.
So we've been arguing this whole time. Is it easier to be a rapper or a college graduate? That's what that's what I came up on here to argue with you about.
That's no, right now I'm talking about, I'm saying in this conversation right now, yes, we've been arguing about a lot of things, but my position, the statement I made was that it is easier for the average black man to go to school, get a college degree, and live a better life than it is for them to try to become a rapper. That is my argument. That was a statement I made.
That's not what I'm arguing you're ill-informed on. What you just presented is common sense, and I would agree on that. There's no debate.
Okay, you can't tell me I'm ill-informed in an argument I never made. Continue now and tell me what.
So the argument you've been making from my perspective, and you can tell me if I am misrepresenting your argument, is that you think so. Something you've repeated multiple times. I provide cover for the excuses that these Black men want to make. That these Black men need to just be told and encouraged to go to college, and then they'll go to college more, and that I'm not helping by giving them cover. That is something you believe.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that belief is misinformed. That belief is not based on research, data, and best practices in those fields.
You didn't say that in response to my general belief, so maybe
that's what I thought I was saying. That's what I thought I was saying, because our fundamental disagreement has been what is the appropriate approach. From my perspective, what is the appropriate approach to this problem? And so I'm telling, and aside from the fact that we just disagree.
What's the appropriate approach? I don't believe that you're trying to tell men to go to college. So it's not the approach to get men to go to college.
No, my approach is to address the problem from my specific standpoint, at least with this
but
video.
you're not telling men to go to college, right?
In this video, no. If I
would not be disagreeing. We would be disagreeing on whether or not you should be telling men to go to college. Not our approach. You are not telling men to go to college. Therefore, we could not be disagreeing on our approach on getting men to college. We're disagreeing on me telling men to go to college and you providing cover for men not going to college. And I think you should be telling men to go to college, but I'm not going to tell you how to do your content.
I guess that's correct. I don't know. Something inside me feels like this is reframing the entire conversation a little bit differently. Because I admitted early on that I made this video with the point in mind not to repeat things that these men already know in some form or fashion, right? And so we immediately shifted to the philosophy behind that decision and all the things that go into it. But if the argument is that I should use my platform to tell Black men to go to college, I also disagree and think that's misinformed. But
that's fine.
But at least that's not based in data and like research. That's based in perspective.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. When you say you were ill-informed and then you say it's based in perspective, then why would you tell me
we weren't agreeing on what we were arguing about at different times during this conversation.
Okay, that's fine.
There's times you've been arguing about A and I'm arguing about B at each other. In times when you're arguing about 4 and I'm arguing about 9 at each other. And I might pin you down on 9, like, nigga, you don't know nothing about 9. And you like, nigga, I'm on 7. And that's kind of what's happening now. But let's kind of appropriate.
Yeah, but all right. So I want to finish your statement though. So getting to college is one thing, and then you were gonna finish your statement. So you and I both we were arguing, and then you said ill-informed. We went back and forth on that, but you were trying to explain that it is easier to get to college for the average Black man, and you said, but the average Black man don't have the resource or don't know what was the but?
I'm saying I think probably I was saying that it would be easier to get Black men to go to college if we provided the resources necessary to fill in the gaps that keep them out of college.
Okay, and that's a question I have now. What is the resource required here?
So that's not specifically financial aid, like the government financial aid, but financial support, social support, emotional support, role models, and a reduction of racist and structural barriers. Those things will make it easier. So like an example, the thing I ended with, right, is that one thing that a lot of the Black men I think we're both thinking about in terms of like, you know, folks from around the way, folks that are maybe going to be the first college attendee in their family, when they get to college, they immediately get a sense of inferiority and a sense of resistance from their environment, even at a HBCU. They feel, if it's white people, they feel the internal racism that is presented by those white people. If it's Black people, they feel the classism presented by those Black people. So everybody involved in the equation needs to kind of learn to do better in that regard. Everybody needs to feel like everybody needs to get better at their microaggressions, get better at how they respond to
code switching or non-code switching, the absence of certain cultural norms that my sons might have that my cousin's sons might not if they both go to the same college. So like we're
So
talking
we have to restructure the entire system for Black men to go to college.
If you want the results that you desire, yes, because right now the system is built for the opposite.
All right, so you just don't have faith that Black men can go to college and succeed in the way it currently is.
I don't have faith that we're going to increase those numbers significantly based on the way the system is now. No.
Got it.
I think they'll continue to decrease. I imagine that on some levels it'll probably decrease for women if things keep going where they're going. I don't know if that is that factual. Have college has college attainment increased or decreased for women in the last 20 years?
Increase.
I'm curious.
Increase.
Is it increased?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
While it has increased for women, it has decreased for men. So college attendance overall is up, men overall down. So more women are going to school. But I just realized something. I am so sorry, everyone. So I put the chat, I kept moving back and forth because I didn't want to read the chat. Apparently there are 51 super chats. I did not.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I did not realize we were getting so many super chats. So how do you want
to do the super chats and wrap it up? Am I going to survive these? I see a lot of all caps.
Petty, do you want to read them?
Yeah, I can read them. So a lawyer and a PhD applicant walk into a bar, and they both rub their forehead and say, "Ouch." So the lawyer, he raises the bar up over his head, and he walks inside. And the PhD applicant, he says, "Well, this is a structural issue. Why would they put that here? And it's dark outside, so I couldn't see it. And I don't have my glasses on and whatnot. It's a litany of issues and whatnot. You understand?"
You're so annoying.
Tough crowd. Waddle, the act of critical thought, Tubmoth. LOL, this is an awesome panel. Enjoy you all. Thank you. And I was here.
Thank you. That's nice. That's probably like gonna be the nicest. Are we gonna have like a lot of nice super chats?
Yeah, only nice things. Hit the like button, please, you two lurkers. This reminds me of the part versus the whole argument.
I'm not familiar with that. Is that like channel lore?
Yeah. No. Orange Pill. We don't give Orange Pill strays anymore. Orange Pill is a good man now.
Please like this live stream, channel lore. You guys were talking about the boot, and I was gonna mention the gum and the doormat. So only Black boys experience this. I think this applies to hardworking Black girls too. Same for the hardworking white kids. I'm so confused. He's saying fan fiction at this point.
So like I don't have an issue with the argument of excuses. You're just making excuses. Like I don't agree with it. I think that's a non-argument. But like that doesn't frustrate me. But it does frustrate me when people say things that are just like factually not accurate. And it's like Black girls are not getting the same treatment in these schools as Black boys. They are not. Are they feeling the same overall effects?
Well, my thing is when you talk about, what Black boys need is financial support. And I think about like a conversation I had with my auntie. My aunties, all 14 of them are school teachers from elementary to high school. And they describe Black boys from like troubled households in my hometown where like everyone is dirt poor. And the Black boys are scoring poorly on the exams. And the Black girls come from the same households. They have the same homework and exams, but they're able to complete it. And it's like they come from the same socioeconomic background. So, but you mentioned like finances, structural issues, systemic issues that I feel like would affect both, and arguably I would say worse for girls.
They do affect both in different ways.
But you did say they coddle boys, so I agree.
So the boys are coddled in the home. I'm pretty confident in that being like a thing that is a phenomenon of the unique relationships between Black men and their mothers. That is something that Coddling is maybe not the most academically sound word, but when we're talking about overrepresentation in special education, overrepresentation in suspensions, overrepresentation in
Is that
things
true?
that get
Special ed?
Yes, black boys are overly.
Let me Google this.
Google it.
Because we looked at a pastor with a disability the other day. And I was like, never mind. Why do black men keep saying that someone is disenfranchising, leaving them, and oppressing them?
Prince, can I ask why you said never mind? Did you
For
not find
looking
what you
up
were looking
whether
for?
or not it doesn't matter.
How can y'all
Like,
do
it's
that
not
to me? I
going
gotta
to-
stop letting y'all slide on that.
It's not going
No,
to
I
change.
think he thinks that I was annoyed, but I was not annoyed. I was
I thought you wanted to read the super chats. Like, it's not gonna change my thoughts on anything. I was just curious. But they never specify who's doing it. Can FD specify who?
White supremacists.
Oh. The black male demographic has issues. Black girl in school are ridiculed, face racism and misogyny, plus terrible bullying.
Can I share my screen real
black
quick?
Boys, still we rise. Share your what?
Yep.
I just wanted to provide evidence of you know, the special ed stuff, because this is a long standing. Even Dr. Umar said this shit, and Dr. Umar is weird. But I don't
You're
need to.
saying because of special ed, this is why a reason they can't go to
What
college.
happens when a boy gets what happens when a kid gets put in special ed? How likely are they to go to college?
I don't remember much about the class. I was in middle school at the time in elementary, so probably too immature to remember anything like not immature about it. So I won't speak on that. Why can he explain why there's this difference between males and females?
This is probably referring to something I don't like. This is hours ago. A male has an X and a Y chromosome, and a female has two X chromosomes.
Don't let the progressives hear that.
No, they would agree with that. That's sex at birth. That's not gender. He wants to make himself seem like a unicorn. He is dry bragging.
Thank you, Chica. You've been a member for 32 months.
Oh, wow. Cool. Is that George Floyd? Go back to Chica. Is Chica's thing George Floyd?
I didn't see it. Pell Grant alone, 7,300 equals 1,500 a semester. Pell Grant alone can pay for classes. If he can't explain that as a teacher, he sucks. That Pell Grant is not paying for my college.
Right.
It probably would if I went. Like if I actually.
I don't know what college you getting. What college you getting into for 1,500 a semester? What class?
I think it depends on how you attend.
Thank you, Kojo.
First time here, let's at thy knowledge. Let's look at thy knowledge. It varies.
Right. Thank you.
I think if you attend full time, it will. Male excuses for failure, and if you're depending on your background, the education system was created by
making
men.
it rain in this motherfucker.
The only change that's been made is allowing females to access to education. School is not harder for males.
You know, Cynthia says something correct within this, which is that the system was created by men, and that the biggest change was allowing females access to it. The thing that I think men didn't realize, and we're seeing this with Trump administration responses and right-wing responses, is that the structure of schools would be that the way we socialize girls would make them more amenable to the structure of schools. Does that make sense? So the ways that boys are socialized makes them less.
So boys are
likely
unruly and can't sit still.
Right. Versus girls are taught to be ladies and sit still and listen and not to be agreeable, et cetera, et cetera.
So when they let the women in schools, they actually just outperformed them at scale. And now they're trying to create the Handmaid's Tale for women. You remember the guy, the kicker from Kansas City that was like, I know you're here in college, but you should really like quit and become a mom.
They used
that's the new right-wing wave.
They use
but it's not just a yes, right-wing wave, but the idea that women going to school and not being subject to men's rule via financial control is somehow the problem. Feels like there is a lot of unlearning for men to do.
Oh, there's a lot of unlearning for men to do. I've never made the argument that the problem is like that women aren't facing problems in school and challenges and barriers to school.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying you made that problem, but it's like when we have the conversation about girls in school and boys in school and boys being lonely, it fundamentally, like, yes, I don't mind people being apologetic and softer with men and cuddling people. I don't cuddle people generally, so I'm not very good at that. The issue fundamentally here is it doesn't feel like there's a challenging of the status quo, even though you say it overtly, like patriarchy is bad and should be taken down.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's not a challenge in the status quo. I would agree with that. We still abide by patriarchy. Patriarchy is people like that shit, and it's a drug, and motherfuckers won't let it go.
Yeah.
Rasta, please don't gaslight the topic. Elaborate on correct questions first. Am I Rasta?
I don't know. I don't know fully. Because he was also, I don't know.
Their egos won't allow them to admit that they have male privilege, yet still fail. Arguing with the most uneducated males allows led to nowhere. A fool doesn't realize he is in fact a fool. Will always lead to nowhere.
Thank you, V.
Protectors and providers being scared of student loan. We were never that, but we did imagine it. So you wouldn't get a house if you had to take out a home. I need to understand the logic. A home loan.
Get a house to take out a home loan. Would it make me house poor? Like, would it be a house that's going to effectively appreciate in value, or is it in a neighborhood where I can expect no financial return? Is it a house with good schools? Like, that's the black and white binary thinking I'm talking about.
Yeah,
and that's never that simple.
Live out in the box. I'll have my money. I won't be in debt in that house.
There's like a lot of reasons to never buy a home. It's not black and white. There's lots of reasons to not buy a home, especially right now.
Understandable.
My loans were forgiven, sir. There are programs for it. Are those programs for everybody? Was everybody's loans forgiven? Like, oh shit.
Gentlemen, brothers, please more conclusion to a topic after 10 minutes of discussion.
I feel like he just wanted to do, you know.
I feel like he wasn't out here. My man just wanted stimulation.
It's all excuses. The only thing these ninja have to provide dead all along was excuses. Don't forget.
Why do you think your audience is so negative?
They're not negative. They're very thoughtful. I think
that was a thoughtful response.
Huh?
That wasn't like a quick. That wasn't a quick gag. Is a gag?
No, well, yes. I think that you specifically have insulted my audience multiple times, and I think they are.
I've insulted your audience.
Yeah.
Your thumbnail says that I'm responding to. Wait. Is a picture of my face with the caption "Save us, Kang."
What's wrong with that?
Famous.
Famous.
The thumbnail that the reason why we're talking.
Wait. Let's do this. Let's do it. You did not say you're a uniking. You did not call yourself the uniking.
I got that from y'all because I thought it was a funny joke. But
so
it was
now
still
I'm
joke
using
at
it. You're
my
mad.
expense.
I'm just following your lead. I follow. You said you're the uniking.
Then you should have put uniking. You should have put uniking because then I'd have felt if it was uniking, I would have felt more like Themis is showing love in his disagreement. That just felt like, oh, I really am just another king out here.
You said you're a kind of king. You said you're a uniking, so this is a kind of king. I feel like it was fine.
Sure.
I would not have called you a king if you didn't say you were a king.
I wouldn't have acknowledged uniking if that wasn't said to me in another chat from your chat. That is always I come in peace. I called him uniking first, by the way. Thank you, I come in peace, for keeping it real.
These y'all good black men leading the community. Y'all cooked.
Like, well, listen. This is if like we can call this like I wouldn't come here if it was like very bothersome and like I didn't feel like I got something out of this conversation and even engaging in a hostile chat. But
the chat is not hostile. The chat is responding to you. So
I come in peace. If I come in peace got around any group of black people and said this out loud in real life, do you think that would produce a positive or negative reaction?
Are you saying we're violent?
Huh?
Are you saying we're violent?
Violent?
Violent. Sorry.
I don't know if violent is the right word.
Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? Yeah. So if she said, "I think," do you think you're a uniking? Because I remember when she said, "I think FD thinks he's a uniking."
And that shit was still funny. That shit was funny.
You laughed and you enjoyed it, so I thought
it was funny, but I don't make it that don't make it not offensive, and we know this. Come on, that's not like things can't be offensive.
I'm not gonna laugh. If I'm offended, someone called me a fruitcake, and I promise you that was the funniest thing I've ever heard because I've never heard it aimed at me. And I promise you, I don't care who says it. I'm like, okay, period.
Okay, well, I have my sense of humor is I will acknowledge that things are funny even if they're hurtful.
Okay,
or even if they were intended to hurt. And that's kind of the thing. I wasn't offended by uniking, but I understand. No, let me finish.
No, because
let me
just say it is hurtful. Say it's hurtful, and I will never use it again.
I wasn't. Well, it was hurtful to have Kang next to my face like that. That was hurtful. Because Kang is something you all call management.
Yeah, I know what Kang is. I thought you were like, I'm a Kang too. I was like, oh.
No, that was hurtful to see that in the thumbnail. But uniking, although intended to be a joke at my expense, we can acknowledge that it was a joke at my expense. It was not hurtful. I thought it was clever and funny. And so if you had put uniking up there, that would have shown it's kind of like who can tell jokes on who within the community. There's jokes I can tell to my homies and my kids and my wife that I can't say to nobody else, kids or homies or wife, I get punched in the face. So like, if you'd have put uniking up there, it may not have produced, and this is kind of what I'm getting at, it may not have brought in the right tone or to the audience for the moment, but it have shown me that at least you are acknowledging that we have a connection, that we have a history, and that you remember that and put that in there just as like, that would have made it been like, oh man, Themis is coming for me. Let me go in here and check this out. When I saw Kang, I was like, I feel like I've earned more regard than that. You know what I'm saying?
You want to put it to a vote? Let's put it to a vote. Let's put it. No, I wouldn't do that. I think
not from your chat, from you. From you. I feel like I've earned more regard from you in that. If I haven't, that's fine. You don't have to like agree with me.
No, let's do it. Let's do it. I didn't realize that you disrespected me so obviously. My ego is not tied to YouTube at all. So someone pointed out to me something that you said to me and about me. And I was like, oh, I don't care. I don't have to go on his platform. And you essentially said, I am not qualified to be on your platform. And I was like, oh, I don't care. I mean, I didn't really think about it. And then I was like, oh, whoa, this man don't like me. This is like the height of disrespect. But I don't know why in the moment when you said it, it didn't bother me. But for like a year straight, my Discord has been dragging me.
So, because qualified, I've never said qualified.
Oh, I don't know the exact word you said. They kept telling me I wasn't qualified.
And like you know, no disrespect to your community, because everybody in every community doesn't represent, you know, like things are gonna be ebb and flow. And you got people that are really healthy for the community, people that necessarily don't bring health to it, but you love them anyway. Like it is what it is. I never said qualified. I acknowledge that you are an excellent debater. I said you would beat Destiny, and I wasn't like blowing smoke on those shit. And I wouldn't come here if I did not enjoy being here and enjoy engaging with you directly as a creator, as a man, as a intellectual interlocutor. What I said is that the ideas that are prominent on your channel, the people that are in your chat, I would not bring to my space, because I fundamentally have issues with it, to the point where I would not want to expose my audience to those things. That is what
I'm gonna ask to look for it, because that's what I thought was said, and that's what I was told was said, but I wasn't really paying attention at all.
Right. So, and that's fine, but I do want to say, if in any way it came across that I was trying to disrespect you as a creator or an intellectual or individual, I sincerely apologize. I do not feel that way. But we are so far apart in our views of the world that, for the sake of also for the sake of you, real talk, right? And I hope that doesn't come across like in a weird way, but ever since the Codology shit, I'm very thoughtful and careful about how I move with different people on the internet, and whether or not I expose someone with an opposing viewpoint to an audience that I cannot control, especially now. So we fundamentally disagree in ways that are profound, that person to person, respectfully, we can have a conversation, we can have a debate, everything can be cool, if we can move and lead with love, right? But platforms and audiences is a whole different aspect.
I would never ask you, let me be very clear. I have never thought I wanted to grow on YouTube. At 500, I was good. I've never wanted to leverage anyone else's audience. I don't care. I talk to whoever I want, whenever I want, however I want. And I like that off me. So like that much is clear. I just now will go look back at the clip. But yeah, no, I mean,
and call me directly if I did say something that untoward. And if I did, I do apologize.
Yeah,
but that's not my intent.
Yeah.
Did you see my PhD clip from the other stream?
Which I don't know. I didn't watch the whole stream.
Oh man, there are some absolute bangers on that, man. You got to get to the end of that. Black men tell us constantly how ineffective and behind Black women that they are, yet they want submission. They don't want to get educated, but want you to date them. Would he accept his son not going to college?
Yes. That's another thing you got me fucked up on in your response. If my sons if my sons were like, Dad, I don't know if we're gonna go to college, I'm like, all right, so what we gonna do? And we're gonna figure it out.
Gang banging.
No, I wouldn't accept them gang banging. Is it college or gang banging, Petty?
Why?
That's what you said.
That's not what I said.
You said.
I said that's what people think it is. And I said the average Black man just enters the workforce.
Would you understand?
That is what I said.
Would you understand them gang banging?
No, they have no reason to gang bang unless it's like the Revolutionary Party and they about to bang on the system. Other than that, no, they have no reason to gang bang. So I would not understand that.
Would you?
What that got to do with college?
Would you accept them working at AutoZone?
Yeah, if I had to, I would try to figure out something better to do. I would try to figure out something that was more economically viable. But if the thing they decided on and we didn't have no other better options that I could convince them to get into was AutoZone, then we'll work with what we got.
What's wrong with AutoZone? Why isn't that the best option?
I mean, all wage labor is in an extremely precarious situation right now. So if you have the opportunity to not be a wage laborer, then you should be trying to develop that opportunity.
Okay. At this point in 2025, Black women have provided so much to Black men that too many have boots, bootstraps, and more, yet they choose to fail. ST, FU, FD. The people have paid, and we must read their chats. We're slaves.
Listen, you tried to gaslight me earlier, Themis. That's just all I got to say. When you talk my chat is not hostile.
No, okay. My chat is very direct, and they tell you what they feel. They call me the same Black man, and when we argue a lot about things where they get mad. Some people threaten to unsubscribe. They do not just sit and say, "Oh, Themis is right." They don't do that.
Right.
They challenge everything that I say and the people that I come on. I think people read you as not caring about women. And when you said that, oh, you're on here for men, Black men in particular, and like Black women aren't your target, like there is a dismissive way in which Black women feel treated. And so, like, I'm not going to say, Black women, please just treat FD kindly, even though he's going to ignore your plight. What they believe is ignore your plight.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, like,
and they wouldn't listen if I told them not.
And they drag. I know they drag everyone. I do. Yeah. I don't take personal offense. No, that's not true. I don't think it's uniquely a me thing.
Yeah.
But I just do want to acknowledge that it is a thing. And that means stuff about discourse and education and I'm sorry, not education. Whatever, let's keep it. It means something. That's all I'm saying. Don't make it seem like I'm like not seeing what I feel like I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Come on. Black women invented drag. Who did you think? RuPaul? I got pregnant my second year of college and still made it. They drag me too.
They do. They drag everyone who comes here.
If I didn't appreciate I do engage with a lot of this with love. I do. So if I didn't appreciate it, I would never come here. I have never been on Destiny's platform, right? So like
that whatever that did for me no longer do for me after I'm talking to white folks.
I'm so frustrated. I kind of just want to send you the thing and see how you feel about it.
Please
and really
do.
and really get the but we'll continue.
Black men want to be coddled. And they say Black women coddle Black boys. It always goes Black to that Black mother trying her hardest, from the manosphere to the good Black king. Black women wake up.
King is spelled with.
So this must have been when we were talking about like the way that Black women and Black men are socialized in the home. Let me look that up. But continue.
Sounds like he's saying Black men are inherently lesser than Black women.
I don't think I'm going to agree to that.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Because of their social conditioning, I mean.
Like I think that's just a weird angle to take. That's, some of the folks be taking some weird angles, but I don't get into like eugenics too tough. But
you think,
boxes,
social engineering, you think that's eugenics, like socially?
I think if you say something is inherent to someone's gender or race, that's eugenics.
Boxes is what's keeping Black men from learning sight words. What if we get him the box and he squats down so he can't see? So we stack another one on top. But then he lays down.
The Black men's Black girl grow up in the same homes and comms and communities and deal with the same issues. He's saying that Black men are inherently less capable and resilient than Black women. Yeah, I don't do that inherently thing. I don't do that inherently thing. But
you know, Cynthia is entitled to her opinion.
Due to the fact that no one is doing.
I just read that.
This, oh,
thank you, Sen. You did that.
First of all, everyone I saw white, not Lily White, but white. And the song says, "Thank God I ain't white, so I can
say nigga." Y'all ever seen Borat? Y'all know Borat?
I saw
Eric Andre.
Yeah,
that's what I'm going for. It's fine.
I didn't see any in-person skits in that.
Well, I can't do that yet. It's a proof of, it's like, so you know, you're like, I'm in LA right now because I'm literally like trying to make moves. And when you're trying to like do a project at scale, you have to first like create a sizzle reel. You have to send them a proof of concept.
I have filmed on the streets, FD. I have street interviews with a camera.
Right, but I haven't, I'm not at that point yet.
I with an iPhone, like before I did YouTube as a management person. Black women are making a lot more money now versus before. The gap was less. What you have to build up that I didn't have back then. I feel like you just need a camera. Go out there and get your money.
I think I may know a thing or two about how these things work, Petty, that may imply why I've made different decisions about how to develop this idea.
I'm pretty successful.
That person just the person just said something I thought was like completely wrong in that, like, what perfect example how the system's fucked up. Is it not still true that black men still make more money than black women who are educated at a certain level, or it's like, or the gap is like super close?
Yep, black men make more money on average. Yes, not more money, but income. Their monthly income is like $2,000 higher.
I didn't even get into that one.
And them same homes not worth much today. And
why is it rude when I do it, Alicia? I throw a little gag back when Prince tried to call me on my media process, and now I'm being rude.
If Alicia is objecting to you, you should go listen to Alicia's video. She doesn't object to anyone.
No, I was, because you were, I didn't want to say anything, but I do media stuff, and like as my employment, I work as a janitor in a hospital. So I hold the, like a boom mic. I actually have a mop and broom, and I hold that. So they're shaped similar. The hammer, the handle. So I know a thing or two.
Leftover chocolate, man. What? There's a lot of money.
What is this emoji for $50 to say 95.5% of black men are a special case? You can usually tell what type of color of woman they are with based off their hygiene. The ones who love mayo tend to have an off-putting smell, and they are bragging that do not have to wash up every day. How do we even get here with this one? They paid $50 for this random tangent.
Do you know how bad you have to smell for someone to? I want you to imagine smelling someone in passing. And you think about that every day to the point where you save up $49.99 to pay. That's what I think.
Go to Super Chat. Somebody said go to Super Chat.
Thank you for the Super Chat.
Thank you. Yes.
It's yearly, sorry. Someone corrected me in my thing.
A success at that, though. I'm not sure what that means. Probably out of context. Probably made more sense in context.
I'm sorry, but FD is not smart, and there's nothing meaningful behind his word.
By the way, Finn, I disagree with you on Alicia. Let me say, I think Alicia is someone, if she has a problem, you gonna know. She just generally doesn't have problems with people. She said what she says and then just move about her life. It's very cute. Very cute.
It's given it's cool when they do it. It's a problem when I do it.
What?
You know what I'm saying?
what Alicia said earlier.
What Alicia said?
Isn't that what and are we talking about the same one that said I was being rude to Petty?
No.
Am I misinterpreting that?
No, yeah. Well, no, I think Sin was like, Alicia is passive aggressive. I don't think that's true. I think Alicia is one of the sweet little wood
Just straight
nymphs.
shooter.
She's just the sweetest person in the world. But she'll drag you. she'll drag you.
I mean, that is a standard of admission that I understand.
Well, I think you're smart, FD, if that means anything.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Petty. And I also don't require to be seen as smart by everyone.
Well, I take it back then. If it doesn't mean
that was more directed towards Cynthia and whoever else.
My compliment out the door. The bandita
that was mistimed. You're right. I apologize. Thank you for the compliment.
The bandita who married that bandit also has to be slow, desperate, or both. The bandit is absent-minded, and the idiocy gave me a headache. I'm over it.
Wait. Okay, so Sin will drag you. Obviously, Sin is in my chat. So
I mean, of course, Sin. That's we all know. Like, it is what it is. It's fine. I'll survive.
She is passive aggressive, and it was in your comments. Definitely not being straight up. She is passive, and I don't like. She's not. She really isn't passive. If she said something in the chat, she meant that. In the way that she said it, she meant it. I have spoken to her for over 4 years now, 3 years. I have never seen her as a passive aggressive person. She says what she means and means what she says every single time. Oh, you said she is towards me.
Towards me. That's fine.
All right, her husband said
read that one.
I'm gonna drop it. Oh, did we read this? Oh yeah. Sorry.
Succeed.
This is the perfect world with patriarchy remaining the same. These are all theories. So where does that leave Black women? Yeah, we don't know the context. How do y'all feel about the argument about women desiring patriarchy?
I think a lot of women do, and it's really annoying. I dislike hearing women talk about they need a man to lead them. These men can't even read. Like, what do you mean you want a man to lead you?
Are you sure they don't secretly desire feminism? Because
no, I think all the women are
patriarchy, like in thought, not in practice. Because I feel like a lot of people are doing 50-50 for it. Like, I'm thinking about the pastor and the pastor wife, where it feels like she does patriarchy, but like only in her mind.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, patriarchy to some women is whatever piece of a man they can get. So, like, I will agree with that. I think the challenge becomes one challenge. The challenge I guess I'm more interested in the moment is when people try to like merge feminism with patriarchy as if those two can really exist at the same time, and it leads to like convoluted, not so thought out like ideologies. The benevolent patriarch. I think a lot of women would love a benevolent patriarch. Even some feminists, and it's like that's not a real thing. You know what I'm saying? It don't come free.
I think what she's saying is we don't live in a perfect world. Therefore, patriarchy remains the same. So what should Black women do now that men aren't doing anything? Like, what should Black women do?
This might have been when you said we have to get rid of
destroy patriarchy. Who am I to tell Black women what to do? I don't even tell Black men what to do.
But but that's a cop out though. Like, if you're saying that men are just like, this is too much for men, where does that leave?
I'm not saying this is too much for men. I'm saying we need a different strategy. But I think if I had a daughter, I'll be telling her what I think most Black women are being told. Go get your money right. Don't have no kids with no dude that can't settle and take care of you and these kids in any form of fashion. Contribute to a household.
you know, go into a field that's going to be as lucrative and beneficial to you as possible. That would be, you know, that's pretty self, you know, do I need to tell that to any Black women? Is like there any women that didn't know that? It's kind of the same, like literally I was joking, but like it's the same kind of, this is common sense and everybody knows this type thing. So especially as like legitimately as a Black man, I don't need to make content explaining to Black women.
Isn't your voice important? Doesn't representation matter? How many positive Black male voices are telling Black women that? This is something my friend said to me when I was telling her about my TikTok. She was like, there are not a lot of Black men on TikTok speaking positively on Black women.
I speak positively on Black women, but that's giving advice. Like I speak another thing y'all said that, ooh, y'all really, that's why I was in the comment section so quick. Because y'all said something about I should talk about medical trauma with Black women or something like that. And I had a whole video talking about how my wife almost died in childbirth. And it's like, that I know that wasn't like on purpose.
Wait, what did you say?
I had there was some point in y'all response where you were talking, saying I should say something about Black women with medical or medical disparities or something. It was kind of random because it was so specific. And I have a video where I tell the story about my wife and my son almost dying during childbirth and like talking about medical disparities for Black women.
Oh, that's what Petty. Petty said you should be talking about medical disparities.
Don't go Petty under the bus so quick.
No. I'm not. I agree with him. I agree with him that this is important.
Yes.
But no, I remember. Did you read this? Sorry.
I accepted a long time ago that Black men are slow. Black women have been you went off camera. Black women have been helping them throughout the years, and that's why they were graduating school. Black women are not doing their work anymore. They cannot even read.
So this is true on so many, this is false on so many levels. Because first off, Black women are still helping niggas get through school.
True.
That's one of the reasons why I never get too mad about some of the rhetoric that I hear around here, because it's not based in reality.
No, it is. But I do agree that Black women are still providing for Black men.
Yeah, like the Black women are still helping these niggas get through high school. Like that's not a thing.
Thank you, leftover.
But that's what I'm saying, because that's not why they're not graduating from school.
They need to be told they have access to the same resources as Black women. How much coddling is needed? Like you is smart and you is important. You is smart and you is important. FD, gender studies, is a part of basic liberal arts curriculum. You study gender differences in education in a decent ed program, bachelor's or master's. Try again. Hey, Themis.
Hey,
I don't understand the context, unfortunately. I have studied gender studies.
I think it was very precise and we missed the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Thank you, Sally.
Let me explain. You got owned.
Thank you, Rich.
In a patriarchal system, the males are struggling. That's wild. So then, put them in a special ed, not with the NEEPs. So trade school isn't an option.
A lot of niggas are going to trade school. A lot of niggas going to trade school. Probably not enough. I mean, I don't know the numbers, but to act like people not going to trade school is not an option. Like I would imagine that there's, let me just Google.
The Black men, some Black men go to trade school. It's still the trade school is overwhelmingly Black. The problem is, well, let me not do that.
The trade school is overwhelmingly Black.
Huh?
Yeah, trade school enrollment has seen a significant increase since the pandemic. Is the first thing that pops up.
The issue though with trade school is the lack of political and economic, specific kind of economic power one gets. And I'm not saying that you can't learn a trade and make six figures. That's not what I'm talking about, being shut out of like very specific kind of policy making. But I don't want to talk poorly about trade school because I actually think it's important, it's useful, and more men should do it if they don't go to college. So
Well, I'm just pointing out how this is wrong.
Why is the answer always black women?
I don't know
Black.
the answer to a single thing. Black women just.
You said these black women need to speak life into black boys in the home. Or actually, you said they need to stop doing that. Black women, he just said without saying it that black men are going to start using you.
I mean, if they're not,
Yeah, because that never happened before I said it.
Wait, no, but if you said we have to fundamentally shift the entire system for more black men to go to school, I don't know what I think that's a reasonable interpretation. Reasonable.
I don't think that's a reasonable interpretation, though.
All right.
FD gives charter school teacher. If you know, you know.
What does that mean? What does that mean, chat?
If it what?
Is that
am I afraid to even ask? I was never a charter school teacher
for 7 months. Thank you. I didn't go to charter school. I went to private school. So
Petty's go to that dragging. I love him. I didn't drag today. I don't feel like I did. I don't drag people.
BM can't wait on WP to change. What is WP?
White people.
White people. They need to take initiative and get into positions of power so they can make a change. Damn. Thank you. Not so entertaining. I didn't even think about that. Fuck. Let me delete my channel.
All right. Well, that's all I wanted. Thank you. Go ahead and go.
What is? I'm trying to figure out what is charter school teacher choice school attitude. All right. Anybody gonna explain this? Fine.
We just
condescending.
You are condescending. You don't think you're condescending? Even to me, you attempted to be condescending, which is wild.
I apologize. I think I've heard it enough now that I have to just acknowledge that I just have a condescending, like, general way of engaging with people. And I'm gonna do some self-inventory and figure out how to do that better. But
I mean, you don't have to do it. I will just push back when I feel it. I don't care generally. Like, for me personally, I don't care.
Yeah. I know Cynthia isn't saying he is condescending. Cynthia, who called me stupid 3 comments ago.
You could just make it your personality, like me. We just got access to school. Prior to this, males were better suited for school. What happened to cause males not to be better suited for schools?
I explained that earlier, actually. So
they lied. Men made education a zero-sum game.
The white men now are actually talking about how they can't go to school because the women are graduating with a 3.5, where men are graduating with a 3.3. Go to school. Ain't nobody got time for you, white. Like, hey, hearing white men cry about not being able to go to school is wild and diabolical and disgusting to me. So I don't even care. How do you feel bad for white men not being able to go to school? I didn't ask you that.
Does it feel bad for white men not to be able to go to school?
Well, how do you feel about the fact that white men aren't able to go to school and can't access school because of systemic barriers and patriarchy?
I do think that's true so I think there are systemic barriers that bar white men of a certain class from school that are, like, intersects with patriarchy the same way it does for black men, but it's not the same. I think it is just a class struggle. But as a whole, like, per capita by percentages, well, I think that's why you off camera. Or what happened? What's going on? I feel insecure.
Oh no, I just need you to finish so I can clip this. But continue talking about why white for white men not going to school.
What was I saying?
You were saying white men and black men face same socioeconomic issues.
So from a class position, like from a class standpoint, the challenges are similar. From a racial standpoint, they're very different. That's the best way I can put it. So, like, there are white men that aren't going to school who are from, Midwestern steel towns. Your boy JD Vance is a good example, right? Nobody in his town went to college except him, and then he went and became a fucking Elon Musk puppet. So that is real. But the black men are facing those things plus racial barriers. So even my sons will face certain barriers to attaining college from a higher class position that a white kid in their same class position will not. Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense.
No, I don't have any sympathy for white men not being able to go to school.
Was that the question? Well, I mean, I guess
yeah, that was the question. You said your son going to be having hard because
I'm a simp. I'm a simp.
I mean, your audience is now wide, majority wide, so I can understand why you would be.
Oh, that's another piece of. Oh, thank you for saying that. I forgot about that. Come back, Themis. So, somebody in you, I think you insinuated this, and I feel like it came up in the chat that like there was an insidious element to like my audience being whiter now than it used to be.
No. It's not insidious. That was an excuse for you. Petty pointed out that maybe you have to reframe it. Someone pointed out that your audience is wide, and then I'm saying, okay, then there might be an argument to reframe this in so that
but
it's
no. At some point in time, somebody presented that pejoratively as if I pander. Then we got to the Sam Acho line.
Oh yeah, the whole white talking to white people.
So the talking to white people thing is a special project that is intended for white people. That is true.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I mean. That's what I was talking about.
My channel as a whole and everything I've done up until this point has been primarily targeted at black people, specifically black men. And the fact that I've gained a white audience over time is just fucking a numbers game. There aren't too many.
You know that that's going to be hard to accept when you're making something very specific for a white audience now.
I mean, not if you're looking at the total tally of my catalog. Like go through my 50 some odd videos, especially on B-sides, and tell me which of those videos is truly intended explicitly for a white audience. I think you'll find maybe.
I mean, one could make the argument that the way that we present hip hop culture can be sanitized for a white audience.
So how did I do that? Like what?
I can go through it, but what I'm saying is I never had this opinion until like people have said it to me, and I've fought back against them viciously. And I've said, no, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. But then that last video, then I was like, okay, maybe I was wrong.
Well, that video is a unique, special project that for something I have a vision for. That is intended for white people. So. And you haven't seen it yet. But if the standard is making something intended for a white audience is like a bridge too far for you. I can't.
No. I'm not saying it's a bridge too far. Let me be very clear. Do whatever you want. I'm saying I had an opinion of you about blackness in a very specific way that made me very defensive of you and your platform in a way that I didn't see other black content. Let me be very clear. I didn't see big black content creator men online that were speaking up and saying, I am here, I'm taking up space, I own this, without capitulating to whiteness. Never seen it. And I thought that was you. Apparently it's not. So it's me now having to okay, it's not.
And I just feel like that's unfair to say based on one specific project that I recently have done versus like the other 100 some odd videos I've made.
And I will think about this. I will think about this. But what I'm saying is everyone has been dragging me, telling me I'm wrong about this. And I've been like,
your audience is not necessarily the most charitable audience to interpret my work. I haven't even really watched the work.
It's not just my audience. I fight with people a lot, like generally, but like even my Discord, which is very different from like my bigger audience, we will be in there debating, and they drag me for filth about my defense of you. And the issue that I had was I felt like they could not point to anything that I felt like was specifically for white people. And someone said, I won't say who, someone said, wait, like every black man, this is unfair, but like every black man, he's going to step on black people, pretend he's for black people while sanitizing everything for white people. And as soon as he can, he's going to try to get a bigger white audience and make content for white audience. And then seeing that was a reaffirmation of what was said, but it could just be it could be wrong. Like, I'm not saying it's right.
I find that, I'm trying to process that in the like recently because I did just hit 1 million subscribers, and that's something I've been hearing more and more. And there's a part of me, the more arrogant and like ego-driven part of me is like, this is what folks do when Black folks get to a certain spot. Oh, you joined the Illuminati. You know what I'm saying? What you do to get that all that, you know, like it's that energy, right? And I'm trying to balance that with like, what is the valid critique? So if there's a Black audience that's put off by talking to white people, I have to own that. I have a vision for a thing.
No, I think that's still dismissive. The people aren't put off by you. I am not put off by you talking to white people at all. I am put off by you making something that says talking to white people. Like it feels like a very specific kind of performance for very specific white people. And I did not see you as the type to intentionally perform for white people. I saw you as someone who white people will consume your content. It is what it is. But like to perform specifically for a white audience feels like, and whatever. It doesn't matter. It's my opinion.
So I don't think I performed for white people. I think when you watch it, you'll laugh at it. It's like openly, I'm playing a Borat type character. It's kind of openly hostile to whiteness. And it's meant to be like a satire of the concept. But more specifically, I've made, I don't know, like 70 videos on the main channel and maybe 100 on B-sides. And, you know, I just hit 1 million, right? But I've been big for a minute. And like the video that pushed me to really reach 1 million was a video about explaining, like discussing the real history of hoteps and Black radicalism. And it's titled, at this moment, you probably don't know what a hotep is, so you should probably shut the fuck up about it. And it's like, it starts with Vosh. You know what I'm saying? And so like, I don't know if you're familiar with Vosh. She's one of Destiny's former orbiters. And like, don't get me wrong. I own the fact that I'm a educated, I speak well, I speak, you know, that's how I just naturally speak. And so like there's a lot of me that is palatable to white people that's just innate. I cannot change those things, the perspective I have on the world. I'm also very empathetic, and I tend to be less desiring of reading. I'm empathetic to everyone, right? So that is going to create a sense of safety for white audiences that sometimes does make me uncomfortable and make me question, like, am I doing enough to show what my content is mostly for? But like, I think about that as I make videos like the Hotep video, like the Black Panther video, like the Black love videos and the interracial dating videos. Like those videos are for y'all, for us. And so I don't really, like, I'm annoyed by it because I'm hearing it so much now, and I'm trying not to just think on some egotistical shit. But until I hear explicit critique of a thing I've made that shows that I'm pandering to white people, if it's just vibes, then I'm gonna mostly not really be hold a lot of value there.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't tell you it to have you change anything, actually. I think you asked why, and I think there is also this like,
and asking you why at this point before this project gets bigger, I also am looking for input. Do I need to check the way this comes off more than I have up to this point so that I am successful at not coming off like Sam at show, right? So again, you'll get a link later on.
Perhaps men need their own form of oppression so they can learn to behave and follow direction.
He has a
problem for every solution. Y'all ain't got no damn solutions. Let's keep it a buck.
I called Unicang first, by the way.
Thank you. I come in peace.
So you mean to tell me his name isn't F Kang Signifier? JK. The women over here are highly educated professionals. We think critically and are logical with our analysis.
Agreed. Thank you, not so entertaining, for being a member for 15 months. And for the other person for 30, and the other person, I think, for 25.
Mango King?
Kang.
Mango Kang, and Unikang.
Nobody is exempt.
I felt loved and seen by that. I also saw somebody say, "I'm still subscribed to you" in the chat. I appreciate whoever that was.
We've already been to your space, fool.
I don't know what that means. Some of y'all don't watch my videos.
FD, I do not appreciate that you have a platform to encourage Black men to elevate via education, and you think that it is only for you and your offsprings. It's as though you want to always be above other Black men.
What is this? What is this?
I think what she's trying to say is that college is for you and your son, and then there are other Black men.
Somebody said that. I actually
like
really engaged with someone in like the comment section that said I said that explicitly, and it's like, you know, one thing you find out as you get more and more attention is that some people will just make shit up that they want to be true, so they have something to argue against.
I feel like being a progressive, you should know that like imagery and dog whistle and stuff like that are intentional, and because you make videos, so it's not like a lot of dog. Like
that's not a dog whistle. If Black women in my comment section were saying that like at scale, and not in y'all comment section was saying that, I take it more seriously. But the Black men who the video was intended for did not take that message away. So
yeah, they took the message away. You said come. You said come.
They did not say you.
You said come. FD,
but they didn't get the idea like college isn't for me, it's only for FD sons. Like that's ridiculous.
Do they have the education to interpret those dog whistles?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we disagree on that. He is a wannabe
Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. Oh my God, Dr. T. Hassan.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I've been a subscriber to FD. He's one of my last hope for more than just liberal Black men. It do feel like he dismisses things about Black women for Black men.
I mean, I think you have to.
What did I dismiss? Is it dismissed, or is it that's not the subject I'm on? You know what I'm saying?
I think it's.
And I think you have. Go ahead.
I think it necessarily in pointing out the hardship of Black men, you point out that it's easier for Black. You did it explicitly here, and while you want to reframe it and say it's different, I don't think it's just different. I think it is harder for Black. Add a single mother in school, and you're not about to convince me it's harder for Black men. Absolutely not.
I mean, I think a single mother, I think all Black women in college are not single mothers.
No, but there are some Black women in college that are.
Yeah, but if the conversation about harder was, and I recognize that halfway through, it was a really bad way to engage with the debate because it gets into Impression Olympics. But if what was being presented back to me is that if all things are equal, and Black kids are going to the same schools in the same communities, and the Black women are making it and the Black men are not, then what is happening? And what I'm trying to explain is that the results of those barriers for Black men and Black women are different. Patriarchy affects Black men differently than Black women.
Yeah.
The response in the home is different. The response in the school is different.
But
Petty just had to back down from a claim where I was
but
like,
you can't look at the outcome to make the argument that it is harder, and that's what you did.
I mean, you can't do that. Well, we were doing that. If I'm not mistaken, that was like part of a greater discussion, because I think at the end of the day, we agreed on specific things, and maybe we were just talking around each other. But what keeps being presented back to me is this, to be real, like poorly thought out talking point.
My talking point is that it is harder for Black women to get to and go through college, because I don't count the decision you make because you don't want to go as a reason for you not to go. Like,
overall, I don't know if I agree with that, but I don't know if I disagree with that fully. But what I do, if we're on the subject at hand, it's more important to explain why the outcome is different and deal with those explanations than to point out Black women have it harder or just as hard as Black boys.
No, because the thing is, there is part of this that feels like shaming. I accept that. However, if it is in fact harder for Black women to go to college and Black men aren't going, your excuses are going to start bothering me. Not you, but like generally.
I mean, that's fine if you're not all that interested in solving the problem. And that's
no,
the
I
concern
am
trait.
interested in solving the problem, and I'm not willing to give you the yes.
Well, I have to challenge you. If you're interested in solving the problem, but you're not willing to change the way you engage with it because of a specific personal principle that has been proven through time and history is not useful.
No, I am willing to
solving the
change my
problem.
principle. No, I am willing to change my approach to the problem. My issue is you need to give me a reason to change my approach. The individuals that I have had in my family that look up to me, that want to do whatever I do, I tell them what to do and they do it, right? Now, I don't engage that way with people out in the public because I don't know them. But the truth is, I think the coddling and the excuses is giving people too much out. Now, we are going to always disagree on this, it seems, because it does not feel like it is useful where we have consistently just say, oh, it's racism. And there is this weird thing online where men in the manosphere and in progressives and manosphere all think this thing, where they're like, oh, we're just too hard on black men. It's like, no, white supremacy is hard on black men. Fine. White supremacy is hard on black women. Fine. The black community is not hard at all on black men. At all. At all.
There's ways, I don't want to get into that debate because that gets us back to oppression Olympics. But what I will say is that the position you're taking does not work at scale. And that is supported by data, that is supported by what's seen as best practices when they're actually implemented with actual support, and that's supported by history. We've been telling niggas to pull up their bootstraps and grab the brass ring for 45 years now, and things are getting worse. So like the idea that providing cover and excuses for them is what is bad and hurts the situation.
Yeah, it depends on the audience. I am not going to sit here and talk to a white man about individual culpability in a system where, no, I think our generation should be able to rest and get paid for resting. What do you mean? But I cannot do the same conversation with a black person in a black audience. I can't do that. That is not okay with me. Nah, you can do it. I believe in you. How can we get you to do it? I'm not going to sit there and tell you, yeah, the reason you're not doing it, oh my God, no. Absolutely.
But so that response, right? You can do it. I believe in you. How can I get you to do it? That's a really good start. That's a really good start. But what comes out in a lot of these conversations is, why are you doing it? Don't you know you should go to college because it's good for you? And that's condescending. That's demeaning to these people.
I mean, apparently they don't know. Apparently they don't know.
Oh, they do? No, stop. As soon as we almost like, no, that is a horrible thing to say to a person. Let me not do that because I don't want to take things left. But you cannot, it is not useful for people struggling with a situation to present the most obvious solution to that situation possible as if they just didn't think about that shit. You know what I'm saying? Have you tried not being depressed? You know what I'm saying? Have you tried getting a second job? Like, that's not how this works.
Just choosing to not be depressed is not how you get over depression. Choosing to go to school is how you start going to school.
You can't just choose to go to school. That's not a thing that's actually out there for them, to just choose to go to college. They're not just, they're not choosing based on this binary,
what if I don't fully understand how you're like saying, like, what is stopping them from choosing to go to school?
So as I said in the video, they're making a calculated decision based on a multitude of factors. And some of the ways in which that decision comes out is erroneous. For example, as we both agreed on, it's easier to be a college graduate than a rapper, right? So like I'm acknowledging that aspect of it, but their decisions in that situation are informed by their experience, their environment, and their understanding of the situation. And by just reminding them that college is good, actually, you are actually being very belittling to them, is what I'm saying. And they don't really need that. What they need is what you just said like 10 minutes ago, is I believe in you, you can do it. how can we get you there?
But that's
And
what
that
the
needs to
community has been doing. I'm not saying that they're not.
And that goes back to the other argument that the community has not been doing that consistently with
Oh
all
my
boys.
God.
They've been doing
Oh
that
my
with me
God.
and
This
you.
is wild. That
They've
is
been doing that with me
wild.
and you. Yes. Not with all boys. How was that wild?
Wait, so you don't think the Black community has been speaking life into Black men since we walked off left the plantation?
Not for real, and not at scale, and not for everyone. No, that was a whole argument about the types of Black boys that get resources and positive reinforcement, and the types that don't. And I know, and again, this is proven that, again, going back to the statistic that Petty didn't finish looking up. The reason why Black boys get overly put into special ed is because they are seen as not capable of being educated in a normal classroom setting.
But if you're saying some Black boys get picked up and put resources behind, right? Intrinsic in that, I won't even go back to the bottom line where you said all of them are, but intrinsic in that is that these boys are exhibiting certain kinds of behavior traits. And the others aren't.
Yeah, sure.
How do we get the others?
Behaviors.
Okay, and this one I will work with you on. How do we get the others to exhibit that so they can be pushed? Because I actually disagree. I think everyone is being pushed and some of them are choosing not to. But
and my argument there was everyone's being pushed to a certain standard, and then the people that are really believed in are being pushed further, and then the people who have resources are being pushed further.
Yeah, but the people who we believe in because they exhibit certain kinds of character traits or actions. And I'm saying, how do we get the boys who are not exhibiting those character traits to do so?
That's community and household engagement. Maybe that's like having more positive, like gentle parenting type shit. Like something I saw the other day that I was on like a Black dad page or something, and it was weird. And it was like a man like put his kid down to sleep, and the comments were like, "Oh, he seemed like he bad," right? And it's like that type of sentiment is not isolated to a comment section. That permeates through the way people engage with Black boys. And
yeah, some of these is bad. Some of these are bad.
But the idea that people were comfortable enough, that's like, so let's flip the script. A little girl is in a dress doing a little whatever pose, and somebody in the comment section is like, "Oh, she seemed like she fast." Would that be an okay thing for that?
No,
person?
that is inappropriate for every single child, every single Black girl.
Right.
However, Black boys are bad. Some Black girls are bad. No, yeah, you don't sexualize children. Children. Those are miles apart.
No, but the way sexualization for when I talk about adultification, right? Women are adultified sexually.
Yeah, it's wrong.
Boys are Boys are adultified through like what's expected for their gender performance. That's why you have little boys, like the whole thing with Anthony Mackie a little while ago. Among the other bad things he said is he's like, when I leave, my boys know they're the man of the house. They got to protect their mother and da 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 da. And like the way that we adultify little boys, the little boys are parentified in their households when there is no man in the house.
Little girls are parentified. Little boys are also sexualized.
Little girls are parentified as well. I'm not saying they're not, but I'm saying when little boys are adultified, it doesn't appeal. It's not like an explicitly sexual thing.
No, it is an explicitly sexual thing.
With little boys,
yes,
it's not explicitly sexual. It becomes sexual, which is another part of the problem, but it's not explicitly sexual. I've had some of these Black boys aren't going to college and they're entering the workforce. Like never forget the story of the boy I had where he was just not be in school 3 days out the week. And I found out it's because he got a job because his mother's working situation wasn't working out. And he was literally working nights to help pay bills in his household.
And I couldn't have gotten him.
So I've heard this before, and I tried to look into it. It's a very difficult thing to like come to a conclusion on in terms of statistic. It is hard for anyone to make that claim and prove it, that boys are growing up too fast because they have to help provide for the household. Meanwhile, there is research saying boys are more dependent on their parents, their single mothers generally, more than girls, and they stay in the home longer being provided for. So it is a wild claim to make.
So we're not talking about the actual accomplishment of being a provider in the home for a boy child. We're talking about the projection of those features on a boy child. The same way when we're talking about a girl being fast, we're not talking about whether or not a girl is actually fast, actually seeking adult sexual attention. We're talking about the projection of that upon them based solely on their physical presence. So yes, and to bring it to some other shit, like one of the main ways these boys, so it's not completely sexual, but I do want to point out the reason why so many Black men and boys do not talk about their experiences of sexual assault with women is because that experience satisfies a masculine role accomplishment for them. And
yes,
they don't
and
recognize
over-sexualization there too. I think sexualization happens for both men and boys, and girls are adultified sexually, and also in like the caretaker of the home and provider too. Like it's not.
Yeah. But you're talking about actual functional things happening versus the projection. So I'm not saying that's not a thing, right? That
you
girls
keep
are
doing this. They're like, oh, there's a projection and aspiration. They're not doing it. Even if there's sure, yes, I can concede that there might be.
So let's bring it back to why we got here. What I'm saying is that projection, because I was talking about the little boy just napping in an Instagram post. That projection of adultification, or in this case of being bad, is not benign, and it is not isolated. It is something that happens a lot. And so, yes, some little Black boys are bad, right? But projecting badness on little Black boys in general is how we get that clip that was in the video where everybody's looking for bad behavior and staring at the Black boy more than anyone else. And what that produces is Black boys being overly policed, overly criminalized, overly put in special ed. And that's just facts.
No,
so it's not
this is true. Black boys we watch them to see what they're doing, whatever, right? Because of some kind of stereotypes about Black boyhood and Black manhood, right? Similarly, we watch boys more than girls generally, but then when we look at the girls, Black women, Black girls are disproportionately watched against other groups of girls, right?
Yeah.
Black boys,
but the result of
sorry.
So I'm sorry. I just want to point this out because I think maybe this will help you see it. I've been in these schools once again. The result of over policing Black girls can lead to like those same bad outcomes, but it's usually like your dress code. I'll never forget having to confront a teacher. It probably cost me my job, but confronting a teacher over the fact that there was one girl, there was a Black girl that was wearing a skirt that was just an inch too high. And she was a big, she was not big, but like she was developing, right? And so it was noticeable how her particular school the skirt fit her, right? So that was the sexualization. That was the adultification of her body, even though she was only 14, 15 years old, that the teacher was like, what you're wearing is inappropriate. You can't wear that in my class, and sent her to do it, right? And as she walked out, I commended her for this privately, and I confronted the teacher about it privately. She pointed to numerous white girls whose skirts were the same length as hers and said, how is this fair? But at the end of the day, because of socialization and because of the way people respond to that interaction, she just changed her skirt. And that might still discourage her to participate in school at a high level. It might still sour her on the education system and her environment, but the results are more dire. Now, the scenario for boys is going to be that, because again, it's not based on sexual presentation, but it's
but what you're saying though is in conflict with the system, boys need to learn mechanisms to push through. Like we need to change the
Sure,
system.
but those mechanisms are like they don't just like with the girl, right? Those mechanisms can be very detrimental to mental health. They can sour you on education, etc. So yes, if these boys go back to like saying yes some, no some in the classroom, they maybe won't get resource officers called on them. But the fact that they have to do that, it's still nothing to be like, just black boys are bad.
I don't know. I'm never saying this. Like, I would never say that because I don't ignore the system. My issue is they need to be able to get through it to get ahead. And if they can't, we have a problem. Because unless we can figure out how to change the system, and I'm not against changing the system, I'm for doing both. But it feels like you are not for doing both. You want the system to happen before the boys because you're not going to address the boys and how they can effectively engage in this system.
And let me give you, I think you just gave me a great example as to why. I presented to you a scenario I thought was pretty gross.
Yeah.
About how they implied negative behavior on the black boy's presence just by being in their face. But we got to the girl later. And we got to the girl later because your response immediately was, well, black boys are bad.
No. I was talking about some black boys. And I didn't say they.
But you didn't say some first. I feel like I had to feed you some to get you to pull back.
You did not have to feed me some because I knew what I was saying. Even if I said black boys are bad, I will never say all. But also, I'm just saying this is a reality for a lot of people. The stereotype is not wrong. It's incomplete. It's not every black boy. Stereotypes aren't bad because they're wrong. It's bad because it's incomplete. So that's where I was going. Regardless of what you thought I said, regardless of what I actually said, I'm sure I clarified.
So then fine, I will give you that. That is not how they're engaged with by most people. And that compounds on the problem. And that's kind of what I get. And that's why I don't play that.
I am agreeing with you the system is bad and it mistreats black people. Yes. Black girls are getting through it. We're all failing. Like, we're not doing great. Like, regardless of anyone, I don't believe we're doing great. The issue is, why can't we, while we try to fix a system that a lot of us don't believe is going to change, why don't we help black boys get through to the point where they're going through the system and like adapting to it? And that may not be a good thing, but for now, that's all we have.
I think a lot of people are. I just don't know if they're doing it the right way. Like, people think Steve Harvey is good for boys.
No.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like that, and that's kind of the thing. Like, I don't know if you would agree with this if I present it this way, but like, you are much more aligned with Steve Harvey than I think you would like to believe.
I am not.
And I disagree. Because Steve Harvey is tough love. Steve Harvey is bootstrap. Steve Harvey is.
I am not tough love. I am not bootstrap.
I think you admitted. Well, if you're not, then great. But from my perspective, you're much closer to that than you think, and that is the problem.
Because I'm not cuddling people does not mean I don't.
Sometimes I don't like. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, because I don't cuddle, it doesn't mean that I don't understand the systemic argument, but you also understand it. And you making the argument to me seems frustrating, not you, but like if I'm talking to a man and he's like, oh, the system, how many schools did you apply to? None? Okay, before we can talk about the system and how it's failing you and you're not allowed to go to school, if you didn't get into Harvard, yeah, you can cry racism. If you didn't apply to any school at all, that's the problem. Like, you can't blame the system when you didn't try. So yes, I'm not the tough love kind of person. I'm actually very sweet and cuddly. I'm not going to tell some boy to go cut their hair. I'm not going to engage in the kind of sanitized blackness presentation. I don't care to engage in the kind of politicking that requires you to conform in every single way. But I am acknowledging that we are in a system where survival is required, and me cuddling you and telling you, oh my God, no, we get it. No, people are dying. your mothers and your family depend on you. You depend on you, and so it doesn't make sense for me to like cuddle people who are not engaging. Like, you need to engage. You need to engage. You need to engage politically and economically. And that, I'm going to just tell you that. But I'm not Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey and I have nothing in common. I met him. He was nice. He said we look alike, and I said absolutely not.
Is that a real story?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
he went to Georgia State, actually. He came to do a speech, and I was there, and I was like, yeah, no, we're good.
So yeah, I just disagree with the role. The first thing I learned as a teacher was how little softness these boys had in their lives when I was in teaching in these environments. That everybody is trying to create men out of boys based on a framework of masculinity that probably has never been relevant for Black men, as we talked about earlier with the whole provider shit, but was definitely less and less relevant while I was in the classroom. And so the first thing I started doing to produce results in the classroom was engaging with my Black male students emotionally. Not perfectly all the time, not successfully all the time, because I was not the man I am today. I didn't know I was doing it like, I didn't know that was like a specific strategy I was undertaking. But what became immediately clear was I would get way more out of some of these boys with a hug and an arm around their shoulder than wagging my finger in their face and telling them to man up. And there's plenty of research that shows that this is a valuable thing that is missing from boys. And there's plenty of examples in pop culture. I never forget. Well, anyway, so like, and this is not theoretical. This is my direct experience in the schools, my direct experience with this research. And this is also reflected in how schools are trying to change to address these problems. But too many people, maybe not you, think Steve Harvey's got the keys, think Steve Harvey's got the solutions. A lot of people do. A lot of people with the keys to power to how these schools are designed are still following that framework, that deficit model of learning.
Yeah, but hugging an individual person, which I agree. I've had grown men, big, taller, way taller than me, broke down in my arm. And yes, I'm like, okay, we'll figure this out. I will help you. So in my personal life, I do exercise the kind of help that I think people need. The thing is, you can't cuddle an entire community. Like you cannot.
No, you can. You can cuddle an entire community. If you build that into your community's framework, you can provide more softness and emotional
but when
support.
You cuddle, like it's hard for me to say, yes, we can cuddle an entire community. We should care for the entire community. But when the group of people we're talking about, right, and let's say because of our systemic oppression, redlining, all of that, because of all of that, we are causing a ton of harm, I believe, intra-racially. I believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the kind of harms we're causing intra-racially, we do have to focus on like not causing that harm. We do have to focus on educating people. So like we're doing multiple things. One, the harm, all of that, fix it, but also we need to move upward. So while we're fixing that, we're also trying to figure out how to get you to school, how to get you to graduate, how to get you a job, how to get you to invest in your community and not just walk away from your community as soon as you get $10. I don't know that comes with the cuddling. There's some real truth that are hidden in the attempt to make people feel good. And I feel like that's a lot
this
of
isn't let's not feel good. It's feel seen, it's feel heard, it's feel actually engaged with, as opposed to feel expected of. Right. And it's a matter of building rapport. You know, people are not going to like the way that y'all talk about this conversation, it is similar to like the way that men preach at Black women about their decisions in dating and shit like that. Like we know for a fact that the outcome is a specific thing based around structures. We know that Black women don't choose to be baby mamas or whatever the fuck that the manosphere niggas say. We know that for a fact. So you would never take that on face value as an actual response to the problem.
No, yes, because we know that because we can look to Black women engagement with white men and Asian men, and the outcomes are different. We don't know
how common are those outcomes? Like that's like at scale, how many are we talking? Because you said earlier that Black women are what half as like I think 4% of Black women date outside.
I think
have children have biracial children. I'm sorry.
No. Yes, less Black women date out. When they do date out, their relationships tend to be more successful than when Black men engage with any other group of women. Black men's best outcome are with Black women. Now, Black women's best outcomes aren't with Black men. The issue, so I'm not saying that to like dunk or anything. I'm saying that to point out that we know that these Black men talking online trash because nobody cares nothing about nothing you got to say. You don't even deal with the stats. But for Black men, we don't fully know like what is like I don't know what is true and what is not. And I have opened for the first 2 years of being online, all I did for hours was talk to Black men. And when I
you talk to niggas, you talk to online, you talking to management niggas. You talking to management niggas. And so like those are the only
maybe they were. Some of them said they weren't, but maybe they probably were and lied. But but even that scenario where it's like manosphere, a lot of men believe in the manosphere and like actually have these ideas about masculinity and patriarchy. And you even conceded that we need to unlearn a lot of that. That unlearning, that idea puts a lot of people at risk. The unlearning, they're not about to listen to women. So like it feels very.
They'll listen to me. And like they're listening to me, and I think I'm doing a very good job of the thing I set out to do. And it's like
what's the thing you set out to do for Black men?
You know, I changed my whole content after Kevin Samuels blew up. Did you how long have we known each other? When did I first pop up here?
So I don't remember.
I probably was well after like I blew up. Long story short, like I'll never forget when Kevin Samuels blew up and I was really understanding what was happening, I changed up my content and I made the Black Man in Love video where I talked to actual Black men about the shit. And I tried to make a piece of content that engaged with Black masculinity from a holistic, non-patriarchal, non-toxic standpoint. And I've made that a core aspect of my content since then. And I've had millions of views on these videos that are anti-manosphere, more views than anything the manosphere has been doing since Kevin Samuels died, and more views than Kevin Samuels is getting on his content. So I'm doing a lot. I just hit 1 million subscribers. And yes, after the Drake video, it's a lot more white motherfuckers than I was used to, right? I'm not going to deny that. But I only get recognized in public by other Black men, like literally 9 times out of 10. I constantly.
But how do you know they're watching and changing perspective, particularly when
they tell me?
But it doesn't feel like you're telling them to change your perspective. It feels like you're telling them.
That's because you don't. Because thing is, I'm just being real. You don't really know what that actually looks like. You only know the browbeating, like curt, direct framework. You don't know what it actually looks like to help somebody change the perspective. Y'all was up here platforming Destiny, like Destiny was actually changing minds. Meanwhile, he was collecting a group of people to do sex crimes to. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let's be very clear. Anyone who comes to my platform generally gets to come on because I debate unless you are talking nonsense and I remove you. But Destiny did, in fact, dismantle a lot of the manners. Like he went in to the manosphere and debated them in a way that they came to my platform. I didn't go into there because absolutely not. And so, like, he did delegitimize the manosphere in a lot of ways. Yes, he was,
but that was not useful for changing minds. And I pointed that out. And I have like literally, I think Angry Man has 1 million subscribers now. He was a nothing creator before Destiny platformed him. And Nick Fuentes, an overt white supremacist, was off platforms. He was not on anyone's platform until Destiny brought them back.
And one of the disagreements we fundamentally have is that although debate can be useful and people can learn from it, I made the explicit argument then, before all this happened, because I saw it getting ready to happen, that the things that I think youths perceive as change and effective for changing people's minds and fixing problems are just not effective. They're just not.
Yeah,
there's research that shows that.
Again, I disagree with you on this. I disagree that he wasn't effective in changing minds. I disagree with you in him not engaging in helping to dismantle the manosphere. The manosphere is all but dead. Obviously, they're trying to survive right now, but no one cares about them. To the extent that they get views, I don't care. I don't watch the part of the YouTube that I don't fundamentally understand is why we are so interested in viewership and becoming bigger, whatever, if the impact can be made. Now, whatever you think about that is what you think about that. I don't think there is legitimacy in the manosphere, the Black manosphere particularly, anymore. There is zero legitimacy in the Black manosphere. Part of that was, I wouldn't say destiny only, but like enough people have dragged them to where there's just not legitimacy at all.
No. I'm gonna just give myself the flowers here. The reason why the Black manosphere died is two things. One, Kevin Samuels like kind of pushed them further than they ever should have been in the first place. And when he died, there was no one to carry the torch for him. But the main reason I think they're dead, they like people gravitated to other Black male creators who are not manosphere creators. Period. It's not just me, it's not just Foreign Man. It's like every other day I found a new nigga with more subscribers than the average little manosphere weirdo. Talking about maybe they haven't read bell hooks, maybe they're not, they don't have the best feminisms in mind for their content, but they're definitely recognize that the red pill shit is weird and they're not paying attention to what they're doing. And that's
I don't
like
know your analytics, but I highly doubt that you and Foreign Man have the same audience as the manosphere overall.
No, but I guarantee you, I have more Black men watching me than all the manosphere combined right now, and I bet you Foreign Man's not that far behind.
Yeah, but watching you,
they were never that big.
Watching you and agreeing with you are a very different thing. I can watch you if I were manosphere and feel like I got the argument made to shield my degeneracy.
You probably could. I can't worry about that. I can't worry about that. I can't worry about that explicitly.
So then that you have them isn't doing the work.
No. Because what I'm doing is I'm now like the strategy I realized at a certain point was, instead of making anti-manosphere content and pointing to the manosphere people with my platform, like Destiny did very purposefully so he could grift other people's audiences, is I'm just going to grow my platform as big as possible, doing the thing I think is good, and have that be the first point of contagion for these ideas. And I'm still going to make anti-manosphere related videos and content, but I'm going to grow big enough that you just can't notice these niggas. And they still at me all the time, and I don't really engage. That was my first talk, is that I went on a manosphere thing.
Oh, and I was
feel like I did a good job availing myself. And I said then, my goal really is to be bigger than these dudes and to make it so their spaces are relevant. You can attribute that to Destiny if you want, even though the main person Destiny talks to.
I'm not giving it to Destiny. I'm saying he helped in the delegitimizing of the.
I can't deny that he helped in the delegitimizing. The words you just said, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. I can't deny that. But the numbers show and the research shows that when you platform and repeat bad ideas, even if to point to them and say they're dumb, you actually, on these types of platforms, you actually do more to spread those ideas than to stop them from spreading. That is I researched this. I'm gonna go find the papers and send them to you when I get a chance. And when I read that, that's when I changed my strategy.
All right, guys, we're reaching the 12:30 mark. I'm gonna need final remarks at this point.
Oh wait, let's try to go through the super chats quickly because I feel bad now.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Black men and boys to become so determined in thinking of our future that they believe wholeheartedly they can be Autobots, let alone AutoZone employees.
I think that's nice, kid.
Don't act like we don't see what we see either, FD. So you think you're as clever as Satya? Girl, bye.
I don't think that's related to me.
That's essentially what you're saying, genius. If all things are the same for both, but one is failing, that means one is inherently less than the other. So if it was FD, in fact, who made the eugenics argument. I work in production. What makes your project different than W. Kamau Bell's brand? Kamau.
Actually, I actually made friends with Kamau Bell. I think it's gonna be very different. We're actually talking about it. So
I'm just tired of black men. They smell based on the woman. Smell based
We're
on
talking about smell.
They are with, just how educated they are based on who they are with.
You know, that's a myth. That's another thing you said, that black men, when they start making money, give a white women. That's not true either, statistically.
Where you got that statistic? Let me pull up mine.
What did I just see? I just Googled it real quick.
Well, if we're all Googling, let me do some Googling myself. Let me see how to pronounce Kamoy.
Let me see if I can find like the most solid source for this. Where is this coming from? Spot code, Richmond. Where are you getting this data from?
Okay, let me Google how to spell Kamoy.
Kamau. They spelled it right in the thing.
How do you Google how to spell something?
So this is from thoughtcode.com. This is some type of general interest science and science and education site. And it cites in 2025 a study from Yale, from Ivory A. Tolson of Howard University and Brian Marks of Morehouse College, that states that
I can read mine.
83% of married black men who earned at least $100,000 annually got hitched to black women. What was yours?
No, higher educated black men and black men who earn more, over 100,000, have higher interracial marriage rates, 33% versus 17% of less educated black men. This data was compiled by the U.S. Census. Marriage rate. Where is that? Sorry, I need to open my. All right, so the 2029. The last U.S. Census collected, Pew Research, and
2019, you mean?
More strong. Sorry, no, wait 1 second. I have one more strong citation. Pew, the U.S. Census. This is Pew on interracial marriage.
You realize we're saying two different things, though, and your thing doesn't dispute my thing.
No, I'm saying what I said is that black men are more likely to date out when they have more money. That's my claim. So unless you're disputing that claim,
so no. I think that's true. That's true for true for black women as well. But I'm saying that the vast majority of black men, even when they have more money, still date black women.
Yeah, because no. Black men, by and large, marry black women. I think it's at 83%, but it's 83 of 82%.
It's like 87. It's like 87% period, and then like at least according to this, 83% if they make.
Yeah, but it's off. It's off 34%. Only 34% get married.
Right.
So it is of 34%. Of 34%, and yes.
So are you postulating that marriage trends don't end, dating trends, marriage trends don't have any implication on dating trends? That would be the opposite.
No. They
marriage to
do. They
dating?
do. But I'm saying it's easier to track marriage than dating, and it's harder to track dating. And the way that we track dating is by you surveys. Marriage is verifiable through the U.S. Census.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, still, but if my point is that so here's my argument. Just print it as clear as possible, and then we can make sure we're not talking past each other. It is a myth that Black men who make more money prefer non-Black women.
We don't know that. We don't know that.
So the data shows that 83% of Black men who make over 100K still marry Black women.
No, 83% of Black men do not get married, even with the over 100K. The argument you're making, you're extrapolating too much from the research. It is saying that Black men marry Black women,
right?
Overwhelmingly, of those who get married. But you're taking from that and saying they prefer Black women, and I don't think those two things are the same. My argument is Black men are more likely to marry out the more money they make.
So that is true. Black men are more likely to marry out the more money they make. But we know that percentage is still, what did you say? 33% was your percentage. And I need you to show me where you got that from. But you can't say, like, for your argument.
Sorry, go ahead.
For your argument to reject my own, you're saying like I'm reading too much into the data, but you're like pulling out data that you literally just said you don't actually.
No, but I don't make the judgment. You're making
I'm making a very logical judgment. It's very logical to say that.
No. Yeah, but you can say it's logical, but it's not it's not directly in the data that you're positing. Mine is. Like, I'm not saying Black men prefer Black women or prefer white women. I think culturally we can make an argument, whatever. But what I'm saying is that they're more likely, when they have more money, to marry out.
But men are more likely to get not yeast infections, penis infections, like men are more likely to get urinary tract infections if they're uncircumcised.
Yeah,
that is true.
Yeah.
But the percentage in which that goes up from circumcised to uncircumcised is, relatively speaking, insignificant to the reality of the data. So, like, something you're saying is true.
Insignificant. If there is a reason, if there's a causal mechanism for uncircumcised and making it more susceptible to UTI, then there is, even if
it's not something to ignore. It's not a non-piece of data. But
that's how you're treating the stats that Black men are more likely to marry out. Whenever we say Black men are 2 times more likely to marry out than Black women, people say, no, that's not true. 84% of Black men marry Black women. It's like, no. 2 things. 1, it's a deflection. You're dismissing something that is statistically reality by pointing to something that is not statistically relevant to the claim being made. You can make the claim that, yes, Black men are more likely to marry out, but overwhelmingly, of the 82%, 84% that do get married, 87% of the 82 or 84 marry Black women. That is not addressing the point that they're 2 times more likely to marry out.
It's not. What I'm saying is, if we're making a policy decision, right, and my policy decision includes somewhere between, what'd you say, 40 and 30-something% of all Black men, somewhere between 180% of all Black men, and your policy decision includes a specific 10, I think 9. Is it 9 to 5, 9 to 4 for Black men marrying out versus Black women?
I think it's was it 90? Oh my God!
It's no more than like 9 to 5 or 4. I guarantee you that. So you're basing, so like we would never, nobody in a position to dictate policy.
Again. I just saw this on my outline.
But I understand what I'm saying, though. Nobody in a position to dictate policy would say, "Hey, let's make a policy decision based on 10% of the population."
Yes, they say, we're attempting to do it around police brutality.
No. That, first off, they didn't. They've completely fucking increased police.
No. I didn't say they did. I said we are attempting to.
Because we're trying to stop an extreme outlier that causes extreme harm in the Black community.
It is like 11 to 24, based on the Pew research.
For marrying out?
According to Pew Research, 24% of Black male newlyweds in the U.S. married someone of a different race or ethnicity. The figure specifically applies to new marriages and may not reflect the overall percentage of Black men who are married to non-Black partners. And also I have a note that, you and I disagree on this, but it doesn't matter whether or not biracial is counted as Black in the Pew Research.
Okay, so it's still much less than the whole, is what I'm saying. And no, we wouldn't. Nobody would actually make a policy decision based on a small population whose outcomes are not actually very meaningful to like the needs of the community that they're making a policy decision on.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that there should be any policy changes. I'm saying
right. I'm only saying that to just put into scope how we should, when you say Black men are twice as likely to marry outside the race as Black women, that sounds like a big deal until you realize we're only talking about, according to you, 24% of Black men.
Wait. You don't think that's a big deal?
No. I don't care nothing about this interracial shit, to be honest with you, first and foremost.
I didn't care about it until I realized that there are like 2 million more Black women than Black men, and that Black women are race loyal in a way that Ralph Richard Banks was talking about in his book Is Marriage for White People. And so like the numbers don't seem to make sense. I don't care who people marry, right? I don't care who people marry, right? The issue is if Black women continue to be race loyal and Black men continue to be twice as likely to marry out than Black women, and Black people don't get married, it's like at like 34%. That put Black women at a very distinct disadvantage in terms of competition for Black men. Like numerically.
Stop being race loyal. Cynthia G, I got you.
No, I don't think sin. I think sin is actually opposed to men. Like not opposed to men. I think sin is like don't trust no man. I don't know why people think sin is a divester. Actually,
well, I don't know.
Yeah, Tim, if you really are one of a kind. All right, let's quickly go through these.
I respect trades, but how can we elevate as a community economically with a population of men overwhelming in trades? I don't see the vision, FD. I want to apologize to
FD. Did you insult my wife?
Insulting your wife was wrong. She did nothing to me, so it won't happen again. I was wrong.
I didn't see the insult to your wife because I would have caught something too.
I used to do Black men resume and help them with practicing interview, and they made my head hurt. I'm a senior executive, and I was trying to give back.
Thank you, Leftover.
FD, when did your audience become majority white? I've been following you for a while.
When he did the Drake thing, he said.
No, I don't think. I think it started before that. Because I realized that the audience temperature had changed when I did my Black Gender Wars video. And that was a little bit before the Drake video. So it probably happened before that video happened. Oh, no, that happened after the Drake video. No, it happened before. So I don't know. I think after the white rapper video, it's probably when there was like a distinct change in my white following over like clearly outnumbering my Black following. And I'm basing that off numbers and vibes. So like I don't know this for a fact. I'm just basing it off numbers and vibes.
You woke up and checked your analytics.
And some job.
Hairs on the back of your neck stood up.
So Alpha has said is the Bo Burning video. Yeah, at the beginning, but that was my first 100K. And then after that, it was Black folks consistently. It was almost all Black for most of my time. My biggest video until the Drake video is a video where I'm extremely confident was predominantly Black people. So that was 2023. And then like at the end of 2023 is I think the white rapper video and that's when it starts to change. It's just harder to be big, and it's consistently big with your videos and not have a white audience. It's just the numbers don't add up on YouTube.
I would tell them to leave. Guarantee you men would find the value in higher education if women were denied access. We know that's the reason why men don't value it. Didn't you say earlier they can't subjugate anymore with power, so they don't really see a reason to?
Thank you, Dr. Umar's big toe. I don't know why your name is Dr. Umar.
I accepted another position in the Middle East, ended up marrying an Arab, and was still trying to help Black men out. They thought I was going to give them a job because they were Black. Black American men are nabs everywhere they go.
I don't believe that you were all that helpful. Leftover chocolate. You got some weird takes and a lot of money. So shout out to your Arab man. She making it rain in the chat to talk about niggas be smelling funny.
Thank you for
He just pulled the I am not like other Black people. I'm a special Black person. Please select me. As long as higher education remains accessible to women and it provides a gateway out from under the boots of men, men won't go. It used to be an institution that facilitated patriarchy. Men are turning to religion for this now.
Not only, I think a lot of men mistakenly believe that education they were smart and logical. When they looked at the bell curve, we took the smartest men and we made that men generally. And so they had this idea, even though they weren't it, thinking that all of them were successful in school and they were builders and creators of the world and they had access to patriarchal power. They're realizing they don't now. And it's destabilizing for them. And they need to go to school.
FD seems to not realize Themis and him have audience overlap.
I don't think so.
I mean, some, yeah, but not a ton.
I mean, if you had my, well, I guess it would be overlap, but like, it's not, FD will tell you he's too big for that.
Essay on campus is a huge problem for Black girls.
It is.
In what world is patriarchy harder for men? Oh, I watched a TikTok and this Black guy was talking about how we don't talk enough about how Black men are a double minority.
There's a logic to that.
They're at the unique intersection of being Black and a man. So there's a
that's
oppression.
I would never really employ that like as a true talking point or like a point of inquiry, but like there's a logic to like the fact that Black men and white men are very different and are regarded differently in society. And Black men are not technically men in the eyes of white supremacy. But it's not worth me fighting Muddy over, but I get his logic overall.
FD acting like he's the voice of reason and knowledge of these kings. Just shows that Black men are in a very bad place. Their frail egos don't allow them to admit it and do better. Excuses for failure won't help. All this goal moving is tiring. Good rest, beloveds.
Thank you.
Black women have to find the bootstraps, put them on, and pull them up. Even with kids, why can't Black men get bootstraps too?
It's still only 35%. Like I feel like that's so insidious. Not like y'all specifically, but like the way that Black women that aren't magic are erased in these conversations for talking points against Black men is a problem. But it's not my problem to engage with. But like 36% of Black women are getting college degrees, not 85%, or not the 92%. It's 36%, and those other 65% of Black women are struggling just like we are. And the same solutions that we're saying to Black men
Wait,
are
we
useless.
gonna knock black women off the pedestal. We're not gonna speak life into them and speak gently.
I am
be,
trying to
No,
speak.
he said he gonna
I
drag
am
black
trying to
women.
speak.
FD said I can drag y'all. Black women need to humble
I'm trying to.
yourselves.
I'm trying to speak life into black women. Yes, in this moment, the black women that are not included in that 36% who are never a part of this conversation. That's what I'm trying to do. And I did respond to them in schools the same way I responded to the boys, except less hugs.
Weakness. Black men love making excuses. I work for a company that pays 100% of your degrees, certifications, etc., and black men still refuse to go to school. I'm working on my 6th free degree. I work for a very well-known aerospace company.
I'm so proud of leftover chocolate, man.
Leftover chocolate. You're the
for all things.
You're the sponsor of this stream,
right? At a minimum, I don't know if I'm feeling leftover chocolate man's takes overall, but I know they got it like they say they do because they had made it rain on this chat to let people know how they got it.
Black men being willing to be last doesn't prove they have it worse than black women who refuse to be. Why don't black women fight for legislation like they did to be with white women, fight for legislation? Also, Umar, I think she's might be talking about the king. Also, Umar received tons of support from black women for his non-existent school for black boys.
This is a ridiculous statement to say that black men didn't fight for legislation except for to be with white women. That's like goofy. I just gotta call that out.
No one had to tell them how to have intercourse or be lazy. Black men do not give women grace. They are often left as a single mother and have to do what they can. So we should continue to birth black males. Why? I'm not about to use my wound to create another crying, ineffective, failed bandit. I sure won't.
Oh, that lady has all right.
I'm struggling with this because black girls are going through higher ed, undiagnosed with ASD and mental health stuff, yet they still manage to get through with no community support, sexism, and racism.
Thank you, Dr. Umar Spinkito.
I'm tired of black men. I got my GED, ended up getting a job in aerospace.
Oh my God, is this a bot?
Building airplanes as a single mother, went to school and got my education. I had zero help and I never made excuses. Just stop.
I wonder if she went to aerospace school. Do you think she went to aerospace school?
I'm sorry.
And married an Arab?
Pissed me off.
I'm sorry. I do need some water. Are my lips looking that bad? I do need some water.
Read it. Oh, I didn't read it.
Black men do not prefer black women. They just prefer what black women do for them.
If aerospace is all that's left, oh my God.
Black men.
If aerospace is all that's left, are you just going to their stop highlighting their
No, it's like a couple in a row.
Talking about the same boys and think they shouldn't have to listen to women.
Who said that?
That think they shouldn't have to listen to women.
Oh, okay. I mean, possibly.
Are we going to ignore the fact that bandits were bred on the plantation?
I feel like Cynthia and Poopy and black man with a job, whatever the thing is, leftover black man. I think this is Cynthia posting from 2 different accounts.
Big, dumb, submissive, and weak, which they are.
Wait, how did I get so much super chat? This is insane.
Black men refuse to acknowledge all of the hardships that black women are experiencing.
I'm sorry you feel like that.
What does coddling a male child look like?
I'm sorry you've been made to feel like that. I want to do a better job of apologizing, make sure it's really understood as an apology.
So in 100 words or less, FD, how would you help or encourage Black boys, men to get an education?
I talked about it when I talked about the little boy I met in the shoe store. I broke down how to get an education for much cheaper so you're not worried about debt. I explained the value of college, and I would offer support as much as I can to either to connect them to resources or, just offer advice.
I have a story about shoes with a
No,
bad.
we don't want to hear your story about you.
I just think expectations are so low for Black boys in our household that it doesn't matter how they achieve an education, just come back home alive, nothing else. Let's work from this point. Thank you, Ms. Bluter. I think that's actually a useful thing to put into the atmosphere.
Wait, what? Read it. Well, I think the expectation are so low for Black boys in their household that it doesn't matter how they achieve in education. Just come back home alive, nothing else. Let's work from this point. The expectations are low in the homes for boys.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. There's a thing. I may touch on this. I may come back to this so I can make sure I'm not talking on my ass. But there's the coddling you critique me about in like my personal work does happen in households between Black boys and their mothers. And it's because these mothers feel a sense of threat and fear for the safety of their boys. And there's also a weird competition.
So they should push their little boys to achieve more.
It's like pushing to achieve. Yes, right. They should. But it's more like, I guess that's the end result of what I'm saying is that they should be pushed to achieve more. But I don't like how that's framed because that can easily be twisted into some manosphere talking point that is Black women's single mothers' fault, right? And so
that's what you believe. What do you mean?
No, I'm more so trying to say that we need to rearrange how. That's why I'm getting at patriarchy, right? The fear response is the fear of what's going to happen to these boys is what these women are responding to in their homes. The fear of losing their sons or their sons not being good men, etc. Feeling they need to build them up in ways that maybe they haven't earned. And so it becomes this complex dance. And so you want to be careful with it, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, but so this is the thing that I've never understood, real or perceived, the truth about how many Black men are killed by the police is I don't
It's not killed by the police, it's killed by the streets.
Okay. Other Black men?
Yeah. They're afraid of the police, but they're also afraid of losing their boys to the streets.
All right, cool.
So when she says come back home alive, that's what she's getting at.
Fear, true. I agree.
We can't, let's keep going so I can get to.
Yeah.
Didn't he change his message when he's on the FBI list? I don't know what that means. Wash your foreskin, King. That's it's kind of funny. I recognize production inquiry. I didn't realize that who I was talking to. Shout out to production inquiry who will leave these types of posts in my actual videos that I've argued with before.
Respectfully,
chats hurt my head.
Chats hurt my head. Would y'all be open to talking about liberal and leftist takes again in the future with more structure and political focus?
No.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Never mind that shit.
Wait. Sorry, I thought they were dragging me. Wait. Respectfully, the petty super chat hurts my head. Would you be open to talking about liberal or leftist takes again in the future with more structure and political focus? We weren't talking about leftists, though. We were talking about
but that's what they wanted. They're saying that's what they want.
Oh,
gotcha. and to be fair, your perspective is a little bit more liberal and mine is a little bit more progressive. So I see why they got that.
I think I'm super progressive. I don't know what you're talking about.
But your classical liberalism is the individual, the strength of the individual, bootstraps, etc. You're much closer to that than I am.
I feel like that framing is so unfair because you have to believe we can individually do better than we are, even though we acknowledge a system and we want to change the system. To not do that is to fundamentally say just lay over and play dead.
I don't. I feel like we got to get to the rest of these super chats, but I understand what you're saying.
All right.
This using struggle with oppression. Black men are beneath white men, but above black women. They both struggle and subjugate. That cannot be said about black women. Yeah, I never said that. I don't know. I've never said black women oppress black men. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
But do black men oppress black women?
Yes. Themis.
All right. I mean, I thought you would. I don't know.
How do you not know this? We've had this conversation multiple times at this point.
I don't think you've ever.
I generally am hurt by some of these questions that you kind of like. But you know, I have to do a self check. I
will go look. I will go look if you've ever said black men oppress black women. I will go look.
His lies dry. No, but I just work hard.
How much can you calculate how much Chocolate Leftover Man has given tonight to shit on black men, literally with the emoji and talk about Chocolate Left Man? What do you do for a living? Are you in aviation?
The aerospace. They work for
aerospace.
SpaceX.
Are you in aerospace? What is your job? Have you ever moved overseas or married an Arabic man?
Black men suck, period. I used to love black men, but all they do is cry.
He said stop pocket watching.
Look bad. They all need to go on an island in the middle of an ocean, including the black men in my family. Ooh. We all started from a place of love, and we're still there.
Oh, Lord.
So just note that YouTube just took half of everything that y'all sent this way. So let's go into the after show quickly so we can wrap this up because we finally got to all the super chats. Thank you all for being here. FD, why don't you feel it's necessary to protect black women publicly online?
Do I not do that?
Nope.
I disagree, but you know, what would that look like to you?
Wait, no. Can you send me when you've done it and I will review you doing it? Not now, but like anytime.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. What does that look like? Caring for the plight of black women. If you believe black men oppress black women, then addressing it directly in any meaningful way. However, as I say this, you said you have, so I want to see it, but I believe that if you speak to black men directly, you might lose black men's ear. And you said you have black men ear, and I don't know. I have not looked through your algorithm. I don't know what's in your algorithm. So if you have black men ear and you're doing something good with it, fine. But from my perspective of it feels like you're making excuses for black men. And I think part of why progressives don't think I'm progressive or as progressive is my unwillingness now to make excuses for men when women are being harmed and children are being abandoned.
I just think you often limit your analysis to just gender like framings.
No, I don't.
And I mean, I'm not saying you all the time. I'm just saying in a lot of situations, you're like hyper focused on was there a carceral response to this bad thing, right?
No, no. This bad thing happened. I don't want it to happen again. And while we try to help black men, I don't want black men to be attacking black women and children.
So, but what is that solution to you though? Because the thing I can show you a multitude of things. I can show you the Black Manosphere, the maybe 3-hour long Black Manosphere video I made.
I watched,
years ago, right? And in that video, I completely dismantle as much as I can stomach the Black Manosphere. I spent an hour dragging Kevin Samuels.
Yes,
Like,
but it feels it's easy for you to do that. It's easy for anyone to do that because that action is a very specific group that's not more general about Black women's experience generally, right? And so, like, when we are looking at the disproportionate DV, Black femicide rate, just all of the issues that I can point to, it doesn't feel so. I feel like the idea of black and black crime has been weaponized by a Republican in a way that makes us very afraid to address it directly.
how do we address that directly? I'm sorry, I didn't realize this was like
Not calling it out directly. I mean, like I don't think progressives touch it at all.
What does calling it out directly do?
What do you mean? Bringing awareness to it and making policies around it, hopefully.
So all right. So bring awareness is not necessary. We do not know.
No, I think it is necessary because I don't think a lot of Black women understand that. I think Black women trade their safety for protecting Black men.
Yeah, in some cases, but that's not a lack of awareness. Like they're not doing it out of a lack of awareness. They're doing it out of a multitude of other reasons. Like when Black women stay with their abusers, it's not like for the pure sake of protecting that Black man. It's usually because they don't have any other options.
Yeah, I'm just talking on a larger communal level, but yes.
When what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to get at is that this feels like it's about to break down to publicly redressing the issue and saying I did a thing versus contributing to education and dialogue that actually changes minds and changes behavior. And that's where we always end up fundamentally disagreeing. So I'm not super proud of my Black Manosphere video, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? I did it more so out of a sense of spite because they tried to G-check me and I knew I was about to lap all of them. And I wanted to make sure I documented that this is going to happen. And when I realized that's what I was doing, if you look at the beginnings parts of the video versus the end of the video, I realized what I had done and changed my tone at the very end of the video because I realized I was mostly just dunking on them. And that wasn't, for my ego, that was good, but that wasn't actually good for addressing the problem that Black men present to Black women. What's good for, go ahead.
What do you do in the meantime while we're fixing the issues? What happens to Black women?
I hope y'all thrive and survive. I hope that Black women are safe, but I can't control these things directly. And like that's not like my role in the equation. I'm not an actual policymaker, you know. So I can advocate. Like we had a whole debate about carceral feminism, and you were fighting on the behest of the police, which doesn't make Black women safe. So like.
Wait. You were saying that we need to abolish the police. I am saying we're not about to abolish no police until we get to a society where people don't need the police. And then you're like, and I asked you, do you think we can get there? The answer from that is no. So why are we talking about abolishing the police?
I don't remember now, but I don't think that the answer is actually no. The answer is like not immediately, but we're getting off topic. My point is that what I innately feel like you and your audience always want from me is to just drag niggas when I get the chance, when they do something. No. That's what I feel. That's what I'm hearing. Now that's just my truth about how I interpret the interaction. I'm not saying that is what it is, but that's how I interpret it. Because for the most part, like the fact that y'all haven't watched my video on Black women's maternal health, right, which is a short B-size video, but you have watched every time you disagreed because I said something really positive about Black men, or like not every time. No, not every time. But you get my point. Like the things like when I did a video, I think the last really like dunking on niggas video I did, I have like a picture of me with the word simp behind it. You know what I'm saying? On the B-sides. It's like, so like, what thing do you think is more useful to addressing the problem? Is it me making fun of manosphere niggas
No,
in
no, I
public.
don't need you to make fun. By the way, I watch your Kendrick Lamar video. I watch a bunch of different videos. But the issue is not, I take seriously that Black women need to protect themselves to the extent that it's even from Black men. And I don't know that Black women understand that they are ripe for the picking, low self-esteem, call it whatever you want to call it. They are ripe for the picking when it comes to this need for validation and community with Black men in particular. I don't say you shouldn't have community with Black men. I'm saying I don't know how to vet. I also don't think that it is, you should be having I don't want to call it homosexual, but like people in your homes and like giving so much of yourself to people in hopes that they become better one day. I think that we as men, regardless of what you think of me, have a fundamental sort of issue that we need to fix. And until we are fixing that, we should be very clear when we're speaking to Black women or Black men that we need to fix this. Like it shouldn't be and maybe I'm too tough on this, but I don't think it should be a coddling. I think we are harming people, and I think that we are excusing the harm with racism, which is true, but the excuse is not valid. Like I'm not excusing bad behavior.
So
with
I
racism.
would like I am not in, well, no, I am not in the direct crosshairs of like gendered violence from Black men, right? Like I'm still in the crosshairs, but like not from an intimate partner standpoint. And I want to like acknowledge and own that it's easier for me to look at the big picture because the bullets aren't directly in the line of, I'm not directly in the line of fire for bullets. And like I'll hold that, right? And like I don't begrudge people who feel like my content doesn't serve them, Black women who feel like my content doesn't serve them, or who feel like they want.
No, but saying you hold that doesn't feel genuine. Saying I'm not directly. It feels like you're saying I'm not there. I get it, blah blah blah. But this is what I'm doing. So it doesn't feel like.
But I want to. So let me get to the end. Then let me just skip to the end. I'm doing a thing that I believe wholeheartedly, and I feel like the results speak to is fundamentally better than whatever it is you all would have me do. And you would have to give me a really solid like data or reasoning to make me think differently. Because from where I stand in my perspective, it's not the same. And I understand that's unsatisfactory. What I'm trying to get is I understand it's unsatisfactory.
Yeah. Yeah, it is unsatisfactory, and I understand that. But I feel like for me, when people are being harmed, like for me, whenever I speak about the system, I'm going to drag the police system. I'm going to talk about the issues with policing. When I talk about the system, capitalism generally, I'm going to talk about that. I drag the political framework, I engage with it. But when I'm talking about Black women who are being hurt, and not just Black women, Black children, and we talk about how children need their fathers to show up and be their best self, there is an issue for me where it's like, if you're talking about the Black community, to not engage at meaningfully on large scale of how Black women are being harmed, feel not just Black women, like Black gay men, everyone who is not like.
But I do touch on but I do touch on these things when necessary, or like when it makes sense. But like my argument has always been, those things are not secretive. They're everywhere. They're all over our media. They're all of our discussions. We got a new big nigga,
yeah, but no. You're right. It feels like it's everywhere, but it's dismissed by progressives by saying
it's not dismissed. It's not dismissed.
It is dismissed.
It's not dismissed. Progressives are very liberals, I should say, for the most part, are very quick to throw Black men under the bus and highlight certain types of Black men when they do.
No, I'm saying progressives particularly.
Progressives are providing. But progressives are doing that because they're providing the counterbalance to what the liberals, who are way more prominent in our media, are saying. And that's the thing. I'm feeling it that is wide open versus I would be just another drop in the bucket talking about Black men did this to women, child, etc. Tonight on the news. Like that's everywhere. It's impossible to escape. But
yeah, but reporting on what is happening as opposed to how you can fix it and how to engage and showing sympathy. Like it feels like we, as a Black man, it feels like there is not a lot of accountability for how the harm going on because we can excuse it by saying,
where are you getting that from? What is this not lack of account? What is lack of accountability? Are niggas going to jail?
Should I give an example?
Sure.
When Shannon Sharpe comes out and says racism and that whatever, and not even Shannon Sharpe only. Let's say let's use not Shannon Sharpe. What's his name? Martin Luther King, the modern one. King the Conqueror.
Sean King?
Jonathan Majors.
No, Jonathan Majors.
When Jonathan Majors came out and did what he did, the community backed him and said, "Oh, you should have done this, you should have done that. You should have been with a Black woman," right? And while white media rejected him, Black media somehow felt like it was our responsibility to protect him. This is not just emblematic of like celebrity. It is what happens within the Black culture, where Black men can be harmful and we pretend that they are not. And the ones that are harmful, we use excuses for it, and it feels weird to pretend like this doesn't happen.
But those are so it's a couple things. One, all those men have suffered consequences.
Yes.
Right? Accountability is a different, because that's a different concept altogether.
Not from the Black community.
But the consequences are not from the Black community, right? I'm not saying that, but they've suffered consequences is number one. So like I think that throws off the idea that there's no accountability.
No. I said no. I was saying no accountability within the Black community. The Black community is the thing. I will always drag the white supremacist system. Within the Black community, Black men reign supreme and they don't face the kinds of consequences that they face outside of the Black community. They are
Two, that's the issue of patriarchy. And this goes back to what I was saying about those select few Black men. That's why I added that part about malignant narcissists when I said 7 out of 10 times it turns out okay, and at least one out of those 10 times they turn into a malignant narcissist. Like that's what I'm getting at. And I'm getting at that's happening because of patriarchy. It's not happening, it's happening like to the benefit of those Black men, but it's happening because like the first people to whitewash Jonathan Majors was a gay Black man and a queer Black woman. Whatever the light-skinned gay dude's name is, and then Ayanna Van Zant, and before her, what's the girl's name? Keke Palmer.
Yeah.
Right. So like, who am I supposed to talk to in that regard? You feel me?
I'm not saying who. I'm saying the Black community does. We treat people who engage in degeneracy as if they are to be protected when they're not. Like Bill Cosby, R. Kelly, none of them should be protected, and that is wrong. The protection
I'm gonna switch my camera real quick.
You're fine.
But go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm still
the protection of these men. It feels like we cannot hide the fact that we are coddling Black men in their degeneracy in an attempt to say we need to protect Black men because they're being attacked by the system, when it's like, no, there are certain people who act poorly who should be treated or excommunicated in some cases. Consequences for action is not accountability taking on oneself, and accountability within our culture. Like that white people.
Yeah, but the thing I want to point out is that is only those select few powerful men.
No, it's not. It's not. That is not true.
The rest of these niggas are going to jail. Like,
that's what you keep doing. The external consequences are there. Yes, I'm talking about how we treat people within our community.
Okay, wait. I think that's what you're saying. You're talking about like, so there's external consequences. If a Black man does a crime to a woman, then he may go to jail. Right.
Yeah, and I think Black women, because they recognize that there are external consequences and a racist system that over penalize, right? That they need to make up for that, and Black men to make up for that in engagement with Black men intra-racially, which is insane because we don't do the same for Black women. We call them fast, we engage with them, we dismiss them, we call them everything else but a child of God, and we don't engage. And I feel like maybe we just have like
No,
fundamental.
I actually don't think we. I don't think we disagree on this. I think I was missing what you were getting at.
Oh.
So you're talking about the absence of accountability for Black men for gendered violence intercommunally, and
Yes.
I do think that's a thing. That is a thing that happens in Black communities. It's based in patriarchy. The way to address that is intercommunal education and therapy, basically. And that would, and it would help. It would help if there were, in those situations, in those spaces, more people speaking to a need for accountability for those things happening. That it would alter the culture of how that works. I think more niggas need to fight it. Like I think more niggas need to get fought and beat up. Would help that a lot if it was known that niggas would get beat up in the community. Because niggas would be scared of they're not scared of fucking the prison, but they are scared of like having to live on site, right? So like stuff like that, like I'm with you.
All right.
How does that relate to? Well, go ahead.
Oh, that was my position.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
Well, I don't know. I just feel like it really, but I don't know if that changes the perspective I have that you're asking for. Like the solution is not carceral, and the solution doesn't have to be like a grand revolution that will do one day, because I get how that can come off dismissive and like ain't nobody trying to hear that when they're dealing with abuse and harm in community right now. That one day we'll have a grand revolution where everything changes. So I'm with you there, but the actual solutions of like engaging, like the actual solution of like the stuff I do, some of the organizations I've worked with, that they're talking to these men directly. They're going into these spaces and into these communities and having educational sessions and seminars and spreading certain messaging. Like that's the thing. That's the actual solution. And it doesn't look like putting them in a room and finger wagging to them for extended period of time.
I will take the hit for this because whatever, so ignore me. But then don't be surprised when Black women's pain and harm and hurt comes out viciously, because that's what's going to happen. I don't think that years and years and years of abuse and silence and dismissal, I don't think that gets bottled up and thrown away. And so like when I hear people like, oh, these women online, they're bitter and they're like, they hate men and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no. In the way that you can do the system level analysis for Black men, we now need to do it with Black women being dragged through the mud by these people. And by the way, I've been radicalized in my university to be a hotep. And it took a lot of unlearning to realize that, like, no, this is a problem. And if it feels like if I am being quiet about it, I am also acquiescing to a culture of silence that puts Black women at the back burner while we educate Black men, and hopefully Black men become better for a future that Black women are not being abused and children are not being abandoned in. I don't know that I can do that. Like I don't know that I can physically stomach doing that and being a part of that silence.
So I don't think you have to. I don't think the expectation is, and like I don't think I tend to like when dudes, the same way that like people are in your chat talking about, you know, a Black man did this, a Black man did that, what about this? And you have like multiple videos, look at this shit this nigga did this one time. I also have people, I had one dude, I said it on stream, the day Shannon Sharpe went, you know, this stuff started going off, nigga sent a whole ass dissertation to my email talking about you got to come out to defend Shannon Sharpe because women be doing this and women be doing that and da. And it's like, I give that grace on both sides of the equation, right? But I will point out that specifically in this case, when people try to present what is their rage and they're lashing out at how they've been treated and like the pain that they're in as like actually like being a fundamental part of finding a solution. I will have to say, no, that is actually not a part of finding a solution. No, if I feel like you have a history of this, or if I feel like if I can see your past tweets. Then I may have to say, no, this is, I think one of my favorite jokes is, this is like feminism from the University of Tumblr, and I can't take it seriously. You know what I'm saying? These are people that did not read bell hooks for real.
Yeah.
Prince Petty tried to make a joke about the will to change. It was actually real cool. You know what I'm saying? Because like folks don't get into those parts of a research and will only.
No, he didn't make a joke. He said, "Is he gonna cite the will to change?" And I said, "I don't remember."
It was shade. It was shade. Petty makes a face. Petty
I
makes
thought
a
you were
face.
gonna cite it. I feel like every man cite that book.
Well,
Every
I am
male,
the Uniking for a reason.
every man who cites that book, I feel like hasn't actually read it.
And they're trying to find an excuse for their own behavior generally.
I haven't engaged with any points where I'm like, with any content where somebody used the will to change to say something I think doesn't quite.
Anytime I hear a black man say bell hooks, I get stressed because I know they're about to try to justify. Like they go, black men act out because we need attention. It's like, right, but can you not act out right now, you specifically?
I've only ever seen it in the comment sections. You women need to read The Will to Change, and you'll realize that men need to be in this space with you guys, and you're concerned.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I don't know if that's actually in The Will to Change.
FD, that's why I say I don't believe they've actually read it. FD, your student who was incarcerated, said the most dangerous thing in prison was other inmates. We letting them all out.
I don't want to get into the prison. That's not a topic I'm super strong on, so I don't want to try to represent it. I don't want no more leftover chocolate man comments.
Every black man I have encountered, including the educated lame, were not right in the head. You did a whole Jonathan Majors moment, your black masculinity video, but then ignored that it was a DVR.
When? Was this before or after he got caught up? What black masculinity video?
Wait, did he, oh, no, I remember this. You did a video when they were dragging Jonathan Major and
yeah, the black mask was dragging him for wearing pink. That was before
No, they're
he
saying
had his incident.
They're saying you talked about that, but you never talked about the DV. I don't know. I don't remember the DV.
I did.
He talked about the DV thing, guys. He said.
FD is an example of why black men are the way they are. FD.
I almost want to stay just so you can keep on tricking off on my boy Venus.
No, there's only one more. There's only one more. There's only one more.
FD been making excuses the entire time. I thought black men were strong and everyone is scared of them. I see why it's
Wait, oh my God, I should have read that. No, you can't say that. All right, the last one.
Black women are unalive at the highest rate by black men, more than other groups, but that's just the fault of patriarchy. Why not for other male groups?
White women aren't unalived by white women at the highest rate by white men.
No, the highest rate is for black men, black women. The
no, I mean like. Oh well, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Like, that is a black on black crime argument. Like, that's a right wing talking point argument. It's still true, right? It's not okay that that's a thing, but like the implication to an argument like that is that there's something uniquely vicious and evil about black men. We kill black women that much, when the reality is all of that data skews with class and economics, and race. So it's like it's the thing that y'all, and this is my genuine challenge to the chat. It's like we got problems. Black men got problems. I don't disrespect the rage you feel at whatever has brought you to these opinions and beliefs and like issues of black men. I can't speak to that, right? Because we got problems and like that shit is legit and you deserve the opportunity to vent that frustration and rage. I'm just saying that some of this rhetoric and some of these ideologies that are being birthed and supported are at a minimum useless,
right? Aside from evoking rage and like at their maximum, directly harmful to everybody involved. And that's just, I'm just letting you know.
Femicide is not a white supremacist argument.
All right. Well, we got through all the super chat. I got everything that I wanted.
They want me to address the stat. What is the stat?
The black
60%.
femicide stat.
There's nothing to address. That's the stat is the stat. I don't understand. That's the stat is the stat. Like, yeah, like it's because I'm sorry, because we evil. We hate black women. And y'all need to get guns and stop dating us and never have a black male and abort every black male child. Like
I do not agree with aborting black male children or fetus. That is FD's position, not mine. So when you hear this, please know that's FD and not me. He has 1 million subscribers, so go over that way, not here.
Yeah, FD doesn't represent the Prince Petty position.
No, but I think that the way you just dismiss that also is why women are like annoyed. Like you literally, like you jokingly did. Like it feels like you're like both times when it came up, it feels like you're like, I mean, yes, they're dying. And what about it?
Well, like, because I don't know, because I directly engage with like what is the thing you would have me or any individual person do?
Ring the alarm.
Actually addresses.
Ring the alarm. Point it out. Talk about it. Save women. Save black women. Say protect yourself.
So first off, I've done that in a multitude of ways.
I've never seen you address black femicide.
I've talked about black femicide at least once because I pointed straight to Intellectual Media's video. So that I said people need to know more about this.
Send me that, and I owe you a huge apology. Send me the video where you address black femicide, and I will apologize to you. But well, I don't think you care about apology publicly, but I want to see that. I've never seen it.
So I've talked about black femicide before because I remember specifically because somebody that don't like Intellectual Media was like, you shouldn't platform her. You know what I'm saying? So like I remember that vividly.
No, on your platform.
No, I mean, like I was talking about black femicide and I pointed to her video. Do you want me to make a black femicide video? Is that what you would like?
I want to, so you've never said it you've never discussed it on your platform.
I'm sure I've discussed femicide and like the death rates and stuff like that for black women. I'm sure I've discussed that.
Send it to me. I would love to see it. I would love to review that. Sorry, last one. You do not get to lecture people for discussing things that don't make you feel good.
Yeah.
And one more for you, then it. Thank you, team. It's 8:22 a.m. my time, and I'm sitting at my desk watching you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I have a ton of work to go back to do. Like I'm not going to bed tonight, so that's fun. Yeah. I've been working.
Yeah, I got to work in 4 hours. So.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Somebody said make 4 videos addressing black femicide quarterly.
Make one video addressing black femicide.
Well, he made one video about.
He won't. He can't. He said he's not going to do it.
I can make that video. It's not whatever. It's not a huge deal to talk about black femicide.
Make the video about how it's not a big deal. You know, white men kill white women too. So, out of proportion.
I'm sorry. Let me make sure that phrasing is not taken wrong. Black femicide is an issue. Like harm that black men present to black women is an issue. I'm saying like it's not a big deal for my content or channel. This idea that I'm afraid of my audience.
Well, it's not really a black women issue. It's a poor women issue.
I mean, it is mostly, yeah.
Well, I look forward to seeing you. We got something out of this then. We look forward to seeing your black femicide video this year. That would be great. With your millions.
We'll have to put it on the main channel or the side channel because we can have it happen faster if it's on the side channel. Side channel, I can do that shit next month.
Side channel is fine, I think. All right. I appreciate that. Thank you all. Any final thoughts? I'm so sorry, Petty. You should have just told us to like stop. I didn't realize you have to get up.
No, I have a shoe story. I forgot what we were talking about with shoes earlier, so I won't tell it.
All right. Some people don't have shoes to pull themselves up by. That's what FD responded to me on the bootstrap thing that he gave me, and you wanted to tell your
Straight on Martin
bootstrap
Luther King
story
quote.
about.
Martin Luther King quote.
You said you were walking and your shoe fell off, and they told you to
Oh
get.
yeah, inspiring story. Went to school with this white guy. We come from different backgrounds. I was poor, and he grew up middle class. And I remember we graduated, and he went off to be successful, and I was working at McDonald's, and I had this old pair of shoes that was so bad that the sole was actually separating, and it would slap on the ground whenever I was walking around. I remember he pulled up next to me in this Cadillac, which was, I think, fancier back when I was younger, but I don't think it's a fancy brand these days. And he was like, "Prince Petty, is that you?" And, I'm sitting here with these shoes and my sock exposed to the open world. And I'm like, "Yep, it's me." And, he looks up and down at me, and he takes out this wad of cash, just has a bunch of hundreds in it, more money than I've ever seen in my life. And it's held together by this rubber band. And he takes the rubber band off of it, and he throws it. He throws it at me. Use that to keep your shoes together. He drives off. Inspiring story about hard work.
Thank you, Petty. That was very deeply important for our live stream. I appreciate you sharing. Any final words, FD?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Thank you both. Thank you everyone for being here. I don't have a title or a screen for the video, so I'll figure that out with Petty in a minute. Bye.